the opposite is happening in my comments.
Yeah.
I'm getting more men, and with the Job song, the Hagar song. I haven't looked at my comments on the the Levite and Lot's daughter song. I posted it and then I laid the fuck down because I I didn't even want to look at the comments yet. But I'm getting more men being supportive of what I'm doing than I am women.
Well, I
That's
mean,
scary.
that's
How,
understandable. That is understandable. And I would say reason why that's understandable is because the women believers have been taught to basically follow the man, lead, let the man lead. Um, you know,
hold on, let me fix that statement. Let me fix that statement because I'm getting more women who speak. Who there are women supporting it. There are men supporting it, but it's the people who are speaking against the saying women changing the theological narrative, right? Uncovering she said, bless God to die, fighting against that and keeping what they've been taught is mostly women. It's been mostly less men against uncovering that with the Hagar and the Job story. Does that make sense?
yeah.
It's more women fighting to keep the misogynistic narrative than men. That's what because I'm getting a lot of women and men supporting what I'm doing, but the fighting for the current misogynistic patriarchal theological message in the Job story and the Hagar story, the Sarah and Hagar story, are women. It's majority women. I've had maybe one or two men. It's been majority women fighting for those stories to stay the way they are.
Well, that'd be a great time. Well, invite them. Well, just say invite them to the live. Come up and talk about it. Debunk what I'm saying. Give me the reason why I should not say this.
Yeah, that's why we have the topics we have right now because of
Right.
the comments that we have. And the odd thing about it is that it was more women and religious women on what if Adam was abusive that supported that song, and more men who were against that song. And the opposite is happening with Sarah and Hagar and Job's wife. It's so fucking weird. Like I don't. It's
Well,
weird.
yeah, it is weird, but at the same time, you know, I've been what almost 2 years now. And every subject that you have put up on this live, every subject, no one, and I mean no one, has been able to debunk it. They can't debunk it. And I think that's what stands out the most. Now, I mean, we are all open minded. If you can come up here and give just and not just just, but come up with the facts behind why this should not be said. I mean, I'm open minded. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the problem is, thinking you haven't been wrong yet.
No, yeah, I know. So like old girl said, yeah, thank you, Heaven. Because it informs the lives of others. Like when people say it's fiction, why does it matter? It to me, that's just as dangerous as people who hold the beliefs because you're saying that you're willing to ignore how these beliefs have affected society. For example, the Lot's Daughters, that song, and I don't know if y'all have heard it. I posted it earlier tonight. The silence behind not speaking up and saying Lot threw his daughters out to be raped. The silence behind that and not teaching about that or speaking up about that. The silence behind the Levite threw his wife out to be raped and
Yeah.
how that affects society today. Like The avenue that I took with that song is Lot's daughters are having a conversation with the concubine and they're comparing pain, and then they're talking about our asses and how we let their stories, how we just ignore their stories, we don't talk about it, and because we don't talk about it we go through the same shit, and they're
Yeah.
they're dogging our asses out in their conversation in that song.
And and I hate when people say that, when they say, well, if it's fictional, then it shouldn't matter. No, that I hate when people say that. And the reason why I hate it so much, think, is because yes, it is fictional. But if you believe in the fictional, it changes it gives you an alternate reality, and the alternate reality becomes reality that we live in today based on fictional stories. We
Okay,
have to live with it.
yeah, yeah,
So
that's the thing. That's the thing. And I don't
yeah,
know. I don't know. I feel like people still, even people who don't believe in it, some people who don't believe it don't see what this book has done to society.
exactly.
They don't see the role that it
Exactly.
play.
They and that's the problem. So any non-believer that says it does not matter, then if it does not matter, then tell me why we got all this shit going on behind this belief. If it don't matter, obviously it does matter. I mean, look at the way people are acting and the way they think behind this God, how they treat their fellow brother or their fellow sister or their fellow friend or their fellow neighbor. Look how they treat them based on this book.
Jasmine, as a woman, why Jasmine, why are you as a woman? I just want to know, as a woman, why are you in here? Why is that the stance that you just automatically take? Because I guarantee you, because of the stuff that you're saying, you haven't read the story. You haven't even you just accepted what a man told you, and you didn't say, let me see if what they're saying is true. Why did you take that approach when it comes to Jezebel? And then why are you upset about me saying what if Adam was abusive? As if you don't think men can be abusive. Her name is Jasmine in her thing. It's Jazzy Willow, but when I looked at her profile, her name is Jasmine. As a woman who was abused, you don't take what a man tells. Obviously, you just said Jezebel wasn't innocent, so you want to come up here and tell me how you know she wasn't innocent? That means you studied it. That means you know the laws of Israel, right? That means you read this story for you to come in and that be the first thing that you say. You're not taking what a man told you. So that you can come up and discuss that with us.
Please do. Come on down.
I'm not speculating. I'm not. As I stated, Jasmine, we have a book with a story in it. If you claim you're not taking what some man told you, then you can come on stage and you can have this conversation with us and explain to me, right, and the rest of us, why you're caping caping for what men have taught you. Because you're exactly what I'm saying I'm seeing in my comments regarding these songs. You want to listen to my reasoning first? Did you listen to our reasoning before you came in here and commented what you commented? You've already stated your stance. Why are you afraid to come on stage and discuss it? You're not baited? Are you okay? Are you afraid? It sounds like you're afraid. It sounds like you thought that you were just going to be able to comment that and like no one was going to see it. But you did exactly what we were sitting here discussing. Like it's really odd to me that when you women who are advocating for awareness for the harm against women, that it's women saying, "Psh, be quiet, women deserve it." You came in doing exactly what we were talking about, and I just want to understand it. That's all. I just want to understand the motivation behind that. And then like you came in, you're like Jezebel isn't innocent. Like do you ever say Ahab isn't innocent? Ahab put the statue up to Baal. It doesn't say anywhere in that story that Jezebel asked him to or that Jezebel made him. Jezebel is not an Israelite. She didn't have to worship the God of Israel. The Israelites were in covenant with Israel. Why aren't you saying the men weren't innocent? You've been conditioned to demonize yourself. And then when you see women discussing that, you've been conditioned to go in and police that shit and silence the dissent. And you don't even realize it. There are men who, I'm not talking about men in the just any men in the Bible. I'm talking about the men in the Jezebel story. Love, the men in that story. Like if you're scared to come on stage, just say that. I just want to understand why you're so gung ho in um saying that Jezebel wasn't innocent. That's all. Like, do you go around calling? Let me ask you this, Jasmine. Do you call other women Jezebels? Were you there to know if Adam was real, Jasmine? Were you there to know if you were created if from the rib of a man? I don't, Desmond. This isn't my belief. This is yours. This is your belief. But I find it funny that you are afraid to come on stage, Jasmine. Why are you afraid to come on stage? Then why are you so gung ho on keeping the narrative about Jezebel? Then come on stage, Jasmine. You're not able. Y'all are never able to. Are you waiting on the Holy Spirit to like knock on your door? Do you have to like go in your secret closet? Why aren't y'all ever? Aren't y'all supposed to like be also ready or some shit? I'm disingenuous. Do you even know what that word means, Jasmine? I don't think you do. Wait, isn't there something that says "be also ready"? Something like that. Aren't y'all supposed to be like always ready to clock it or something? Uh, Splitty, Splitty. Okay. I told y'all my grandkids done gave me a cold. I can feel it. By left nostril over here. Oh my gosh.
Stopped up, huh?
Yeah.
Damn.
Mm, it's coming. The prettiest queen.
Yes.
Oh no, no, love bug. Is this a baby? That was a baby. Goodness gracious. Yeah, that was a 2 day old fetus. You said it was Jazzy. Heaven.
Hi, Thinker.
Hey.
How are you? I just wanted
I'm
to come up
good.
really fast and just give you your props. I love all of your lives. Like
Thank
you
you.
really get me through my mornings. Um, and yeah, I just wanted to say that I love you, love your lives, and I never come up to say anything, so I just decided to do it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know why I feel like I've talked to you before. You've never been up here?
Nope, nope.
Oh wow. Maybe you're just vocal in the comments.
Yeah, I
Yeah. Okay.
am. I am at times.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
All right. Let's see.
How you doing?
Mac. I'm good. How are you?
Hey, Alka-Seltzer Cold Plus and Third Flow. Check that out from Dollar General.
I don't. I
It's,
don't take. I
it's,
don't take their flu or anything like that. But I'm
yeah.
okay. Thank you. Did you want to talk about one of the topics?
Okay, yeah. I like Jezebel, and then I like the bottom one, Job.
Pick one, please. Which one?
It's hard. Can I get a second to think about that?
Do you think that I promise you that there will be a tomorrow? Actually,
Or-
there won't be a tomorrow
Oh,
because
you
I
want
don't
to?
go live on Wednesdays,
Oh,
but there will be a Thursday,
on
and
Thursday.
yeah, and so you can pick one tonight and do the other on Thursday because this is going to be my topic for quite some time. So it pick one. Let's discuss that tonight, and then the next time I'm live, you could do the next one.
I want to do the women have been gaslit by God church then, and I do the other two later.
Okay.
I don't think they.
Well, you do realize like that's the big topic. So go ahead.
Oh, the gaslighting. Okay, first of all, gaslight by you. Your definition means that kind of like hype, right?
Hype?
Hyped, like when you say gaslit, and like hyped, and then like no, or the opposite of hyped.
No. Gaslit means manipulated, lied, deceived. What? What? Why do you think gaslit means hype?
Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, you talking about deceive? You mean
Yeah.
deceive? Second classed? Like second classed? No, right? No.
What do you mean second class? Like
Like they didn't give them they due.
they just lied to them. They've indoctrinated their minds into believing that they are subject to the male species. That they are to not their knowledge, their natural wisdom that they have is them being conniving or disrespectful, rebellious. Their natural beauty or their natural sexuality is a weapon against men and the cause of why men harm women, why men can't be faithful, why they rape women. Like they've been gaslit to take the blame and the ac- accountability for the male species actions because of the stories in this book. The stories have been translated in such a way to push that type of theological message. Does that make sense? I'm trying to choose
Okay,
my
okay,
words
okay.
very.
Yeah. No, no. You cleared up some doubt. Now, how I look at it as the truth, right? Like is this: you have men in there that want to just blame women because they don't want to take accountability and responsibility. This according to the scriptures, and according to the scriptures, there's neither male nor female in Christ, so we're equivalent. Now, according to the scriptures, under the law, Men didn't follow the law because Moses gave laws and God gave laws. So Moses gave them laws because their hearts were hardened. Because men hearts were hardened, they wanted to do what they wanted to do with women at the time. They didn't want to do right by women. Now, because they didn't want to take accountability, responsibility, like Adam. Adam was given the order, but he didn't check his old lady, and he let the serpent talk to his old lady. So he didn't. He had to take the accountability. But when he was faced to take the accountability, responsibility, he blamed God. He said, "The woman you gave it to me, and I took it and I ate." Then God checked the woman and said, "What happened?" She didn't take accountability and responsibility. She said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." Instead of him taking accountability and responsibility. So then God made it, after that, he gave them opportunity to do what they did. So he cursed the serpent, cursed the woman, and he cursed the man.
The so this is what I mean when I say women have been gaslit, okay? Because looking at the story from a literary standpoint, that means from a like a fictional standpoint. Not, I don't even want to use the word fiction right now, but looking at it from, you know what literary mean,
Textual,
right?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
From the
Because
context of the
sometimes I
text.
feel, yeah, because sometimes I feel like believers. Okay, looking at the story from that standpoint, the original language that this story was written in is Hebrew, right?
Yeah,
And in Hebrew, the helpmate that the God character in this story created is a step above the man. Except when it's translated in English, it's translated in such a way where it uses the word helper or helpmate, and in English that's typically subordinate. But in Hebrew, it's not written as she was created to be his subordinate. It's not written with the context that she was created to be his companion. She wasn't created for him. She was created to help the God manage him. This is what I mean when I say women have been gaslit, because they're not told that. It's not translated that way, and they're preached to from the time that they have any type of understanding of words, that they are born for men. Because that, even your answer that you just gave, his old lady, he should have spoke up for his old lady. He was the one giving the command. She was the one, like the in that story when it says that she gave to her husband with her. That word there, emma. Adam was emma to Eve. He was under her. He was in her presence. She had authority, and that's why he took it and ate. But they don't teach that in the they don't translate it that way, and they don't teach that in Christian doctrine or Christian theology. Women have been gaslit to believe, one, that they are responsible for what men do. They are responsible for all the fall of men, and that men was created, and they were created explicitly for men. And that's not what that story says. That's not what the original authors were trying to portray. What they did portray was that originally in the ancient Near East, the worship at that time, what they understood was that it was mother goddess worship. The mother led the family. The mother led because she was wise. The father was the head. He was the head because he was strong, and then the children followed. That's the father would look to the mother goddess, for wisdom and advice as he led. That was how it was prior to this patriarchal bullshit coming in. And what the Adam and Eve story is fucking history, old girl. That's history. Sources is go to Google and research it.
but like,
But in the ancient Near East, like literally the book, your God is telling them to stomp out the mother goddess worship. Your God is jealous of the worship of the Queen of Heaven. He's jealous of the worship of the Asheroth poles. He tells them to go in. He tells them to go in and stomp them out.
Yeah.
It's in the Bible.
Yeah, he's his name is jealous. So like this is what it is. His name is jealous, and on that point, remember it was
Oh,
man.
I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm
Oh,
sorry,
oh.
oh girl. I thought you were trying to be funny. My bad. But what 1 second, Mari. It like literally it's in that's the story in the Bible. That they're worshiping the mother goddess, the cult of Asherah, the cult of Baal, which is mother goddess, matriarchal. And it's the story of the rise of the patriarchy. When Eve is in the garden and he says, your husband shall mashal, that in Hebrew mashal, rule over you. There's a change in hierarchy. In Hebrew, there is a directional. Let me see how to. I don't even know how to explain it. Hold on. When it says her desire will be turned to her husband and he shall rule over her, there is a change in hierarchy, a change in equality that's happening there. She's demoted from an Azer to his wife in this story as a punishment. And this is basically the switch, the change in from matriarchal to patriarchal. That the writer is just writing a fictional etiological tale of their idea of how the divine, what they call the divine, how they created the world and how they see how things are. And as humans went from one age to the next, that's what this story represents. But women, this story, and when it's translated in English, has been used to gaslight the fuck out of women and tell women that you were created for man. You were created from our rib. You were created for our pleasure. As a
Yeah.
matter of fact, the reason Rome condemned lesbianism was because they said it wasn't fair for women to take an opportunity away from men to enjoy their bodies. Like at first, they didn't have a problem with women being lesbians until they became Christian. And then they condemned it and outlawed it because the woman's body was made for the man, according to the Bible. And when two women rub up against each other, they say it's taking an opportunity away from a man to enjoy her body. That's why lesbianism was condemned in Rome, because of this story.
But they can't make life like two the same sex can't make life.
Who gives a damn? Two people who aren't of the same sex and who don't have reproductive organs can't make life. Should they not fuck?
No, what I'm saying, that's the whole purpose of
It's not
intercourse
the purpose. If
or
that's the
procreation.
purpose, then if that's not the purpose of sex, that's not the only purpose of sex. There are two. If there's a man and a woman, and neither of them can reproduce, should they no longer fuck because they don't have the reproductive organs to do it?
No, what I'm saying is this: if say,
No,
say
answer the question. Should they not have sex because they're infertile?
but they can become fertile again, though. It's been proven
How can they become fertile if they're
because
infertile? If a woman is made, if a woman is born without ovaries, how can she become fertile?
you say without ovaries. You say without ovaries, right?
What do you think infertile means? If they're infertile, that means they lack reproductive organs to produce.
Well, no, some of them have ovaries. They just barren. It's called barren.
Oh my God. This is what I mean when I say I feel guilty. Because what? This is
They're,
what I mean.
they're
Because
not.
what?
They're barren.
Hold on for a second, Mac. Hold on. Do y'all see what I was talking about? Mac and Selena and the nerds. Do y'all? Because Selena and Mac, are y'all? I mean, Selena and Nelly, are y'all there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do y'all see what I mean when I say that I feel guilty, like, and responsible.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I see
Yeah.
what you mean about it. I understood it the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad.
But what I was saying on the, he listened to her voice, and so when God said he listened to her voice, that's when he said, "Your desire be for your husband, and you be subject to your husband," because he listened to her over God's voice. So that was a problem. He chose her over God.
That is not why. She was the one. She was the one who had the. She was an Azer. She was like the God. She was like the God to him. She was created. She was created as an opposite. Like, there's no sense of superiority here. But she was created like the God to Adam, and she was demoted here.
She was always
That think she was demoted. Like, think about the fact that he says, and to the woman, he says, and yet your urge shall be for your husband. Let me not do the Hebrew, because you just said
no good.
you
No, do
just
the
said
Hebrew.
that.
No, do
No,
the
no,
Hebrew.
no,
I know
because
the
you
Hebrew.
said barren. You said barren people can become infertile again, and like I need to be able to you to understand what I'm saying, and I don't need to feel guilty about confusing. I can't. Hold on. He says, "Yet your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." Is this a is he punishing her here?
Yes,
Okay,
because
hold on, hold on. I don't need a because yet.
okay.
So he's punishing her because this is a punishment. Common sense should tell you that prior to this, he didn't rule over her, right? He there was no he didn't have dominion over her prior to this, because this is a punishment. He's saying now this is going to happen. This right here, yet your desire shall be. This is where her the word here tush, I gotta look at it. The word here is tish tishu take tishu take. This is her desire, her hierarchy, her this is the beginning of her hierarchy being demoted. Yishmael Bach. This right here is her head being turned, her everything being turned. This is the turn, right? So the punishment, I don't know how to explain this. So she's being demoted here. That right, that's the punishment. Her desire is now her husband's, and now he will rule over you. Right? If it was always that he ruled over her, then this wouldn't be a punishment. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this: her desire was wanted to be God. So, and her desire was turned and tainted, right? And then at the point, he was turned and tainted because he didn't listen to the original voice before she was created. His original voice was him not to mess with anything in the midst of the garden, which is the knowledge of the good and evil. But when she came about, that turned him because he turned himself. It was with him. He turned from God and went all about her. And so he put
I
her up.
don't
He put her up on the
like
pedestal. Because it's woman. See, woman means
where.
partner.
Show me in the text where he put her on the pedestal, because
Okay.
in the text, your God says, "I will make a Azer." Your God made her an Azer, and Azer is what your God is to the Israelites. She was created in the story. She was created to be like what your God is to the Israelites. Adam didn't create shit in this story.
No.
So show me. I want you to show me
Yeah.
where Adam, whatever you just said, Adam put her on the pedestal. Show me that in the story.
Okay. when they went, when the serpent came to her, right, and Adam was with her, Adam knew what God has. The voice of God told him not to eat of the knowledge. I got to go to the verse of the knowledge of good and evil, right? Then he said he put Adam to sleep. Then he took a rib from him and made woman, which is part man. It's not fully. It's part man. Woe means part. The man, man. Adam is man. So he called it
But
Eve.
will you stop? Because you up here doing the whoa man. That is
Yes.
not true. Stop. No,
Okay.
no,
Okay.
no. None of that is
Remember.
true.
All right.
None of that is true. No, none of that is true. And again, Adam being with her does not mean that he put her on a pedestal. Like that doesn't even make sense. And this is the guilt that I'm feeling with even having these conversations with, because I don't, it feels like even just regular words go over y'all's head sometimes. And I don't know what y'all have been indoctrinated into, but I don't know. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. And I don't even know which direction to take this conversation because I don't,
It's like,
what?
yeah, like remember, okay, like when they was right there, and it's Adam's job. It was Adam's responsibility, right, not to let her even talk to the serpent or none of that. But he desired it.
No, that's you're saying that
No,
because
let's
you're
go
a
back and look
man.
at it.
That
No, let's
show
go
where
look
it
at it.
says that it's his responsibility for
Okay,
her not to talk to the
okay.
serpent. Where does it say that
I gotta
in
get
the
it. I gotta
text?
go. Let me go there. Let me get
Okay.
it. Because he gave Adam the order. Hold on, let me see. I gotta get there.
He could have gave Eve the order when he made her. What's your point? You don't know who told Eve not to eat from that tree.
No, it says it in the text right there. It
It does
says
not say that who told Eve.
no. I'm talking about it says he told Adam. And
It
when
you don't know who he could have told Eve too. You have no idea.
okay, let's see. Hold on, I gotta get there. You're in Genesis, right? Chapter 2, right?
Where else is the Adam and Eve story in this
Okay,
book?
it says the account of the heavens and the earth. They were created when the Lord God made the earth. Okay, don't show. Let me go down. Let me go down. Let me go down. Okay, it says the Lord God took verse 15. The Lord God took man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man. It says commanded the man.
Duh.
Yeah, THE, the man.
Do you even
Verse
know what the
16.
hell you just read? He created you as a slave, as a laborer, and then told you not to gain knowledge.
No, no, no.
That's exactly what that says, Mac. That's
No,
no different than a slave master having a male slave and commanding them not to learn how to read.
no, he gave knowledge. I mean, he gave the knowledge was already put into Adam because he named
No, it
everything.
wasn't.
I'm gonna show you. Let me show you. Let me
I'm
show
talking
you.
about the knowledge of good and evil.
Oh
Mac,
no. Oh yeah. No, no.
Mac,
Okay, yeah.
at the tree, Eve has a conversation with the serpent. Eve goes through a process of critical thinking. She looks at the fruit. Is this good for food? Is this edible? She looks at considers what the fruit will provide for her, the benefits of it. And she considers whether it is wise or good to be wise. She goes through a process of thinking.
But you know, he was right there with her doing the same thing though.
Did,
He never stopped
where
her.
does it say he went through a process of thinking?
Okay, let's go.
Show
Let me
me,
show. Let me
show
show
me
you.
where it says Adam went through a process of thinking at
Okay.
that tree.
Hold on. Where you at? What verse you at right now?
You use your process of thinking
Okay.
and just guess where that would be.
Okay. At verse 4, she was thinking because he said he's talking to you. When the serpent told her you will surely not die, the serpent said, "The woman, for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be open and you'll be like God, knowing good and evil." But when the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took. some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it.
Where
So
is his process of thinking?
think about it. If you give me something, you give me something in my hand and I know it's illegal and God told me not to eat it, and I'm taking it from you, right? Say me and you there. Say you Eve and I'm Adam. You giving me that and I know God told me don't eat it. My whole time is like, why is she messing with that? I'm gonna see if she gonna die.
Wow.
Or she ain't die. So I'm gonna take when you put it in my hand, if you put it in my hand, right, and I put it to my lips, I'm already hearing God saying, don't
You
eat it.
just said the most abusive bullshit ever. And the fact that
No, it's
you
the
lack
truth.
oh, stop. Listen to what the fuck you just said, Mac. Listen to what the fuck you just said. I, as a man, I know that I'm not supposed to eat this fruit. This woman who I'm supposed to be over is sitting here talking to the serpent, and she's about to eat this shit, and I'm gonna see if she gonna die. And if she don't die, then I'm gonna eat it. Don't fucking tell me to stop cursing, motherfucker. Are you gonna make me, bitch? You don't run shit up in here. Stop wasting your TikTok comment energy trying to enforce some shit you don't have the authority to fucking enforce. Because all you're going to do is put some gas on that shit. Do you realize what you just said? You just
Yeah.
said some abusive ass shit. You just said that Adam sat there and watched her do something that he knew was harmful,
Mm-hmm.
that if she didn't die, he was going to do it too.
Tell me this. Then. Tell me this. He knew for a fact God had told him not to eat of that tree. He sit there and he let her had a whole conversation with dude. After that, he saw her eat. He never checked her one time, and he was with her the whole time. Listen to the whole conversation. He desired it. He wanted it.
You don't get the abuse there, do ya?
She wanted it.
This is what I there. You don't get it. You don't see it. This is crazy as fuck. You don't get the abuse there, do you?
No, but my thing is that I'm saying this. I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is this. He
No,
wanted to be
you see
God.
what I'm saying? Do you see how you just said you see what I'm saying instead of
No,
I hear what you're saying or I understand? Do you
no,
notice you said those? Wait, because I'm about to feed you something right quick. Okay. Do you realize that you just said I see what you are saying instead of I hear what you are saying or I understand what you are saying? Right?
I'm talking about. You said abuse,
Uh,
right?
hey,
Instead of him
hey,
checking
hey, hey,
her.
hey, 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 hold on. Do you realize that you just said that?
Yeah, I know it because you
Okay.
said
What, wait,
abuse.
wait, wait. What does it mean when you say I see what you are saying? What are you actually saying to me when you say I see what you are saying?
I agree only on partly of what you talk about with the abuse.
And in order to agree, there is something that you have to do. What is that?
To understand and come into one agreement and one accord.
And in order to do that, what do you use?
Vocabulary words.
And vocabulary words are used to do what?
Get understanding and communicate.
Oh my gosh. Thinking, Mac. You had to think. You had to rationalize in your brain. You had to use your brain, Mac, in order for you to get to that understanding, in order for you to see. And when Eve was at that tree and she saw that the fruit on the tree was good for food, and she saw that it was good to make her wise, that's her process of thinking, of understanding. There is no process mentioned for the male character named Adam in that story. She turns to him. He's in her presence, in her enma, and he eats.
No, it didn't say that though. He gave it. She said he gave it to her. He gave it. Let me see. Let me read it again. So
That's
okay.
what I just said.
Yeah, but see that means then. But think about this though. When he took it, he knew he wasn't supposed to eat it. He did it. Then he listened, and then God explains it. He
I'm
said,
not talking about whether he knew he was supposed to eat or not. There is no process of thinking with him
no, it
listed
was.
in this story.
No, the whole time he was thinking.
Oh my gosh.
That's understood. It should be understood in the
No, it's
text.
not understood. So if you give your child a piece of food, you like you're eating a hamburger and you break off a piece and hand it to your child and they put it in their mouth. They went through a process of thinking, should I eat this?
No, the process. I'm hungry and I want that.
Right. Thank you. You cannot prove that there is a process of thinking with Adam here. It doesn't say that, but it does show us that Eve had a process of thinking
No, it does
in the
because
story. No, it doesn't.
yeah, if you go back up to the text, it says God gave him a command. So his thinking was already in there, understood that not to eat it. So if
Oh
he
my
ate
god,
it,
I don't fucking know how to talk man.
no,
I think I need to say man took fruit. Man ate from Adam Eve's hand. I don't know how to talk man. Do you wanna, Nelly? I don't know.
can I?
Kind
I'll
of.
put it a different way. I put it a different way. Say, for instance, I got a God say, don't jump off the cliff. If I jump off the cliff and I know what's going to happen to me, I'm thinking about that. Anything is dangerous. So he thought it's any kind of dangerous situation. It's gonna light up in your head. Danger, 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 danger. In your heart. Do, 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 do. Adrenaline gonna flow. You gonna think. I don't care who you is. You could be a dummy.
I,
What
I
I think the part
cannot.
he's missing. I mean, this um the thinking was actually Eve. It was not Adam. Adam didn't think. Adam followed suit. I
Even if I
mean, if that's the case, the scripture says nothing of what Adam did except eat the fruit. It explicitly says what Eve did before she ate the fruit.
but the before Eve was even given the fruit or eating the fruit, Adam was never messing with that tree. So he had to do a thinking process to even go around that tree to eat the fruit.
Where does it say that?
No, I'm saying he never. Okay, what did it say? But before that, he went around the tree and ate the fruit. So that means we should it's understood within us to
No,
know
it's
that.
not understood.
How?
See, no, because you want to add to the story to try to make it make sense in your head when the scripture is saying something totally different. See, that's what's wrong with believers. They love to add to the story. You stuff that's not even there.
No, I'm be honest with you, right? I'm supposed to say it because this text is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? They only took when they canonized the Bible, they only took certain things out of the Dead Sea Scrolls and made it and
That's not
canonized it.
true. The Dead
I'm
That
Sea
is
telling
Scrolls
you, it's
was found
facts.
after the Bible was canonized, and the Dead Sea Scrolls is just a reinterpretation of the Hebrew scriptures from a sect of Jews who lived near the Dead Sea. It was a Qumran sect. Like that's not true.
He already said she was gonna murk Adam. So listen, you're not gonna find that in here though.
What?
Yeah, I'm just
man.
saying you got scrolls. You got the original scroll. If you go to the original scrolls and read it, then you see it.
What original scrolls?
You gotta go. You gotta
Tell me.
find.
You wait. You read Hebrew?
See, I wanted to deal with this. What's the text
No,
right
no.
here?
You said go to the original scrolls and read it. You read Hebrew? Why are you saying shit that you can't back up? You don't
No,
read
I'm backing
Hebrew,
it. I'm
and
backing
you
it
you
up.
so you read Hebrew?
It's translated into English.
Oh
Where?
fucking god!
Show me.
I got to pull that up. I'm gonna bring that back next time.
It's not there, man. Quit making up stuff,
I'm not
man.
making anything up. I'm not
You're
gonna lie
not
about it.
dealing. First of all, you need to understand that you're not dealing with some idiots here.
No, y'all know that. You're very intelligent. Very
First off, the
intelligent.
Dead Sea Scrolls was found after the book was freaking canonized.
Exactly. You act like that was before.
It is because you got.
It's not.
Yeah, it even tells you. Jude takes stuff out of the book of Enoch. There was no mathematics, no astronomy, nothing like that before the scriptures. It come from the original scroll. It comes from heaven.
Mm-mm.
Everything, yeah, everything you think you know, it come from heaven. Every subject that you do come from heaven. I'm just telling you, man. I didn't want
No,
to go
that's
deep
what
into
you
that.
believe,
No,
man.
no, no. This.
Just say that's what you believe because you have no way of proving this.
Yeah, I can pull up the account and show you.
Pull it
The
up.
This
book.
is sad. This is
No,
sad.
what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tell you where it's at and let you go pull it up. Go to the book of Enoch, and you'll see Enoch used to be with the
The
angels.
book of Enoch.
Yeah,
The book of Enoch
yeah.
was written 3,000 years after the
After.
biblical Enoch would have lived if the biblical Enoch was real. The biblical Enoch would have lived 600 and something years after this biblical Adam. The book of Enoch was written around 299 BCE. The first book was the Watchers. The second book was written during our age, during the Common Era.
Yeah, but who told you that?
Enoch did not write the book of Enoch. It is fan fiction.
No, no, no. Listen, he didn't see death. You know that, right?
So
Oh my
Enoch's
God.
ass is writing. Enoch ass is 3,000 years old, writing stories for you. Is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying he left from Earth and was to hang with the angels.
And
So
he
Who
was
told you that?
and he in
facts.
heaven writing stories for you, and then he just dropped the book from heaven. Is that what you're saying?
No, no. Listen, like I'm saying, our bloodline is different. Like everybody in my
No,
family
hey,
don't
homie,
die.
you keep changing. You keep listen. I'm asking a question, and then you answer something else.
Yeah.
If are you saying that because this book says Enoch didn't die, that Enoch was in heaven writing scrolls?
He used to go back and forth,
He went back and forth from heaven to earth. Is what you're saying?
and then God took him, and he was no more.
I fucking cannot.
I
You are a
can't.
grown ass man believing shit like that. I cannot.
No, I'm telling you,
Oh
listen.
my goodness.
There's some stuff out here that you never seen before. You walk into it. Why you think people getting taken out of here?
Man, you are making up shit.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
Yes, you
facts.
are.
It sound like it. I got receipts on
No,
it.
it don't sound like it. It's you literally making up shit.
I got receipts.
Literally.
I got receipts. There's people out here, dog, that can come around you, man, and actually really do something really vile to you. I'm telling you, dog.
So you say, okay, you know what? Let's bust your theory wide open. You say Enoch never tasted death, right?
Yeah, he's not the only one.
Who else?
Melchizedek. No beginning, no
Okay.
end. No father, no
They
mother.
never touched death, so they went straight from their whole body, everything. They just went straight and ascended to heaven, right? Like Jesus did.
Well, Melchizedek would be God because
No.
Yeah.
if Melchizedek has no beginning, no end,
Yeah.
Melchizedek is eternal,
Yeah.
like the God. So the God ain't special because Melchizedek was always there.
Yeah, he's the high priest. He's the first high priest.
No, he ain't no
Yeah.
high. Melchizedek is exactly what the God is. If Melchizedek has no beginning, no end, no mother, no father, and he was always, so was your God. Your God ain't special.
Mm-mm.
I'm just telling you some different stuff. This some different stuff. This right here.
The
Stuff
fact
is,
that the fact that does not like you
we can go
I,
deeper than that.
Well, the part I wanted to go to was that you said that they ascended to heaven just like Jesus did, right?
No. It was different. Everybody, like when you, everybody' life is their life, and how you
Okay.
was sent
Did
is how
they
you
go
was.
to heaven or not? That's all I care about. Did they not just ascended to heaven? Did they just go to heaven? They're gone and went to
And
heaven.
they're not. They were God. They're not with us. Well, I ain't gonna say that. No. Let me take that back.
Okay, that you
I made a
missed my
mistake.
question
I made a
again.
mistake.
Slow
I made a
down,
mistake. I
slow
made
down.
a
Hold
mistake. I
on,
made a
hot
mistake.
sauce. Hold on, hold on. Did
Take
they
that back.
go to heaven without dying? They just went to heaven.
I,
Their body and everything just went to heaven and they're gone.
I gotta go back and get the text on that, right? Because I don't wanna say some stuff and get trapped up by saying certain
That's
things.
not trapped up.
No.
They either went to heaven or they didn't.
No. Listen, it's not like that because the first it's different. So I don't want to get I don't want to get off contact. I'm gonna have to dip out of here. I
Did
apologize.
Jesus ascend to heaven?
Yeah, because he had to put the blood on in the holy of holies.
So Jesus ascended to heaven, right? They opened the tomb. He walked out the tomb and went through his rigmarole, and then he ascended to heaven, right?
Well, no, remember he was on the cross. He gave up the ghost. When he gave the ghost, he had to go down and get his people back who was bound by death. So he had to conquer death and he had to do everything right. In order that if he didn't do everything right, then death would have reigned forever. So he
So
had
when
to.
they went in the tomb, was the tomb empty?
And who went into?
When they checked the tomb where Jesus was buried, was the tomb empty?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. When they went in and checked, he wasn't there.
It was empty. He was gone, right?
Yeah,
And then wherever he went to hell and then they went from hell to heaven, he was gone, right?
yeah.
Then explain this. Why does the Bible tell you, specifically tells you that flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven?
Sinful, because it's sinful.
Huh?
It got sinful flesh and blood can't handle it. Cannot handle it.
That is what it says. It says flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Was Jesus flesh and blood? Was Enoch flesh and blood? That's a simple yes or no question.
Yeah, but you know it was.
Okay then. So explain that. That's a big contradiction there, isn't it?
Nope, because when you get with God, He gives you a glorious body, and your glorious body
Well,
is
then what happened to his
huh?
regular body then? If that's the case,
No,
his
listen.
regular, you gave him, hold on, if he gave him a glorious body, then
Yeah.
his regular body should have still been in that tomb.
No, because He raised it when He buried it when He put it in the tomb, right? It's planted. When you put a seed in the ground, it plants, and then it comes up to a tree. So when He got planted, He went down, took the keys, came back, got the body. Then it's what manifested, right? To glorious, because He was always glorious, because He's the Christ. See what I mean? And He's
No, I don't see
omniscient.
what you mean. You making up shit.
No, I'm not.
Because you
It's the
can't
Bible.
explain why the Bible says flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven, but you quick to say Enoch didn't taste death. His whole body, flesh and blood, went to heaven. Jesus rose from the dead. His whole body, flesh and blood, went to heaven. And
Okay,
anybody else you want to name in the Bible that did not die and went to heaven, they were flesh and blood.
let
But
me.
yet the Bible says flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
I'm gonna go there and show you what happened. Right here,
You can't.
bro.
How are you gonna show me? Go ahead,
Okay.
show me.
Okay. It says by faith Enoch was taken from his life, so that he did not experience death. He could not be found because God had taken him away. For he, for before he was taken, he was commended as one who pleased God. And without faith, it is impossible to please God, because anyone who comes to him must believe that he exists and that he rewards those who earnestly seek him. So now, so when he got to God, God did what he had to do for him, right? To make him able to
I
go
know the
into that.
story, but where did it say he was not flesh and blood?
It didn't. I'm saying, but when you listen, when you okay, look, okay, here we go.
Now you finna make up some shit.
No,
Go ahead.
no, it
Now
sounds like
you
that.
gotta make it
Listen,
up because
no,
it's not in the
well,
book.
no, listen. This here, check it out. Listen to that. Okay, Enoch in the physical. When he get to God, he connects with the spiritual. So when you connect with the spiritual gonna do something to the physical to transform to take you to the spiritual.
Where did it say that at?
Right here,
Show me.
verse 5 in Hebrews chapter 11.
Read it.
By faith, Enoch was taken from this life, so that he did
Mm-hmm.
not experience death.
Mm-hmm.
Enoch is the physical, which is the physical flesh. Like I said, the
Okay,
physical.
stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there.
Uh
It says Enoch did not taste death, right?
huh.
Okay. So
It said
death,
because.
hold on, death
Okay.
is the physical body, right?
Yeah, that's the physical. That's what I'm saying about the physical.
That's the physical body.
That's the physical.
Now, where did it change?
Because God had taken him away. That's when he united with the spiritual. God is the
You
spiritual.
asked you where did it change? We already know God took him away, but
Yes.
obviously God took flesh and blood and everything away. He took it all the way to heaven.
Well, you gotta look at that. You gotta think about this now. When the physical unites with the spiritual unites to the physical. What's
Okay,
happening?
where does it say spiritual then? Where does it say it unites? Where does it say all this?
It says God had taken him away. That's automatically in that sentence right there.
No, that's not automatically.
Yeah.
Show me where it says the physical became the spiritual and the spiritual went to heaven. Show me that.
No, it's right here. It says God had taken him away. So if God is the spiritual, uniting with the physical, which is Enoch. Enoch is the physical. God represents the spiritual. So the spiritual came to the physical, right? And
Hmm.
if he take him away, he did in between that. God had taken him away. So
So
God is
you
doing the
want me to
action.
believe? Hold on. So basically, you want me to believe when he connected with God, his physical body, I guess, just disappeared, and he became spiritual and went to heaven with God.
No, what I'm saying is that whatever God did to him, right, when he connected with him, it was out of the,
Where
it
does this
allowed him.
say God did? What? Okay, then where does it say God did anything to him?
It did. It says God had taken him away.
He
So that's
kicked him away. That's all it said. Where are you getting the rest of this shit from?
because in order for you to unite with the spiritual and go somewhere, God got to do something to you.
Okay, where does it say God did something to him?
Right there, God had taken him away.
That doesn't mean he did something to him. It just means he took him away.
Yeah, but he
You
brought him.
adding to the shit. This is what
How?
you believers do. You add to the scripture. You want to add to it to try to make it make sense in your head.
No, it's
That's
obvious.
not what it says.
Okay, if you okay, say for instance, right? Say for instance, you in a certain facility where nobody can go because you have to be on your status on Mr. Nelson's level to get there. I don't care who you is. I don't care what kind of power you have. If you don't got this kind of power, you can't get to Mr. Nelson's. So if Mr. Nelson come to me, right? You got to do something to me for me to get the way you have. If you got certain rules set, so you can't be this, and I'm that. But if I get to go with you, it's obviously you did something to me to get you with Mr. Nelson, right?
He was obedient.
But no, I'm saying regardless, I don't care what it is. In order for me to go with you and be with you eternally, you got to do something to me to give me that status without you being false. Because you ain't gonna go against your word. Your
I
word got to
want
stay true.
everybody in the comments to see how he's trying to gaslight me with his bullshit.
No, I'm just
Because nowhere in this book, nowhere in the book of Enoch, nowhere in this story does it say any of the shit that you're saying.
no,
Nothing.
no. Enoch used to be with the angels. See, that's how you learn. Listen, everybody on the whole planet didn't learn mathematics, astronomy, all that come from the Bible. Everybody in any government that's established,
Mathematics and astronomy
yeah,
did not come from
yeah,
the damn Bible.
yeah,
That
come from the
shit
Bible.
existed way before the Bible. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the original scrolls where the Bible came from. The Bible is not the Bible is a translation from the original scroll. You didn't know that?
Oh my God.
Yeah. The Bible was canonized
Mm,
by the
mm, mm.
Catholics. We got the
It
original
was
scroll.
what?
The Bible was
The-
canonized by the Catholic Church. All right. The Catholic Church, they do witchcraft and black magic. So listen, check this out. We got the original scroll. The original scroll, and he untouched,
You
right?
are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, I'm family with God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. Real true bloodline.
What the living fuck?
Okay.
So much shit that he done made up. I mean, he just made this shit
It
up.
sounds like it. It's not made up. I'm telling you, it's not
It
made
is
up.
made up because it's nowhere written in the original scripture. It's nowhere written in Hebrew. It's nowhere written in Greek. It's nowhere written nowhere. The shit you're talking about.
It's deep. Listen, so there's some stuff out here, man. It's dangerous, but I ain't gonna get
He
into
said
that.
it's deep. Hold on, y'all tap the screen up for me. Help us get to 100,000. Thank y'all so much.
Nope.
Yeah, your shit is deep. I'm rolling up my pants leg right now.
Once y'all turn over and y'all get into into the way, you gonna see the power.
You
Oh
don't
my
think?
God, he's talking about. I think I guess because he has figured out that the early followers of Jesus, some of them used to call themselves the Way.
Mm-hmm.
That now he believes that he has some secret knowledge and
Yeah.
he is within the the true bloodline of Jesus because you're following the Way,
Yeah, he
right?
knows some shit that ain't even in the scrolls.
Well, the Way is in the text.
Yeah, I know the way is.
Oh,
I'm
He
talking
okay.
about
he
his
gonna,
knowledge.
you know what? I like y'all. I like y'all really for real. I like y'all. Once y'all get it, I think you got it. But I think it's some other stuff that is turning you to the left or to the right. And how
It's
people.
called logic. It's called common sense.
Oh, y'all using logic?
It's called not. Did you just fucking say?
I didn't know you
Did
was
you?
using logic.
What?
No, man.
Did
Oh,
he
you use
just say
logic.
that?
Yes.
Oh, oh, that's what it is. Oh, okay. You using logic.
Again. What?
We're not supposed to be logical, right?
No,
What?
you using logic.
Oh,
Oh, if
that
you
don't
yeah, if
fit.
you
That
that's
don't
what
fit
that
in the belief system. Logic don't.
no what logic does. Logic is earthly. Like you got to not use logic. You got to use within. You got to search for within the truth. The truth is within.
But the shit you're saying is not
It's
written
only
down nowhere.
Yeah, but you intelligent. Y'all intelligent beings.
That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Okay,
Okay,
listen.
no. Okay, so okay, where do you get your information from? Because we know, and you know, it's not in no scroll, it's not in no book of Enoch, it's not in no Bible. Where are you getting your information from? Let's wait for it, guys. She's getting ready to say the Holy Spirit. Go ahead.
No, listen. Look. You got celestial law, right? And celestial law, letters make numbers, right? And the numbers are universal. Like,
But you the only motherfucker can see this shit.
no. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you. So we can understand it. You can understand like ONEPLUSONETWOEQUALSTWO. See, one plus one, you put them together. Like one plus one equals two. So if you put those letters together, they make a certain number, and the numbers are universal, and everybody know it with addition and all that. All right, so like one plus one equals two. That's a fact. So I put those letters together. That made one plus one equals two. So when we conversating, you know the truth within the conversation. Have you noticed? You talk to somebody, and they say that didn't add up, man. He lying. So see, when you say certain things, certain people, and they told you something, you're like, nah, he lying. That didn't add up.
motherfucker. When a person says that didn't add up, that means that logically it doesn't make sense. But you just said logic is earthly. You don't
No,
even. Are you okay? I
no,
don't
no,
think
no,
you're okay.
no, no.
You're not okay.
No, no. Listen, what I told you is that the numbers don't add up. It ain't. They just
They're
don't know how to
talking
count.
about the logic doesn't make sense
It's
when they
it's
say that doesn't add up. When
it's
you
not
think,
logic. It's celestial law. I'm trying to tell you what it is. The letters, when you add them up together, they make numbers. So in your spirit within, your spirit within, you know the numbers, but you haven't been educated on it to understand the numbers.
Okay. Fuck all that. I'm asking you, are you getting your information from? Where can
Oh,
I go find this information that you just told me about Enoch? Where can I find this information at?
oh, you gotta okay. I told you some stuff out of Hebrews, the book of Hebrews, and then you gotta go read the book of Enoch.
Okay, okay. I've read the
Enoch,
book of Enoch,
yeah,
and it does not say that in the book of Enoch.
yeah. He used to be with the
No, it
angels.
doesn't.
If you, he used to be with the angels.
It doesn't. It don't say that.
It says he used to be
You
with the
know it,
angels.
and I know it.
It's in there. I'm listening. I know. I'm telling you. I ain't gonna tell you nothing wrong about that.
It says the same exact thing that the Bible says. So where are you getting this information from?
Which one you talking about?
Because everything I'm telling you comes from scripture. Everything I'm telling you comes from the scrolls, comes from Hebrew writing. See, everything you know about your God comes from somebody who wrote the shit.
No. I just told you about celestial law. You're not gonna find that in the Bible.
Where, okay, God damn.
See, but see,
Once again, my friend,
yeah, you're not gonna find
where
that.
are you getting your information from so I can go research it right now?
It talks about celestial law, right? But you're
I'm
not
not
gonna.
talking about no celestial law. I'm asking you, where did you get your information about Marcus and the heaven? Can you answer that?
I think you broke up. I didn't hear what you say.
Where can you get the information? Where can I get the information about Enoch ascending to heaven and his body was changed to spiritual and all of this stuff that you said what happened? Where can I get that information from?
Oh, you can get that in the Book of Enoch and in Hebrews
Okay,
11.
you're lying. The book of Enoch does not say that.
No, I say Hebrews 11.
Hebrews 11 does not say that.
Yeah, I told you that.
Hebrews 11 said God just took him away.
Yeah, but you don't understand about the physical uniting with the spiritual.
Show me that, bro. I'm asking you to show me that in the text.
It just said in verse 5. Enoch is the physical, God is spiritual.
Okay? Where does it show you how the transformation goes?
It said it right.
Because you gave me a detailed version of how it went.
Yeah. I went too far because I did that for you and her thinker, because she's on another level.
No.
Yeah.
We're not making. Look here. This is the research live here. That's what this is.
Yeah.
And when somebody says something on this live, I want them to back it up with
Verse 5.
evidence.
Verse 5. If you go
Verse
to
5 does not back up what the fuck you said, my brother.
it does
Does
because
not.
so Enoch is not physical.
Oh my God.
I'm saying in the text, according to the text, right? Enoch is the physical.
Is
Because
God physical?
he's not. He wasn't walking on the earth. He said Enoch wasn't, and God took him away.
I said, is God physical?
Enoch was the physical being.
And
And,
I asked you a question.
okay,
Was God physical?
I didn't hear Enoch was the physical being, and a spiritual being took him away.
Was God physical?
It says the spiritual being took him away.
I'm asking you another question. I don't know why you can't hear me. I'm asking you, was God physical?
Yeah, your God is both.
God is both.
Yeah.
But that time he was spiritual.
Well, it says God right here. Yeah.
And what does it say again? Read it again.
It says because God had taken him away.
Because God had taken him away.
Yeah.
Was God physical or spiritual at that time? I mean,
Uh,
excuse me, was he physical? Yeah, was he physical or spiritual?
well, I look at it, when they say right there, it said God. I look at it as a spiritual being. So I say the spiritual being took the physical being away.
When he was with Adam, was he physical or spiritual?
In both.
He was both.
Yeah, because he walked. Remember, he walked. Remember, he says walked in the garden. You got to go back to the beginning. He said he walked in the garden.
I know what it says.
Yeah, in the cool of the
So,
day.
so are you the one deciding when God is spiritual and when he's physical?
No. Listen. They run this, and it's easy for me, right, to
Mm-hmm.
say something. It's easy for me to say something at this point right here, right.
Mm-hmm.
And if I say something that's incorrect, I will be corrected because who
Mm-hmm.
I
You just
am, right?
got corrected.
No. With this right here, I'm 100 own, right? You know, I'm telling you, but like,
No, you're not.
yeah, 100%.
How are you 100% on when you can't even show me the shit that you said?
I just
'Cause-
did it.
no, you can't. You are adding to the text. You are making up shit. Because and the reason why you're making up shit, I'm gonna tell you why you're making it up. You're
Nah,
making it up because I brought up the scripture telling you that flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. You know the Bible says that shit. You know the scripture says that shit. You
yeah,
know the Hebrew scripture says that shit.
yeah, you're right. But
So
listen, but
now you're making up shit on
no,
how Enoch got there. You're making up shit on how Jesus got there.
no. You don't know the part. Listen, Jesus is already there. Jesus was already there. I could show you in the scriptures where Jesus was omniscient, omnipotent, and everywhere,
Mm-mm-mm.
omnipresent at one time,
Okay.
all one time.
Was okay, was
Before,
Jesus well
before,
hold on, stop. Was Jesus flesh and blood?
yeah, when he was flesh and blood, I could show you he was doing all that one time. At
He was
one time,
flesh and blood,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
So when he died, was he flesh and blood?
yeah. Remember, he came back. He told him, he said, "The flesh and blood." After he ate the fish, he said, "Give me some fish to eat." He said, "The ghost," because they called him a ghost. They thought they seen the ghost. He said, "The ghosts have got flesh." I gotta
So
go to the.
now Jesus is telling you that he's still flesh and blood.
Wait. Let's go to. I gotta go to the text.
Oh, you just said it.
I gotta go to the text and see what the text
Go to
says.
the text. Go ahead. Go ahead. Because you finna make a fool of your damn self.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Well, now,
Cause
yeah,
He
you is
finna,
because you,
finna.
he
Yeah,
said, "Finna."
he
yeah.
already. All right, we passed that.
Now you're gonna have to go against Jesus on this one now.
What you
Jesus,
think?
Jesus lying and you telling the truth.
What Jesus said? Let me see.
Go ahead and read the scripture. Read it.
I gotta
Let him
get
ask
there.
him for the fish.
I gotta get there.
Yeah, read that scripture where Jesus said his flesh.
Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Chapter 20. I went too far. I went to 21.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I know.
Oh, so you studied the scripture. You already know the scripture, right?
Oh, is that a rhetorical question or what?
Uh, okay, hold on. That's the Mary Magdalene. He appears. Okay, on the evening of the first day of the week, when the disciples were together, the door locked for fear of the Jewish leaders, Jesus came and stood among them and said,
Mm-hmm.
"Peace be with you." After he said this, he showed them his hands and side. The disciples were overjoyed when they saw the Lord. Again, Jesus said, "Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, I'm sending you." And with all the brother, he breathed and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit if you forgive your sins."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now Thomas, one of the 12 with the disciples.
Mm-hmm.
So it must have been Luke. Let me see. And then it was a week later. No, it must have been Luke because he said about does a ghost have flesh?
Mm.
I'm in John. I'm probably in the wrong one. Let me get to the other one. It must have been Luke. Okay.
Did Jesus say, does the ghost have flesh?
Yeah, because he asked
Mm-hmm.
for a piece of fish.
Okay. So when he said, oh, right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right.
Uh,
So why did Jesus say that?
because they were scared and they thought he was a ghost. He said he not a
Right.
ghost.
And he said, what again?
He says, "Does the ghost have flesh?"
Do you
I'm,
hear yourself? I just
I'm
need to
finna
make
go.
sure you hear yourself.
Yeah, I'm finna Google it very quick. I'm gonna get there. So I don't waste no time. I don't want to waste your time.
Keep making a fool of himself and don't
No,
even
not.
know
No, not because I know what I'm talking about. I can go deeper than that. I can tell you some other stuff that'll blow your
it.
mind.
No, I don't want no makeup shit. If you can't show me in scripture, then I don't even want to hear it.
Flesh.
Who, like, do you have a pastor or are you teaching yourself?
No. God, I'm family. I don't need that. I don't need none of that. We
Oh,
study.
you being taught by God?
Yeah. We don't need. Don't let no
Mm,
man. Listen. Don't let no man educate you
hmm
on his theology or
Don't
philosophy.
let no ghost educate you because he fucking you up.
No, Luke 24:39. I think.
Okay, go ahead, read it.
Let me get there. Yeah. Okay, I was in the right one. Luke. When I went to Luke 39. Okay. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Just read it.
All right. Let me get there.
Can somebody get the races out of the comments, please?
Okay. And they were startled and frightened. Okay, here it goes.
Mm-hmm.
While
Yeah,
they
there you
were
go.
while they were still talking about Jesus, Jesus himself stood among them and said to them, "Peace be with you." They were startled and frightened, thinking they saw a ghost. He said to them, "Why are you troubled? And why do you doubt? And why do doubts rise in your minds? Look at
Mm.
my hands and my feet. It is I myself. Touch me and see. A ghost does not have flesh and bones, as you
Stop
see
right
I
there.
have. Yeah,
Stop. Just stop.
yeah.
Jesus told you that he was flesh and bone right there, right?
Boom.
Boom. And his ass went to heaven.
I mean, you know it.
And yet the scripture says flesh and blood cannot enter the heaven. But yet he did. Enoch did. So somebody lying.
No, nobody ain't lying. See, they don't understand Paul. When Paul write,
Never mind. I can't.
he had resurrected. You know that, right? But then before he resurrected, he still went up there because he's omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent.
Okay. So what did Paul mean when he said flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven? What did he mean by that?
I have to go to that verse and check it out and analyze it. I read it every day. I know what you're talking about, though. It's in 1 Corinthians chapter 15, I believe.
Okay, that ain't what I asked you. I asked you what did it mean.
It means that you're gonna have a glorified body. Your body got to be changed to glorification, as towards humans who are sinful, right? And the sinful
Mm-hmm.
nature. He talks about that through his book. So, like, before you get to that verse in the 15th chapter, he tells you about the sinful nature of man, right? And Jesus wasn't
Mm-hmm.
sinful, and he was the only one. There was no celestial being able to open the scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
So, see, even the celestial beings that they said, okay, according to the text, let's say, for instance, we just going, me and you outside of the text, we don't believe in none of the text.
Mm-hmm.
All we doing is analyzing the text.
Mm-hmm.
We were not believers. We just analyze what was written in the text. Now, according to the text, right? The people of the text who didn't believe in the text, right? As the text is
Mm-hmm.
written,
Mm-hmm.
and by analyzing the text, you're saying that everybody outside of the text, say if you got flesh and blood, you sinful, right? You're not
Mm-hmm.
able. Once you sin, you are bound under a contract, which is according to this text. Even celestial beings, when they
Mm-hmm.
break God's command, you totally separated from God. There's no
Okay.
coming back.
Okay. Well, let's run with that.
Okay,
Let's run with that.
they say I'm not a believer and you're not a believer. We don't believe. I'm just saying what the text is talking about. Because it
Well,
says
let's run with the text.
no. What I'm
Let's
saying
run
is
with the
this.
text.
There's nothing wrong with
Let's,
text. I'm saying, but what I'm
okay, let's
saying,
run with it.
and we run with that
Let's
now.
run. Can we
Now,
run with it?
now, okay, yeah. Now, anybody
Let's run
else,
with that.
okay, even like the celestial beings who did broke against God's law and rebelled, all right, and a third of them was cast out. The ones who didn't, they
Mm-hmm.
stayed. Now,
Mm-hmm.
those beings wasn't able to open the scrolls
Okay.
because they didn't have the
Okay.
power. So,
Okay. Well, I'm not. I gotta stop you, bro, because you preaching, and I can't deal with it. So
well, no,
now,
I'm doing the text.
let's
I'm just
go
going to the
back.
text.
Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back. The sinful body,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
yeah.
All right. Now, let's go back and look at that. Let's look at that very carefully. You like to call it the fall of man of what Adam and Eve done, right? And then you also believe that we're born into sin, right? Everything after Adam and Eve was born into sin, right?
You get understanding. Can I get you understanding on that?
I'm just going off what you
Yeah.
what you believe.
But no, I'm talking about according to the text, right? But the text
According
is
to the
state,
text, what?
the text is stating that the flesh that I receive from my mom and my daddy, right, and from
Yeah.
all through generations, that flesh right there has the ability and gonna have the ability to want and to desire sin. Now, I'm not
So that
held.
means you're born into sin,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But I'm not held accountable for that sin on a certain age limit, and then when I actually commit the sins.
Okay.
I carry them out. You see what I mean? In my physical body. So like, if I don't carry them out, if I'm under a certain age, which is I'm not, my mind's and not developed enough to
Hmm.
understand difference between wrong and right. Yeah, like I think 11 and under, so under 12.
Did Cain kill Abel?
Yeah, he murked him.
Okay. He murked him. Okay. Now, so that means, like I said, the belief is that every woman, or every girl, every boy that is born into this world after that point is born into sin. Is that right or wrong?
Yeah, after what Adam did. Yeah.
Okay, they're born into sin.
Hmm.
So was Jesus born into sin?
Yeah, he was born into sin, but he didn't know. He didn't commit sin. He was born in sin, it's the flesh, like he was born into sin, right? And
Hmm.
that what had to happen. So that's why he had to be. That's why in Hebrews 2:14 he said he had to be made fully human in every way, in order that he might
Hmm.
become a merciful and faithful high priest in the service of God,
Hmm.
because he had to be tempted. So
So
I mean,
Jesus never disobeyed his parents or nothing.
I didn't see it in the text.
Never did that.
I didn't see.
He was born into sin, but he never disobeyed his parents. No,
Yeah, he didn't sin. He didn't
never.
commit sin because if he had to be blemished. If he committed sin, then all this right here is false.
If he committed sin.
If he could listen, if he committed sin, right?
Hmm.
Everything that they talk about and everything that they do and they believe
Hmm.
is false, because that's what the whole purpose of the Levitical priesthood was for, to show
Hmm.
foreshadowing, which is an example of what had to be done in the Holy of Holies. That's why when the dude touched the ark, he got murked.
Hmm.
If he wasn't a priest, because he wasn't like okay, like so like the Catholic Church, The scriptures is the ark of the covenant,
And
right?
hold on for a second, Nelly. Don't it, like it's so crazy for an all powerful God to have all these fucking rules that he have to do, all this foreshadowing that he has to do. Like he's all powerful, but he had to foreshadow some shit, and he couldn't just do what he wanted. Like that's just fucking wild to me.
Think about, but think about this. Remember the flood? He murked everything. So 8 to show you how you get down. See, he can light it up right now. You see what happened in California, right? You see how we lit it up? Burn the town down. Everybody want to get stank or they want to get cute. We burn the town down.
You think God did that?
Burn the town down. Listen, this is what
God
you
did
got.
that.
Why
If you don't
are
got,
you saying it like that?
that's how we get down. I'm just showing you how we is. See, like people, we kind and we love you. But if you want to get like that, we show you who you really, how you want to get. We get worse than what you get. Like when you see like somebody
You
get
keep
murked.
saying we, or you
That's how.
God. You
That's
keep
how we
saying
get.
we. Who is we?
I don't think you understand. Listen,
No, I understand that you're delusional, but I mean, when you say we, who you? What do you mean we? Who is we?
there we go. See, so that's what, now we on point. So listen, check this out. This is how we get down. We give
Just
you,
tell me who we is. That's all the bullshit. Tell me who we is.
but to you it sound like that. But when they come to you and they get that straight, then you be like, oh man, I apologize. You got to keep that
When
same
who
energy.
come to me? Who is who? Who gonna come to me?
I'm just saying, you got to keep that same energy though. Light it up like that and stay amplified.
I am amplified. I'm asking you who the fuck is we?
We got to turn the volume up and put the bass in it too, though. You know what I'm talking about?
Who the fuck is we?
But your heart
Is that
posture
bass enough for you?
and the
Something
vibration.
this just changed. Like right now, what he's doing, like this just changed. This feels like straight psychosis. Like at
Mm-hmm.
this
No, you feel
before it just sounded like ignorance. This right
yeah.
here
It's
sounds like
heartbeat.
psychosis.
It's
It
heartbeat.
is.
Your
It
heart your
is.
heart rate. Listen, your heart rate change. That's how it works. The truth, when the truth hits your heart rate, right, it lets you know the truth, what it is. And your vocal tone and your vocal cords change because that's how the feel work. We ain't got no feel.
When's the last time you had a CAT scan?
I love y'all though. I still got I love y'all. Man.
Yeah,
I gotta get
we're
out. I
about to
gotta.
let you go. Yeah,
All right,
you
Yeah.
just you just took a hell of a turn.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck?
I, that- I, I just want to see how far he would go with the gaslighting. I mean, he was gaslighting his ass off. He was shooting some shit for real. I had to raise up and raise my pants legs up. Shit.
He's not okay
No,
at
he's
all.
not. He's not okay. He's dangerous.
Yeah.
He's a dangerous man.
Carolina. Carolina, are you there? All right.
Come up and go on Tika?
Usually that means that they're in the box on accident. Um, I'm
Could
gonna
be.
take. Yeah, that's their way of freaking out because they don't.
Oh,
Yeah, they don't know how to work the app yet, I guess, and they typically like scroll up because they think that's what's gonna take them off. I don't know. I don't know who's in here on purpose. Mona, Mona Mia,
okay. Mm. Yeah.
Brianna, Brianna. All right, this is the last person in the box right here, y'all. The guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible. If you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up, the guest box is open. That was wild. Like I checked out, especially when he said, "Oh, you're using logic." I checked the fuck out because it's difficult. I can't
Yeah.
follow too much nonsense. Like I can't. It irritates me and it drains me. Like,
I was
Like,
just
who's on first?
amazed. I was just amazed at the story because I just wanted to, like, I had to get him to say it at least 3 times about Enoch ascending to heaven, body and all. Jesus ascending to heaven, body and all. I have him to say it 3 times. And the minute I mentioned that scripture about flesh and blood can't enter heaven, I mean, he came up with a whole scientific story. I mean, I was like, I couldn't believe what he was saying. For that one damn line,
Holman
God
said,
took him.
Holman said A plus B equal 2. And that's what people mean when they say that ain't adding up. Because people say that ain't adding up. Words are numbers.
Goodness.
But this is what this belief system has done to people's minds and,
Yeah.
their process of thinking.
Hmm. And it's sad. It
Very
really
sad.
is.
Yeah, very
And it's
sad.
dangerous.
Like he literally said that Adam watched Eve eat the fruit to see if she would die, and he couldn't see how that is abusive. Like, yeah, you you say he used her as a test dummy, motherfucker, and you
Yeah.
don't see that? Like what?
Yeah. And I didn't even bleed into what he was actually saying. I mean, he lightweight threatened me.
Did he?
Yeah, he lightweight threatened me when he said we. He said we. Yeah, when we come, you hold that, keep that same energy. Keep that same when we come. And
Oh,
I said,
I
who the
didn't
fuck is
hear.
we?
I did not hear that. I told you I checked
Yeah.
the fuck out. Go ahead, Nelly. I'm gonna let you lead a lot of these because I'm a little tired. But
Okay.
go ahead.
Not a problem. Who am I speaking with?
Hey, are you talking to me? I wanted to be
Y-
respectful of the chat.
yes, I'm talking to you. Yes, sir.
Hey, man. Yeah, my name's
What's
Trav.
your What's your name?
Trav.
Trav. Okay, and how old are you, Trav, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 44.
44. Great. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're an atheist, or you deconstructing?
Yeah, I'm a believer in the God of the Bible.
Great, man. Okay, so what topic did you come up to talk about?
Uh, I was gonna ask a question
Well,
about number one,
you
the
have to pick a
prompt.
topic. You
Yeah,
have
the
to pick
prompt.
one of these topics. Okay, go ahead. Which
Yeah,
topic?
I mean all of them, but I would say the first one, Jezebel was innocent. Super
Okay.
interested to hear your perspective on that.
Well, I mean, what makes you think she wasn't?
So I would say scriptural. Okay, so like there's two bases, right? Number one, scripturally, if we're talking about Jezebel, who was the wife of Ahab, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one who chases Elijah off. So from a scriptural point of view, I feel like it pretty much outlines the fact that she was not innocent. Now I would say Ahab is the more guilty one for certain reasons, but not innocent. And then historically, we can look back at that time period and we can see data that shows there's an actual, people group that were there, lines up historically with what we see, biblically. So, I know that might feel a little loose, but when we read the scripture account, we see her um, painted as a very devious, underhanded, maniacal, if you will, individual.
What? Okay. Can you read that scripture to me, please?
I'm driving in my car, so I can reference it.
Oh,
Yeah, I can reference it. But I mean, I think that if you were to ask pretty much any biblical scholar, anybody, even just first time reading through that story,
mm-hmm.
I think that they would be able to very easily. I don't think that it's like parsing words, right? Like, well, this word
Can you
means
just
this.
reference the scripture?
This word, yeah. I mean that entire narrative, right? Isn't that
What script?
Kings?
What scripture says that what you just said? Can you reference it so I can pull it up on the screen?
I would say, yeah, the entire passage of Jezebel's existence, from the way that she interacts, there's immorality there, right? With servants, the way that she
Wait,
interacts
I'm
with
sorry. There's
her
what? There's what?
immorality.
Which is what? Like define the immoral thing that she did with the servants.
Uh, yeah, having sexual relations with individuals there.
There's a part in the story that says she had sex with her servants in the story.
Right. So if you look at the different types of servants that were had, there were different tiers of slaves, some of which were concubines and male concubines. She forced
Well,
many
a
people to
concubine
be
would be a husband or a
eunuchs.
wife.
That's not true. That
A
can be
concubine,
true,
a,
but
a concubine
can
isn't a wife.
it can be true. Yes, it can be, but it's not also always true. Solomon had many concubines. Also had women who were classified as concubines, but were not. Just in the same way that there were slaves, but there were also free slaves. There were, and
A
I'm talking about in
free
biblical.
slave? How are you a free slave?
It's a great question. In the Old Testament, in that time, there were people considered slaves and free slaves, slaves who had actually won their freedom through generational serving, but
I'm
they
sorry. Wait, slaves
chose.
that won their freedom?
Correct.
If
Historically,
they're free, then they're not a slave. Like I'm confused. How are you a free slave?
okay. So a free slave, which is a very loose term, right? Because it seems like an oxymoron. A free slave in historically at that point in time would have been somebody who had won their independence and freedom through generational slavery and through consistent, I guess you could say, like good performance as a slave, which I know sounds horrible. This is all horrible. It's all horrible. Let's just come out and
I
say
mean, you're
that.
making it up. You're
No, I'm
literally making
actually.
that up. Yes, you are. You are
No, can I?
making that up. There is
No, I'm not.
nothing in this text. Yes, you are. There is
No, I'm
nothing in
not.
this text. Yes, you are. There is absolutely nothing
No,
in
I'm
this
not.
text that talks about anyone winning their freedom
No.
from
You
slavery.
asked me what a
The
free
the
slave was. So a
the
slave.
Israelites had. I'm sorry. I'm talking right
I
now.
didn't get to answer your question.
But you're making it up. And
No, I'm
what
not.
I originally asked you to do was give me the scripture that you said that you could reference that you now can no longer reference because now it's the entire book. You literally have said that in the story Jezebel is having sex with free slaves. There's nothing in this story that says Jezebel had sex with anybody.
Yeah, incorrect. So what I
Then
would say is,
reference the
if you look
scripture.
any of the
Then reference what scripture does it say she had sex with her slaves?
okay, so when you look through at the prophets that she had who were worships
Scripture,
of
please.
Baal, the
Scripture, please.
entire scope of that
Nope.
period of
No.
time, man.
No. I need the scripture that says she had sex with her slaves. Please.
Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm arguing with somebody that is not engaging in conversation but just wants to get pissed off.
You're not arguing with anybody, and you're
You're right, I'm
talking to
not.
someone who studies this book and reads it in Hebrew. So what
Well,
I need from you is the scripture that says Jezebel fucked her servants.
right. So, and what I would tell you is that it is classically understood and historically understood that a certain class of prophet was considered a free slave. And those were the individuals who worship Baal, who were either chosen
Oh,
to become
this
eunuchs.
is not
Can
in
I
the Bible.
finish?
So
No, it is, ma'am.
no, it's not in the Bible. What you're doing is you're reading your own interpretation in the Bible. Is what
Kind
you're
of
doing.
like where you said that Adam watched Eve eat fruit. That's less in the Bible than the inference of understanding historically who a people group were. A free slave is somebody who
Wait,
literally
so
won
when
their
it
freedom
says that
and
Adam
chose.
was there, first off, I didn't say that. I said the guest said that shit. And if the text says Adam was with her when she ate from that tree, what the fuck, was his eyes closed the whole time he was there?
It definitely wasn't that she's a test subject. That's for sure.
I didn't say that. I said the fucking guest said that.
Yeah, I would say that your tone
I don't give
and
a
your
fuck.
I
I
know
don't give a fuck.
that's the
Call me
and that's
Jezebel. Call me
why would,
Jezebel. I don't give a
why would I
damn.
call
Like
you?
you trying to tone police me? I don't care. I
No,
don't owe you any type of baby talk.
I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking is to be able to answer the question you originally asked.
What I asked you for was for the scripture that you came up here making claims that this book says something and you're not able to do it and you want to gaslight us with all of this fucking word salad.
No, I'm not
Yes.
The book,
gaslighting you
the
with any
book,
word salad.
the
Yes, you
book
are.
does not say it. The book does not
Yeah,
say what you said. No, it does not.
yeah. So what I would say is it's not just in the Book of Kings, but there's an entire people group going all the way through Egypt that were labeled as free slaves. Let's start there. A free slave is somebody who generationally won their freedom, okay, through whether it was their parents or their grandparents were all slaves, these slaves. They had the opportunity to go free. They chose to remain in bondage because
And
this
what
the
does
it
that have to do with Jezebel fucking her slaves?
great question. That was point number two that I was trying to answer. So many of those individuals choose to go into idolatry worshiping, become prophets. So what we see then is out of those, we see Jezebel forcing many of them to be eunuchs. And typically what takes place is those eunuchs, if those people aren't eunuchs, they're often indentured concubines to whatever royalty is there, right? So the inference is that she literally has the hundreds and hundreds and
Hold on.
hundreds of
How
these
is a
prophets.
eunuch a concubine if they don't have a dick?
Yeah, they're not. That's my point. When you choose
You
between
just
being a
said that
eunuch,
they're
nope,
concubines. You just said she forced them to be eunuchs, and when they're eunuchs, they
or,
become concubines.
or
How are they concubines with
when,
no penis?
right, ma'am. So what I actually said was they have the choice to be a prophet who is a eunuch or a prophet who is a basically indentured sex slave, concubine.
That's not what you said. But can you give us the
Good
scripture
God.
for that, please?
Just
Yeah. You just come up here saying a bunch of bullshit and don't
Mm-hmm.
expect for people to ask you to reference what the fuck you say. You're not going to be able to do that in here.
He couldn't even tell me where the story was.
A fucking freed slave. Egypt's slave system allowed the people to work their way up to their freedom. Once they work their way up to their freedom, they're no longer a fucking slave. There is no such thing as a free slave. The fuck?
Stupid. Wow. It's amazing what people can make up.
And then he's like, I can reference it. I'm driving, but I can reference it. And then as soon as I ask you to reference it, all of a sudden you can't.
I just knew he knew the story and this, that, and the other. Because I done pulled up all my Jezebel shit. I was ready to lay into his ass. Oh my God.
But they're no longer a slave if they're free. They're a freed person. They're not a free slave. He was basically trying to say that they were slaves who became free, who became forced concubines. Like he wasn't making any sense.
Yeah, if you're freed from slavery, you're no longer a slave. You can't be a free slave.
And then that's what they do, all that fucking gaslighting and word salad shit. You literally said that you could reference it. Then do it so we can pull it up. There's nothing in this book that says that Jezebel had sex with her fucking servants.
Mm-mm,
That's a
nowhere.
lie.
Nowhere Jezebel is mentioned does it say that. Um, is that how do you pronounce your name? Cat?
Yes, indeed.
Cat? Okay, how old are you, Cat, for TikTok purposes?
Oh, you don't know that you never ask the age to a lady?
Well, I'm gonna
uh,
have to ask the age this time.
yeah, I'm 43 in this
You're four.
life.
Okay, you're 43 in this life, and are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're an atheist, or are you deconstructing?
Hold on. Master Sheik,
Well,
you just read what you so. Don't type in caps in my fucking comments. You are muted for 5 minutes. If you do it again, I'm gonna block your ass. Caps are for mods only and people who have a vision impairment. If you have a vision impairment, reach out to a mod and let a mod know so that we don't mute you. But if I see all caps, I am gonna mute you. And then if you keep doing, I'm just gonna block you. Thank you. Go ahead, Cat. I'm sorry.
thank you. It's cool. It's cool. What are we talking about? The
Well,
woman?
I, I'm trying to qualify you for the conversation, so I'm asking you: Are you a believer in the
Yeah.
God of the Bible?
Yes, thank you. Yes and no. First, I speak French, okay? I'm so sorry. Well, I'm gonna be able to explain myself. I've been raised by nuns in a convent, and I can tell you that I'm not into the Bible things.
Okay, well, you
I've
know that we're
seen,
talking about the Bible, right?
yes, indeed,
And and there are three
but
topics on the board. Hold on, Kat. There are three
mhm.
topics on the board. Which topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I heard you talking about the woman and the God and the church, and who else than Mary, the mother of Jesus?
Okay, well, that's not none of
It's
the topics. We can't bring up old conversations with other guests. You have to come up and start your own conversation with one of the topics that are on the board.
it's okay, as you wish.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can stop that. I can stop there. But I'm gonna give you one, two, and three Q. First of all, women are X X, men are X Y.
Okay,
Segundo,
hold on,
segundo,
cat. We don't need a lecture. If you're not going to discuss what's on the topic board, then I ask you to step down. And thank you for coming up. Are you there, cat? You're on mute. I can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
no, I'm done. I'm not here to argue. I just
Okay, great. Shit.
They be looking for opportunities to just be bigots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how miserable do you have to be that you just go around in somebody else's motherfucking sex life and somebody else's identity? Like, fucking live your life.
Exactly.
Miserable as fuck.
Whew.
Latrice, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Look, I know a lot of y'all are new here. If you come on stage and you make a claim about the text, we're gonna ask you to back it up. We're not going to fly over it. If we make a claim about the text, we're going to put it on screen. We're going to read it to you. We're going to tell you where it is so that you can read it yourself. And so we expect the same thing from you. And you're not going to be able to gaslight us into bypassing that. We're not going to let you move on until you show us where it says that in this book. Or if you make a historical claim, we're not going to let you bypass it until you provide the source for us so that we can research it ourselves. That's what we do in here. You can whine about us not letting you talk. I don't give a fuck. You have to back up what you say, especially if you state it as fact.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you should, like, as a person who claims that you know what you're talking about, you should appreciate that.
Exactly.
The only time they don't is when you know you bullshit. But the guest box is open. Y'all, do me a favor, help feed the beast. Let's see if we can get some more people in here. It is 530 people in here with another 80 on YouTube. I appreciate y'all for being here.
Let's see.
Let's not get quiet, please.
Mm-mm. I know they're in there. I just want somebody to come up and let's just have a conversation. We don't have to argue. We don't have to. Let's let's just have a conversation about the topic. Whatever topic you choose, let's have a conversation.
The the conversations that we've had tonight, like it just gives you a broader look into the mindset of the misogyny that's out there and the stories that men tell each other to justify
Hmm.
the demonization of the female characters in this book, that also lets them go throughout society and portray that same demonization on the type of women that they think fits that stereotype.
Right, that part. I, and somewhat when I was a believer and I was in church and all of that, somewhat I thought that way too. You know, I look at my character back then, and quite frankly, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for me, but you know, I live and I learn, and uh, and can admit that I'm wrong. You know, I was wrong. Like I was wrong as hell. I was just stuck in what I was taught, and you can be taught wrong. That's definitely a fact, and that's what happened. Hey, I hope somebody comes. I really hope they pick the topic of the Jezebel. I want someone to come up here and talk about why they feel Jezebel was not innocent in this whole story.
The it's the and then like he made the acknowledgement that Ahab would be more responsible, right? More guilty than Jezebel, but but comes up to argue how guilty Jezebel was. If Ahab is more guilty than Jezebel, and you know this as a male, why would you spend your time trying to prove that Jezebel was guilty? For one, your stance behind that, her being guilty, is that she worshipped uh, in the cult of Baal, and they had sex concubines. That's his whole thing. She was immoral because they had sex concubines. When first Jezebel was not an Israelite, she didn't have to worship Yahweh.
Mm-mm.
Ahab did, and you as a believer of this God, as a male, know and made the declaration that Ahab was more guilty. Ahab was a king of the Israelites, of God's chosen people, of this God's chosen people, and in covenant. So Ahab worshiping Baal, he's guilty. She's not.
Mm-mm.
Second, the Israelites had concubines. The Levite priest, a Levite priest of this God, offered his concubine to the tribe of Benjamin, to another tribe, to rape and abuse, to save himself. But
Mm.
but you want to focus on Jezebel, who was raised on a different religion, not obligated to the cult of Yahweh. You want to focus on her immorality of having male concubines because it's a different God, and ignore that your God's priest had concubines that he threw out to have raped and abused. But Jezebel is not innocent, and Ahab is more guilty. But fuck that. We're not going to talk about Ahab. We're going to talk about how guilty Jezebel is because she was raised on the cult of Baal, because it's not Yahweh. This is the hypocrisy that is in this belief system. This is the
Hmm.
hypocrisy that is male, patriarchal, misogynistic bullshit.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, pretty much these hell didn't. Let's see. If I remember, I'm trying to make sure I remember this right. I might say it wrong. Hagar, wasn't that a servant? Wasn't he specifically called a concubine?
Yeah, she was a concubine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said
Well,
he. I meant
he,
she. I'm sorry.
I think he ended up, and they called concubines wives, or they called the men husbands, even though they were concubines,
Hmm.
because women were property. Like women had no self agency. So even as a concubine, he was seen as her husband, but she wasn't the wife. She wasn't the head wife. They had like head wives. So Sarah would have been the head wife and concubine. Hagar would have been the concubine. And the issue with Sarah and Hagar is that when Hagar got pregnant, she started looking at Sarah as if they were the same. And Sarah didn't like that. She looked at
Now,
Sarah as if Sarah was insignificant, like she wasn't the head wife, and they were the same because she was pregnant and Sarah was not. And so Sarah didn't like that. So Sarah started mistreating Hagar.
I could be quoting this wrong, but I believe that I can't call out the scholar's name, but it's a few scholars that I've read uh, look at the secondary wife as a concubine, like with elevated status or something like that.
Say that again.
Like most scholars, don't they uh, uh, look at a concubine as a secondary wife, but with elevated
Yeah,
status?
not elevated status. No.
Huh, I could have sworn that's what they said.
The A concubine is a secondary wife. I don't know what you mean by elevated status. That the first wife always had all the most power in the house in the ancient Near East. The wives would kind of fight amongst each other. A man could elevate a concubine to take, the status of the first wife. He
Hmm.
could he could downgrade the first wife, but there was always a first wife, a head wife that controlled the house. So like if you look at Proverbs 31, I think it says she controls, like she's the head of the wives or something like that. Um, Hold on, let me see. Like she's the head of the household or something. Hold on.
Let me see. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, name concubine Hagar. Hagar, Sarah's Egyptian servant, is explicitly called a concubine through the narrative. Genesis 16, Genesis 25:12. Let's see what else did I have there.
Yeah, and
Additional
Proverbs
concubines. Go ahead.
Proverbs 31:15 says, she rises while it's still night and provides food for her household and gives task to her female servants. So she rules the other female servants. And depending on if the husband has had sex with that female servant, if the husband has had sex with her, then she becomes a concubine. So the head wife rules the other female servants, like she's over them. She's like their
Right.
boss. Yeah.
See, I got okay, additional concubines after Sarah's death. After Sarah died, Abraham married Keturah. That's Genesis 25. Then it says the question is whether Keturah was a wife or a concubine. Well, Genesis 25:1 calls Keturah a wife. First Chronicles 1:32 calls her Abraham's concubine.
Well, so the question is Keturah another name for Hagar? We don't know. There are
Mm,
some Jewish traditions that say that Keturah is another name for Hagar, and that after Sarah died, Abraham went back and got Hagar.
mm-hmm.
And then there are some that says that Keturah is a different wife. But Keturah is after Sarah dies, though.
Right. Yeah, I had made some notes on that, and I'm just trying to read through some of them. But yeah, I remember that's where I got that from because uh, it said, let's see, the Bible does not give a precise total number of concubines of Abraham. Da da da. Does the name at least one strongly implies? No. Where did I see that at? I know I saw it because um,
What are you looking for?
what I said about elevated. Uh, says I know
Hey, Dank.
it says let's see, most scholars see it said right here, most scholars conclude she was a secondary wife, a concubine with elevated status. That's where I
Hagar, yeah,
got that
because
from.
Hagar got pregnant, right?
Hmm.
That's why Sarah starts. Hagar starts seeing herself as equal to Sarah as the head wife,
Hmm.
and so when the text says that she looked on Sarah with contempt or she despised Sarah, uh, what it actually says is that she looked at Sarah to low esteem, right? She's looking at her like you're not above me anymore. And Sarah doesn't like that. So the elevated status would be that she's pregnant, right? She's carrying Abraham's first child,
Okay.
but she was still a
Okay.
concubine.
Okay. Now Hagar, let me see. I'm just reading through my notes here. Now Hagar was the mother of Ishmael, right? And then it says Keturah doesn't give the names, but it said had six sons with Abraham.
Right. So Keturah is after Sarah dies. And
Right.
there are some Jewish traditions that say Keturah is another name for Hagar, and that Abraham went back and got Hagar. And then there are some that says that Keturah is a completely different woman. So we don't know what the author intended there, but yeah, Keturah is after Sarah. So either
Hmm.
Abraham had both Hagar and Sarah, and then they changed Hagar's name, or Abraham had Sarah, Hagar, and Keturah.
And I have that in there too as well because I knew when you said that some scholars believe that Keturah was Hagar. Uh, it says at least two named Hagar or Keturah. That's what it says.
Right. Because think about it, like there's not like the God tells Hagar and Abraham, I'm going to bless Ishmael because he is the seed of Abraham, right? He's
Right.
like, that's Abraham's seed, so I'm gonna bless him to become a mighty nation. If Keturah is somebody different, then who are the Keturhites? Like, why didn't the God bless Keturah's six sons? Like,
Exactly.
so that to me, that's why I would think that the story is saying Keturah is Hagar. But again, there's nothing to the author doesn't make that clear whether that character is the same person.
And I think I'm going to add that in there, what you just said, because that is a very, very good point. Why didn't the God um, bless the six sons?
Right. Like,
Because there's
and
no mention
my
of them after that.
yeah. The also like the biggest thing that I think believers miss here is their all knowing God. Their all knowing God required for Hagar to go to go back and give birth to a son that he never intended for Abraham to have in the first place, and he never was going to send the promise to. Why did he want Hagar to go back? It's my first question. Why was he okay with Hagar having Ishmael if he already knew that he was going to give Sarah a child? Once Hagar left, if Ishmael isn't important to the God's plan, why get involved? If Sarah did this without the God wanting her to, why get involved? Right? This is very human. Like
Yes.
and the way the story is told is very human. but believers miss it.
That is a very good point. That is a very. I didn't even think of it that way. I, and I'm quiet because I'm writing this shit down. Um, so I'm stealing your shit just to let you know. Uh, that is a very, very good point. Both of those are very, very good points. And I didn't even think of that. And I have all these notes in here, and I did not even think of that. Yeah, I'm going to add that. I have to because that'll make people think. That is a very, very uh, good question to make people think. The why. Hmm. Um, I cannot read that name. Jagger. Uh, you went on teacup. Jagger, are you there?
Jagadish.
Wow. I think I might be spooking them.
No, I don't think they knew they were on stage.
Oh, okay.
All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Um, it is almost 2 a.m. We'll
Yeah,
give it to about 2:30. See if we get any conversations going. Don't be afraid to come on stage again. Just to let y'all know where y'all at. The rules of the live. Don't bullshit us. That's just that on that. I don't like gaslighting. I don't like bullshitting. I don't like gish galloping, circle jerking. I'm gonna call it out just to let you know. If you're able to back up what you say, we can pull it up on screen. First off, we shouldn't be driving while we're on TikTok. But if you are, when you come up here and you need us to pull something up for you, we have a big, beautiful screen where we can do that for you. And you don't have to be a scholar. Like, if you know where you got, just know if you're gonna state something, just know where you got it so that we can pull it up and read it for ourselves. That's all we ask.
that's it. Back up what you say. That's it. 'Cause I'm not perfect and I don't know everything.
You say
Um,
you feel attacked. No. Right. And make sure it makes sense. Because a free slave is a fucking oxymoron.
Yeah, heavy on the moron.
Crazy.
he said a free slave.
It's like, and I know that's a loose term. That's a non. That's a no term. What the fuck?
Wow.
And then
That's something else.
the way they just assume, like in there, and like when he was talking in his tone, he just assumed that we don't study this text in a intellectual, like a scholarly fashion.
Hmm.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know
It's
why.
interesting how they just assume that.
I mean, the stuff that comes out of especially your mouth, they would know that you study way outside this Bible. I mean, just based on your conversation and how you uh, um, conversate with people. I mean, if you have any common sense at all, you would know that you're outside of the book as well. You're into, the literature, you're into the script, the scrolls, you're into the Hebrew, you know, shit. It's
But he hadn't
crazy.
even spoken to me yet. It's just the way that he just assumed that not even like even you, because he had only spoken to you. He just
Right.
assumed that
Hmm.
he was in a room with people that hadn't that did don't study this text. That can't read Hebrew. And he's like, if you any scholar can explain this to you guys, like the way that he was saying it, he just assumed.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make it very clear to everyone. I do not read Hebrew. I'm working on it, but I still ain't got past the alphabet yet. So give me some time.
That's the easiest thing to learn.
No,
Doctor,
it's not the learning part of it. I mean, I know it. I just can't say it. My problem is saying it.
yeah, the pronunciation is hard, but well, the pronunciation of the alphabet, but it's putting that when you formulate words with it is when it gets hard to pronounce. But Dr. B's book just launched. It came in the mail the other day, and
Hmm.
so the book that Dr. B uses for class, it is a difficult book to understand, and it does make learning Hebrew hard. But Dr. B's book, he takes his the way of he teaches to make it
Hmm.
easier for us, and he put it all in a book. And so, if you get Dr. B's book, I think it'd be easier for you to learn it. Don't use Sorrow.
Where could I get it from? I can go to his
Amazon.
page probably.
Yeah, Amazon. I think he's about to put it on TikTok Shop too. But it's on Amazon. But he makes it so simple in his book, and he had during the semester he had sent me a PDF copy of the book, and I could like read his book along with the Sal textbook that we're using, and it made it easier for me. So
Yeah, I've always had a problem, when it comes to reading. I can hear the word in my head. I know what the word says, but it's hard for me to say it. And I don't know what they call that, but I've had that problem my whole life, you know. I can explain the word, but to say the word, a lot of words is hard for me to say.
yeah, that's like I can't say similarly, similarly,
Similarity?
similarly, similarly.
Good. Okay, I don't feel so bad now.
Yeah, no, I think everybody has words that they can't pronounce. Hold on, let me get the book and I'll tell you the name of it. Hold on.
Okay. Let me go to my guys. Let's see if we can get the likes on up to 200,000 while we're sitting here waiting for a guest to come up. Tap the screen, everyone, for about 30 seconds. Each and every person in the live, please tap the screen for 30 seconds. And let's get those likes up to 200,000.
It's Learn to Read Ancient Hebrew, an Introduction for Complete Beginners, Volume 1.
Gee, okay, hold on. I gotta note this. Um,
Oh, yes, Black Dragon. Will that help me with conversation? Would that help me with modern Hebrew too, Dragon? Because I actually, like, during class, I used to Google looking for children's books. But the thing is, like, what we're learning is biblical Hebrew, and I know modern Hebrew is kind of different. But I do want to get better, like, with I want to learn the conversational. So, yeah, if you could send me some children's books, that would be awesome.
do they have like a learning biblical Hebrew for dummies?
I don't know. I haven't looked. But his book would be, like, honestly, it's if you could see it, even the way he formatted the font and the spacing, it's not
Hmm.
tedious. It's not tedious. The text isn't small. It like it this you would be able to follow this.
I wish he had an audio book. That would help me to at least be able to pronounce some of the words.
Oh,
But
pronouncing it. Well, he does the
yeah,
videos. Well, there are videos that he directs you to be able to hear and listen.
mhm. What's the name
But
again? Learn to.
learning it from audio is gonna be difficult. Learn to read ancient Hebrew
Right,
and
I'm typing
introduction
it
for
up. Learn to read ancient Hebrew.
an introduction for complete beginners. Larry, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't know, Jay. I'm not sure. Go ahead, Nelly.
I'm just in the here trying to type
Oh,
all this up.
there's a guest on the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dean. Well, he golly
Oh, hey, Larry.
disappeared fast there, buddy. Good night. Can I at least get a hello? Learn to read ancient Hebrew. What was the rest?
Learn to read ancient Hebrew: An Introduction for Complete Beginners, Volume 1.
Introduction.
I'm gonna guess Larry is in on accident because I don't see a comment from him. All right, y'all. Y'all know if we don't have conversations, I will not keep the live going because that's why we are live to have conversations about the topic. So there's 500 people in here and another 86 on YouTube. Let's see if we can get a conversation going. Again, don't be afraid to come up. As long as you are respectful and don't try to gaslight, we will be good. It'll be a good conversation.
Yeah. And have we ever had have you ever had that as a topic about uh Sarah, Hagar, and Abraham? Have we ever had that as a topic?
Yeah, yeah. Remember, when I said it was Abraham. Abraham was a pimp.
Oh yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was like when we first started doing the lives, like 2 years ago. It's one of our very first ones. I think I still have the. Hold on, I still have the the topic, the post thing. Let me see.
That is a very interesting conversation too,
What
because
about
there's
him
so many
being a
different
pimp?
directions you can go in. Oh yeah, you can go a lot of different directions with that.
I mean, think about the fact that he's blessed because he pimped them out, and that is what's preached in church. I mean,
Hmm.
he pimped her out, and then taught his son how to do it.
Literally, literally.
Like,
Wow.
and their incest is excused. It's not real incest because I don't know. They're God's chosen. And then their lying isn't lying because they're God's chosen.
And that's another contradiction in the Bible because Abraham and Sarah were half brother and sister, or shall I say they shared the same father.
They're brother and sister.
Right. So that's why I said that's why I took the word half out of it. They're brother and sister because they shared the same father. And in the
I mean, let me
Bible,
read
I
it.
can't remember the scripture, but in the Bible, it does say that God uh, condemns or you're
I mean,
not
they're
to.
brother and sister even if they come from the same mama or a
That's
different
true.
daddy. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I took the half out of that. I don't like to use that word half.
Yeah.
You know, uh, but yeah, that's a big contradiction there because it says that God blessed their marriage, but yet in another scripture it says God uh, he condemns or whatever if you mess with your mother, brother, sister, something of that nature. Um, I can't remember the scripture though, but yet had no problem with Abraham humping his sister.
There was a guy up here who said that the God winked at Abraham and Sarah's incest. He
He,
said the God is against incest, and the God always knew he was gonna be against incest, and he just winked at Abraham and Sarah's incest because they're the chosen. He knew he had something for them to do.
hmm. So if it benefits the God, it's okay.
Because the only way that the God could bring about his chosen was through a 90-year-old woman and a 92-year-old man. Like he couldn't bring it through Hagar. He had to wait for a 90-year-old woman to. The way they cannot see that this is fucking supremacy ideology, supremacy culture is crazy as fuck to me, and they be up here just straight gaping for it. Like it is crazy. Here goes somebody for you.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, these kids don't got me sick.
I'm gonna
Here we
assume
go.
that says Israel.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
45.
45. Okay. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're atheist, or you deconstructed?
I'm believing in the God of the Bible, Jehovah Christ, Spirit of God.
Close enough. Okay. Um, which topic did you come up to talk about?
What the bad one believe Job's life suffered too and was done wrong. Jezebel was in the Jezebel was not innocent.
Is that what you
Job's
want to
wife.
talk about?
No. Job's wife suffered too. Okay, Job, we can talk about Job's wife suffered too and was done wrong.
Okay. Go ahead.
What about it? Nah, man. She wasn't done wrong. She wasn't the one that told Job to curse God and die, man. Job suffered. Job suffered. Job wife didn't have nothing to do with wife. Job's wife didn't have nothing to do with what he was going through. Job got in
Mm.
trouble because he was sacrificing for his grown kids. He broke the law when God said the parents should not be put to death for the sins of the children. Neither the children be put to death for the sins of the parents. His kids celebrating feast days, ungodly feast days, and he out there sacrificing animals. So God had to touch him up a little bit. Told Satan to touch him up a little bit. His wife just, you know what I'm saying, didn't like the condition he was going through. He lost everything. You know what I'm saying? Got put
So,
in a situation like most of us, and that's all it was.
hmm okay. So let me ask you this: did Satan kill Job's kids?
He had his kids killed. Yeah, he was in on it.
Okay. Did Job have those kids by himself?
Nah.
Who was their mother?
Oh, Job's wife.
Okay. Do you think that affected her in any kind of way by her losing her kids?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. So you just said Job's wife did not suffer.
Yeah, I did until you brought that up. I ain't go that far back, but the
Well,
part
you
I
the one brought it up about the kids. I'm going off what you said.
no, you asked me about the kids. I
No,
ain't I ain't.
you was talking about the kids.
Yeah,
You said God, you said Satan had to touch him up a little bit.
yeah, he did. He had to touch him up a little bit, man. He
Okay,
was
so
being self righteous, bro.
so she lost her kids, right?
Right.
Okay. So did she suffer, or that she didn't care?
Nah, she suffered.
So Job's wife suffered too and was done wrong, just
Nah,
like
she
Job.
no, she wasn't done wrong. No, she was not done wrong, man.
So she wasn't done wrong.
Nah, but she suffered.
Well, how was Job? Was Job done wrong?
Yep, he was done wrong. Nah, he
So
wasn't done wrong. No, he wasn't done wrong either. I'm going too fast. I need to slow my mind down. But
Yeah,
now,
yeah, yeah. You need to slow down a little bit because I don't
yeah,
see how Job can suffer and she not suffer, and they both shared the same thing.
yeah. But
That was
in
his
but
wife.
yeah, but Job broke the law, man.
What law did he break?
The law that states that the parent should not be put to death for the child, neither the child be put to death for the parent. And we all know what Job was doing. Job said, it may be that my kids have sinned. Let me sacrifice animals for them in their behalf. Let me go to God for them.
Do you
That
have a
is
Bible?
that's the dumbest
Yeah.
thing your ass has said since you've ever been on this stage.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, I got a break.
you are literally saying that Job is being punished for sacrificing animals because his kids might have sinned.
He
And
said
then
it
and then
himself.
stop
Remember
talking while I'm
Shotay?
talking. And stop talking while I'm talking. Slow your fucking brain down for a second. You are literally saying that Joe, shut the fuck up and go on mute because that's just unfucking necessary. You are literally saying that Job sacrificed animals in case his kids sinned, and then quoting a freaking law that says parents shouldn't be killed, shouldn't die for the sins of their child. When nobody in this story died for the sins of their child, but the child died for the sins of Job. You don't make sense. You are saying that children die because their father fucked up and sinned against the law that doesn't mean what the fuck you think it means. You don't make sense. You aren't even thinking about the words that are coming out of your mouth.
No. The problem is you see how all the women was done in the Bible. So you get in your feelings and feel like women, you know what I'm saying, been done wrong in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going on here.
How
But
about this dumb fuck?
You
Hold on,
mad
Nelly.
because
How about this
you
dumb
mad
fuck?
because the way
Hold on, because
women
I'm finna
been
show
treated
you
in the
how.
Bible.
Hold on, I'm finna show you how dumb you are. I'm finna show you how dumb you are.
No.
Okay? Yeah. So we're gonna say this very slowly. The law you created. As a matter of fact, let's pull up Ezekiel 18 and the law that you're fucking
No,
creating.
let's
The law.
hold on
No,
first.
no, we're
First,
gonna
let's
pull up.
go to
Stop,
Job
stop
one
fucking
five.
talking. Stop talking. We're gonna pull up Ezekiel 18 and we're gonna look at the law that you're quoting. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna show you how fucking dumb you are.
I love myself. And then you not even
I'm pretty sure
and
you do
then
love how dumb you are. Hold on, now. Let me give it back to you in just a second.
no, go ahead.
The law that you are quoting is in Ezekiel 18. Hold on, let me go. Let me see the most simplest one. The parent is no,
that's
let
not
all
even a
lives are
real
mine. Be
Bible.
quiet. Be quiet. Shut up. It is only the person who sins who shall die. For if But if this son has a son who sees all the sins that his father has done, considers and does not do likewise, who does not eat upon the mountains or lift up his eyes to idols of the house of Israel, does not defile his neighbor's wife, does not wrong anyone, exacts no pledge, commits no robbery, but gives bread to the hungry, blah blah blah, he shall not die for his father's iniquity. He shall surely live. As for his father, because he practiced extortion, robbed his brother, and did what is not good among his people, he died for his iniquity. Why should not the son suffer for the iniquity of the father? When the son has done what is lawful and right, and has been careful to observe all my statutes, he shall surely live. The person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer for the iniquity of a child. That is the law that you are quoting. Now, you are saying that Job, because Job sacrificed an animal and prayed for his kids or atoned for their sins, That is the same as Job dying for the sins of his kids. That's what you're saying, because you're saying the law says that no parent should die for the sins of their children. Job didn't die for the sins of his children. Job killed an animal and atoned for the proposed or maybe sins of his children. That's not what that says. And then you say that your God didn't like that Job did that. So your God let Satan kill his kids because Job sinned, while quoting the law that says a child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent. You, sir, are fucking dumb. And this doesn't have anything to do with the fucked up ass misogyny that this religion perpetuates. It is because you are fucking dumb. Go ahead, Nelly.
I'm sure he got all that. You can come off mute now.
He was suffering. His kids was in sin, so they had to go night night.
Let's just go back to the Job story, because you really said some stuff that's not true.
Oh,
So
his kids wasn't in sin, man.
uh,
His kids wasn't in sin. Can I go to the
let's just
scripture?
go. Can we go back
Can
to
I
the
go to the
story?
scripture that you won't let me read to prove my point?
Go ahead and read your point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. God. And I'm going to read out of a real Bible. So,
Okay, we got the fake Bibles over here. Go ahead.
yeah, damn right.
Yeah, that's fake. You're gonna read the King James Bible, right?
One and only, baby.
The one and only King James. All right, let's read old King James.
I swear we are fucked as a
Yes.
nation. We are fucked.
And it was so when the days of their feasting were gone about that Job sinned and sanctified them, and rose up early in the morning and offered burnt offerings according to the number of them all. But Job said, it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. Thus did Job continue, which is why he suffered too. Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came also among them, and the Lord said unto Satan, whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down in it. And the Lord said unto Satan, has thou considered my servant Job? He didn't say, has thou considered my servant Job kids? He said, has thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil. Then
Stop
Satan
right there.
answered,
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Job was punished because of what his kids thought.
no, Job was punished because he was sacrificing for his kids. His kids was punished because they was breaking the law against God.
Okay, and the scripture says that the Lord was talking to the accuser, right?
Who is
And
the
he said,
accuser, bro? Who's the accuser, man?
I'm just reading it uh, from the NRSV. That's
That's
all.
the problem.
It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
go ahead.
Let's say
Go
the
ahead.
Lord was talking to the devil.
Oh,
Is that better?
I bet you one of them Christian pastors, ain't
Yeah, you damn
you?
right.
one of them,
So let's say, oh, now hold on,
one,
to get back on track.
one, one of them
Don't.
pimps, huh? One
Oh
of them
yeah, I'm a
pimps.
good old pimp. Yep, yeah, I
Yeah,
fuck them
buddy.
all. Now,
Yeah,
come
buddy.
on. Let's go back to the scripture. Let's say the accused. Let's say the devil. Does that sound better for you?
You can say Satan, man. It don't matter.
Okay, Satan. Let's say Satan. Now let's read that and let's read it carefully. And God said, what did God say? He says,
Whence comest thou? Then Satan answered the Lord and
no, no,
said, from going to and fro on the earth, walking
right.
up and down. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou consider my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and an upright man,
Stop
one
right
that
there.
feared,
Stop right there. How did God describe Job?
a perfect and upright man.
He
He
don't get
described
it. He don't
Job.
hear himself contradicting himself when he talk,
No,
Nelly.
no,
He don't get
no,
it.
it's
He's
not
that, that's how
contradiction.
fucking dumb he is.
check this out, man. Check this out. Check this out, man. See, everybody want to goddamn me. Check
Don't
Let me
start
this out.
fucking
change this.
whining now. When you came for me, motherfucker, and you know how it works in
Okay,
here.
okay,
When you
Job
opened
2.
your motherfucking mouth
James
and
2
tried
and
to
1.
say that me, when you opened your
Again,
mouth, shut the fuck up. I am talking.
see, you
Shut
won't
the
even let me.
fuck up. I am talking. When you opened your mouth and you tried to say that my response to you was me being bitter about being mad about the women in this Bible, you set the tone for how you want this conversation to go. So don't fucking start whining.
Yes.
Now, I'm changing this over to the King James. Okay? So that way we're reading from the same thing. Now, I want you to read that one part. How did God describe Job?
A perfect and upright man. One that feared God. No, Satan described him like that.
No,
And the
that's
sure of
God
evil.
talking. Nope, that's God talking.
Oh, yeah. I'm tripping.
That ain't Satan. That's God talking. So
Nah,
how
I
did
was
he
in.
just read it
Nah,
again?
I was in chapter 2. I was
Okay,
in
it
chapter
don't
2
matter. Oh,
because I
no,
was trying to
what?
prove. Because I was trying to prove something to her. I had to go back.
Okay,
I had to go back. And the
where
Lord
is
said
Stop
unto
God?
fucking
Satan,
lying. You wasn't proving nothing to me. You've been talking to Nelly with your
"You
lying
won't,
ass.
cause you won't let me talk." Shit, I was trying to
Motherfucker,
prove
you
something
you
to you.
can't. There ain't shit you can prove to me. You can't. You are
Yes.
fucking dumb.
No, you just mad because how the women was done in the Bible. And yeah, Jezebel ass was an evil
I
ass
shut the
person.
fuck up. I'm mad because of how your dumb ass exists. I am mad that a mind like yours exists and that it has lips and a fucking tongue. That's what I'm mad about.
So can you come off mute? Come off mute. You're on mute. There you go. You're off mute. Okay, now read that one more time. How did God describe Job?
A perfect and an upright man, one that feared God and the sure of evil.
Okay. So where are you getting this about Job getting punished for what? I mean, I'm not understanding it because you're
Hold
saying
on.
Job. Go ahead.
This is how dumb they are. This stupid motherfucker said,
No,
"Stop,
no,
shut up. I'm
no.
not talking to you." This stupid motherfucker said, "I'm trying to sleep and you keep cursing. Stop." Then, bitch, close the fucking app.
But you talking of
Shut the fuck up. Close the fucking app, Susie. If you're trying to sleep, that ain't my motherfucking problem. Get your ass off TikTok, motherfucker.
I don't have to do a god.
Shut the fuck up. You are
He ain't
dumb as
talking to
fuck. Is
you.
your name Susie? God, I swear y'all got one fucking brain cell in this.
Well, I
Jesus
don't know.
Christ.
Shit, you always got damn me. You know what I'm saying? Going bad. Shit, I don't know who you talking to. Put a name.
Oh my goodness.
The fuck is wrong
Okay,
with y'all?
let's go
Y'all
back
got
to
one
scripture.
motherfucking cell in its blood.
Let's go back to the scripture. Israel. Come off mute. You're on mute.
Yeah, she
There you
done
go.
muted me. Yeah, she done muted me so
Yeah,
much. The
because you're
damn thing don't
talking
want to
while
come
she's
off mute.
talking. Because
Man,
she's
look,
the whole.
man.
Hold on. Slow
Look,
down. Slow down, hot sauce. Slow down. You're letting your brain go faster than you. Yeah, you're
man,
overthinking it.
I've seen her
Wait.
profile picture. She's a bitter ass woman
Okay. Wait.
because of the way,
Whatever you
these
think.
damn women, because of the way these damn hard headed ass women got done in the Bible.
Okay.
That's her
A
problem, bro.
hard-headed ass women.
Hold
No,
on, wait, hold on, hold
she's
on.
a
What the fuck
bitter
does my
ass woman.
hold on? What does my profile picture have to do with the bitterness? Answer that. What does my profile picture
Quit
have to do
unfucking
with?
muting me. I
I
can
did,
answer
bitch.
some
I ain't
shit.
muting you, motherfucker. I don't have to touch the screen to fucking mute you, ho.
Shit,
There's
don't give a
30 fucking
damn.
mods in here. There's 30 fucking mods. 60 goddamn hands since your dumb ass can't count.
I don't give a
I
damn
don't
about
have
you. I
to
don't give a damn.
fucking mute
I
you.
don't care about
What the
you.
fuck does
I
my
heard that
profile picture have to do with the bitterness?
because I heard that song you wrote about Lot's wife.
Oh,
I heard
this
it.
one?
Yeah, I
This
heard it.
one? Oh yeah, this one right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Did that make you feel some way? Huh? Are you
No,
touching
no.
kids?
No, you just a bitter
Is
ass
that is
woman.
that is that? Oh, that this song made you feel some way.
You're just a bitter ass
Cause you're
woman.
cause you must be one of the ones that's touching on
No,
kids.
no, you're a bitter ass woman
Yeah, you're touching kids.
because of what
This
Lot's
song
wife went
pissed
through.
you out. This song pissed you off because you're touching kids.
Lot didn't touch no kids. Lot was drunk.
Yeah, that motherfucker. You don't like that. You don't like that, do you?
Excuses.
Don't you think God would have touched him up
It's
if
the
he was in
silence you
sin?
make.
Come on, don't be like that.
He had a
Quit being
reason, there's an
fucking.
explanation. Is it not what you think? Our stories were horrific, so you don't talk about it, you skip it. Say the
I
truth
already
is too
heard that old
early
weak
to
ass
admit
song.
it. The concubine could decline, never asked if I wanted to go. And even if they asked the question, could I even say no? Oh, lots of daughters and lots of daughters learn early that men are worth protecting and women are worth offering. Ancient or modern, the silence is hard. Speak up for yourself. And
That's all I came to say. That's all I really came to say. You just a bitter ass woman.
Ooh, it's hot in this motherfucking kitchen now, motherfucker. You that motherfucker in the family. Hit dog.
Nobody ever asked us, not one of them cared. We heard him say, take my daughter instead, and instantly started running in our heads. I know that fear, I wasn't asked either. I was taken, pushed out by a decision handed down by a leader. They say we chose the cave, but could we really choose anything? How can choice exist when silence is the only language you're allowed to speak? They said I deserved it because I wasn't faithful, that I should have been better, that I should have been grateful. It's strange, isn't it, how they overlook the facts, call it fate and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm good, I got it, faith and ignore the impact. I'm not ignoring our stories, not speaking up, not asking why. It shaped the world you live in, and nobody wonders how or why. It was a different time, is one hell of a line. As if time could erase what happened to bodies just like mine. We had less rights than you do today, but the same bodies, the same pain. When our bodies were sacrifices or tools for men to gain. Do they really think we never cried? That we went along with pride? 'Cause that's what the stories tell them, and that's how the stories lie. Lot had daughters, but so does every age, and silence repeats itself when nobody turns the page. There were daughters beside me and daughters after me. Every time you ignore our stories, you teach another generation how to stay quiet and call it dignity. Lots of daughters and lots of daughters. We learned early that our fear was faith and our pain was honor. And it won't save your daughters. If our stories make you uncomfortable, good, that means you finally heard us. It's a excuses. That's the silence you Silence has harmed us. Speak up for yourself and all of your daughters. All of your daughters. We never had a choice, but you do. Your story deserves to be told out loud. You're not too sensitive, you're not misremembering, you're not doing too much. You're finally noticing what they taught you not to name. And if our silence ever taught you anything, let it teach you to refuse it. For lost daughters and lots of daughters, speak up. Your voice is the part of the story they can't erase.
It's interesting. Out of all the fucking songs I've done, that one.
Wow. Yeah, that's why you got to keep doing what you're doing. That is wow. Wow, wow, wow.
That motherfucker will stay on here hours and say the dumbest shit for hours. But that song made his ass run.
Yeah, he didn't like that one. That's for sure. Well, I'm gonna have to go, thinker, because I gotta take off here in about 20 minutes.
All right, Nelly. Thank you.
Hey, no problem. I will see you Thursday.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night. That shit's crazy. Diana, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Bumper?
Hi, good night.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good.
That's good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes and let me know if you're a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And your age for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 58.
Okay. The I haven't released the song yet. Oh, one second, Bumper. Your
You
background is
haven't?
kind of your background is kind of loud. I'm not sure if you can maybe go to a quieter room. That would help us out. I have not released the song yet. I posted it on my profile, but it's not released yet. The songs are written for an album concept or like a musical or something that I'm trying to get produced. But I named the song "Lots of Daughters." That's the name of the song. Bumper, what topic did you want to discuss? Thank you, Danny. Bumper, Bumper, are you there? You're gonna have to come off mute. Can you see the mute button? Okay, Oh, there you
Yes,
go. Okay. Which
yes.
topic did you want to discuss?
No, I don't want to discuss anything of you.
Okay.
and I'm actually at work. I listen to you all the time, all the time. That song was really awesome, and I think you should release it soon. It's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do plan on
Yeah.
I plan on getting an album put together. So I appreciate you.
Okay, that's great. Yes, I more than appreciate you. I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
Yes, I'm a Jamaican. My headphones were in all the time, and the way I listen to you, I fall asleep and wake up listening to you.
Oh, I love that. Were you in the a part of the hurricane over there as well, or
No,
okay?
no, actually, I'm in
Oh,
Kingston,
okay,
and we weren't a direct hit.
okay, okay. That's good.
Yeah, yes.
That's good. Well,
So do have a wonderful night, and I'll keep listening. As I've learned so much from you.
well, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful night. A rest of a peaceful time at work, and a great rest of the night as well. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, and thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Okay,
Bye bye.
bye.
That was sweet. Diana, did anybody see if Diana said that if she's in the box on purpose or not? Salma, Salma Hersey. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructed, or an atheist, 21 and up, y'all. AI doesn't write my songs. I write my own songs. I just use Suno to produce it with the music and the vocals. But I write my own songs. But I appreciate your support. I told you, like I knew that song was going to. I knew that. How could she be a false prophet of like how could she be a false prophet? She's not your God. She doesn't worship your God. She never did. There's nothing in this story that says she left Job. Y'all just be making up shit. Are you strictly created by your God? Let's see how abusive you are. Selena, are you able to open the guest box? It won't open for me. Thank you. Thank you, Joshua. I love you too. Thank you. Isaiah,
All right, hello.
how old are you?
Give me one moment. My apologies.
You got to think
Okay.
about your age.
No, I don't got to think about nothing. because I actually got a
You
degree
probably
in
didn't think
this.
about
Jezebel
blowing your
was
nose.
she was never listen
How
to what I
old
gotta
are hey
say before you snap. Huh?
you know you don't run my stage, okay? Now we can have a civil conversation or we can go to
We
hell. It's up
can.
to you.
I'm
It's up to
not
you. You don't run a motherfucking thing in here. I'm gonna tell you that. And you're gonna end up fighting the mute button because you're
killing
not gonna like that this woman here enforces her boundaries. You're not gonna like it and you're gonna start whining. That's what I thought. You're not gonna be able to come in here and push your male misogynistic bullshit. You don't run a motherfucking thing in here, but your goddamn mouth in your fucking legs. That's it. Now you can either come in here and have a civil conversation, act like you got some goddamn sense. But the moment you show me what the fuck it is, I'm gonna give you what the fuck you asked for. This book done lied to y'all and made y'all think that women are supposed to bow down to y'all for fucking nothing. Half of y'all are illiterate as fuck. What the fuck I look like bow down to a motherfucker who can't form a sentence? To a motherfucker who think ABC equals 1, 2, 3. That's why y'all violent as fuck. And why most of us gotta stay strapped. Miss Jackie. Good, Scooter. It should go both ways. And the fact that you think that that is some fucking burn is crazy as fuck to me. Logically, Scooter, a human would think that it goes both ways. No woman wants to be around an illiterate, dumbass man, and no man wants to be around an illiterate, dumbass woman. That's logic. It is also called equality, motherfucker, not a burn. Isaiah runs from some strong women, Rosa. If you're a strong woman, he's not gonna at you. He runs from strong women. Isaiah is the type, like, if a woman was in front of him, he would use violence to make her listen to him. Yeah. It's crazy. Where y'all at though? It's tripping me out when it says dry foot like the live. Susie, why the fuck are you in my request? Like, I would be a dumbass to even bring you on because the only thing to do with your motherfucking ass is yell, and I don't fucking feel like it. You don't have shit that you need to talk to me about. Your dumb ass said that you was trying to sleep. Like, go to sleep. I would be a dumbass to fucking play around with you. Good, Susie. Go tell yourself that in your dreams. I can't help when I see dry foot like in the live. It just she said she trying to sleep and she can't sleep because I keep cussing. Like, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. These people don't have sense. I'm sorry, but they don't. Anthony,
Yeah, what's up?
how old are you?
I'm 23. Well, I'm trying to figure out what you guys are
Are you
debating
a?
right now.
Are you? I don't debate. I don't debate. Why did you request if you don't know what we're doing? What we're doing in here?
I just swiped in.
Why did you request not knowing what we're talking about in here? I'm gonna put you back in the comments. Then you figure out if you want to come back up. Okay? Like, don't do that. Oh, he lied about just swiping in. What did he lie for? Poster girl. Poster girl. They say he didn't just swipe in. They say he lied. I don't know why he lied. But if you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, there's no need for you to be hidden requests. Nobody's gonna do your fucking homework for you. Figure out if you have anything. I don't give a fuck. I don't owe you any kindness, motherfucker. It's rude for you to waste my time and request on my stage and expect me to do the homework for you. That's rude. Your entitled ass. If you hit request, you should know what the fuck you want to talk about when you come on stage. I already don't feel well. Like I don't have the patience. Not tonight. Not even the little patience that I usually have. Just trust music. How are you?
Hello, I'm
All right.
alright. How you doing?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 25.
All right. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
Uh, atheist and deconstructing at the same time.
Okay.
That
All
makes
right.
sense.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It sounds like me. What topic did you want to discuss from the ladies?
Women have been gaslit and by God and the church, and I agree because when you look at like the history of theology, and it seems like women were just kind of made to blindly follow the church, and they kind of make up when you go to churches, they like, well, I'll say black churches, they make up the majority of the congregation, but never kind of the majority of the clergy, and they never kind of dictate the interpretation of the word itself, and that makes the practice of Christianity inherently patriarchal and inherently harmful to women. So that, when I noticed that, that was like a big like whoa, why is like most of the people in church like mothers? I don't see like many full families here. Just usually mothers here. Like the fathers don't. Like my dad never went to church. He called himself a Christian. He never went to church. But my mom was there and still goes every week. So yeah, so I agree with the prompt, and I think it's kind of blatantly clear when you take kind of like a gender analysis to church practices and to religious practices in general. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I sometimes like I think that it should be blatantly clear. But I don't know if you've seen the songs that I've been posting on my page or if you're this is your first time seeing me. But
First time
so
seeing you, but I'll give you a follow.
thank you. So I write songs, and right now I'm writing a album concept or possibly a musical from the voices of the women in the Bible that are usually not preached about, right?
Yes.
From their angle, and the women in the comments, there are a lot of women in the comments that are appreciative, and thankfully there's more women in the comments that are appreciative, but there are a lot of women in the comments that are not, and they want to hang on to the patriarchal narratives of the women in these stories, and getting them to see that the text has been translated in a way to demonize the female character in the story so that they would be in my comments in 2025 advocating for their own abuse.
Yeah.
You would think that they'd be like, oh, thank you for showing me this mistranslation, thank you for showing me how this character is demonized and it affects us today in society. It's not blatant,
Yeah.
and that like really was draining for me to realize and experience.
And it's not even like completely isolated to the church. In general, I think without like a good contingent of women agreeing and perpetuating like eternal misogyny and patriarchy, the patriarchy wouldn't have last. Like men aren't like that genius to like just keep it going forever. Like it has to have willing conspirators from the other gender. So yeah, so it's the same outside the church as well. There are atheists that believe in the patriarchy, and for maybe like through like a more biological essentialist kind of viewpoint, and yeah, they do the same thing in real life. Like not to even be controversial, but like for example, like the whole thing about princess treatment. Like in principle, yes, treat your significant other with respect and cherish them and love them and all that. But when you like when you even say the word princess, the princess in any monarchy only exists in relation to a king and in a relation to a man. So like all the language we use around dating, romance, even just everyday life is inherently kind of patriarchal, even though you may not like semantically you may not mean anything harmful by saying that. But yeah, it's inside and outside the church. It's more pervasive than inside the church, which is my 2 cents.
Yeah. Like, are you familiar with the biblical story of Vashti and Esther? Like the whole,
Yeah,
yeah. And when you were talking about the princess treatment, like I feel like even that narrative comes from the Vashti and Esther stories. Like, don't be the type of woman that won't allow her husband to show her off to his friends. Don't
yeah,
that won't allow your body to be subjugated or flaunted. Be the princess, because Esther was chosen and she was in the beauty pageant. She allowed him to explore her body before they were married. Like, that's princess style.
yeah.
Yeah, like it's so patriarchal. It's crazy.
It's insane. I don't know. It feels like it's going to be a long battle yet before people
Yeah.
kind of get this kind of uh, like consciousness, like this like collective consciousness that you are worthy of respect regardless of your gender, your like if you know what I mean, the basic things we should presuppose for a better society. People just don't want to for whatever reason. I don't know if it makes them I don't know. I've been reading like a book called Anti-Oedipus by Deleuze and Guattari, right? And they kind of posit that society creates your desires. So like people don't know why they for example desire fascism, like, and they try to tackle that through the books. Like, why do people want their own kind of subjugation? Like, why do people preach for it and die for it? I mean, on a life for it, sorry.
Because
And they,
why?
oh, your base too real. Um, yeah, and I'm not got through the book, but they kind of identify that society, like the ruling classes and the bourgeoisie classes, kind of administer what we should desire to society at large. So they characterize like capitalism, patriarchy as desiring machines, where they co-opt human desire and funnel them into kind of like paths where it benefits the ruling classes, or like the dominant class or the dominant kind of gender. So I'm still reading through it, but I feel like if you want to kind of like get kind of a philosophical and like material framework for maybe why people um kind of act against their own best interests, it seemingly I think Deleuze and Guattari are doing a good job trying to explain that.
What's the name of it? You said Duluth and Guattari?
Yeah,
I,
I'm probably butchering the name, the French guy. So like it's Gilles Deleuze. So I think that's Gilles, and it's Deleuze, Deleuzze, I think. And the 2 book series is called Capitalism and Schizophrenia. And honestly, some of the best stuff since like reading Marx himself, like some of the best stuff I've read. And
thank
yeah,
you. That sounds like a good read. Thank you so much for that recommendation.
no worries.
Did you have anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I just wanted to just put my 2 pence there, but yeah, keep doing ironically God's work. Keep doing your work, and yeah, I'll let you go.
Oh, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of the night, okay?
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Bye bye. See, that's how you have a conversation. An intellectual conversation at that. Annika, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Look at you can tell. I'm excited about this book. Capitalism is schizophrenia. What? Romeo? Romeo, are you there? What was Romeo watching? Kimon?
Yes, Kimon.
Kimon, hi, how are you?
I'm good. So I was on here a couple weeks ago with you. I was popping back in today listening to some of the lives after I saw your songs pop up on my FYP. So,
Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I don't remember, so I apologize.
oh,
Are you a
not a problem.
believer? Are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I was the kind of a deist style Jew, if you would. I think that's probably the best description.
Okay, I don't. So that means that
Oh,
you.
so deist is
Yeah, I know what a deist is.
yeah. So it's
Yeah, so
basically I'm not
you.
an
One
extra.
second, one second. I know what a deist is. Are you say you're
Oh no.
ethnically Jewish, but you believe in a God, but not specifically Yahweh?
Not the miracle working, constantly putting hands in type of deity, that type of deal. So yeah, it's there, but mind your own business and we mind ours. Whatever.
Is it the God in the Bible though? Is it the Hebrew God in the Bible, or is it just like some God?
Some God, because the one of the Bible
Okay.
basically is the cultural story that holds Jews together, and we acknowledge that as a culture. But most of us are kind of like, yeah, but we know this is allegory.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I think I do remember talking to
No,
you.
I was telling you that I popped in earlier after I saw the song, I followed back to the page, and at that time, you happen to have like Hebrew writing on the screen that I saw, and you were talking to the guy, asking like, "Hey, do you understand what this is saying?" And I was like, "Ooh, I might be of some help." And
I
then,
actually don't allow people to piggyback on conversations that I had
okay,
with random people, and I have uh people who are within the community that are Jewish that actually help me if I get stuck. I'm actually in my getting ready to start my fourth semester of Hebrew, and then my professor is a co-host here, so I
okay,
actually kind of have that wrapped up. But if you get to know the community, like let us get to know you, see what type of person you are, that are we don't have to agree on things, but I don't like conflict and stuff. So before I let other people participate in that way, I need to know that you good people, and that it's not gonna bring
oh,
BS to the community. Does that
fully
make sense?
understood. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
glad you didn't let me help because after about 30 minutes of as you remember earlier, was that guy what's his name, Mac, that was on here earlier. Yeah, I was saying I was gonna find out who do I send my receipt to from the ABC store over here in Virginia because I'm gonna need several drinks after that. My head hurt. I was
Yeah,
like,
I checked out.
who is responsible for this?
Yeah.
I couldn't even figure out who to blame because somebody said the Hebrew Israelites, and then after about 5 minutes, I'm like, no, he's just a space cadet. I can't even point fingers now, no more. I can't
Yeah.
blame one specific group for this man, and my head
Yeah.
hurt.
He needs a doctor. He needs a doctor. So.
Yeah, once he
But
said, I don't need to learn from a man because I'm related, I was like, yep, there's my day. I'm out.
yeah, he's blood related to the spirit. Yeah, I agree. It was the logic for me though. It was the you use logic. Like if y'all seen y'all remember Martin Wanda? It was it Wanda? What? Wait, what was Martin's
Oh, that was
character name?
Shanae.
Shanae. Oh, you use logic. That's how I felt in my head when he was like, "You so you use logic."
So, are you familiar with that meme from I can't remember if it was Judge Mathis or Divorce Court, but it's that sister with the bad wig and she's just like always sitting there with her mouth like agape wide open, shocked. I sat there like that for about 20 minutes over my phone here at work. Like, I need to go be productive again. I'm
Yeah,
done.
yeah, that was a new one. Never experienced that. But no, I definitely appreciate you for coming up. Did you want to touch on one of the topics, or is that you just wanted to come up and let us know that you were available if you needed us, or
Oh, I was
I mean, if
just
we
telling
needed
you
you.
that story of this. I came back when it was safe to see if he was gone yet. So I popped back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's gone. It's safe. It's
Like I
safe.
said, I had to put my phone down and run away. But my fault for
Well,
having internet.
it's okay. I'm gonna move you back down to the chat, but thank
Oh
you
yeah,
so
that's
much.
cool.
And
I just wanted to come say hi.
all right, have a good day.
You too.
All right.
Yes,
Uh,
hello everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
Yes,
And
I'm 43, and I'm a PhD at the University of Utah, and I came here to talk about the history of
one
anus.
second. One
My
second.
name
One
is
second. One. Hey, hey,
PhD
hey, hey,
John
hey, hey,
Rector.
hey, hey, hey.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. Did he say he came to
Yes.
talk about the history of anus? What did he say? Um.
What?
What did you say? You came to talk about the history of what?
My name is PhD John Rectum, and I'm here to
You
talk about
did
the
say that. You did. Hold
history of
on. Stop.
history of anus.
Oh my God. Get the hell off my stage. What is wrong with y'all? Oh my God. He did say it. Oh my God. What is wrong with y'all? He said he said his name was he had a PhD in something in the rectum. PhD rectum. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm like, did he say the history of anus? And then in my mind, I'm like, wait, did he mean Amos? Like, was he talking about Amos? And I'm looking at the post, and I'm like, what on the post could he be referring to as Amos? The way my eyes shot at the list so fast, I'm like, what the fuck could he possibly be talking about? Oh my gosh. Leave it up. Leave it up to men. I think that Susie account is a dude. I don't think that's a woman. I think that's a dude. I think there's two accounts in here that are men who are cosplaying as women. Yeah, I think there are. It's one black. It's one that is black and one that is white that's doing it. That's what I think. I can't say for sure, but I think so. Michelle,
Hi,
hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist.
I'm 49. I'm not an atheist or a believer. I'm a knowledge seeker.
So
So
that are you deconstructing?
I wouldn't say I'm deconstructing. I think I did that a long, long time ago, where I actually really never believed. I mean, my family grew up in Union Baptist Church, but
So let me. So
I
in
questioned
order to,
everything from the very
okay,
beginning.
okay. So in order to participate in the conversation, you have to be one of the three. I don't go into spirituality like uh, you know, if you have like beliefs that source and all of that. Not that I have anything against it. It's just not the topic in here.
No, no,
So
no. I
what?
wasn't.
One second, Michelle. One second. What we are discussing in here is the biblical God of Christianity,
Mhm.
and deconstructing that or researching that, right? As a current believer who's not afraid to question their faith, as someone who's thinking about deconstructing or in the process of deconstructing their belief in that God, or an atheist. And you said you're not either of those.
I wouldn't classify myself as either of those.
Okay, so you
I
wouldn't qualify for the conversation.
okay.
Not who I'm looking to talk to though.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for coming up though, and I hope you have a great rest of the night. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you. Susie, go get a fucking life. Uh, Zuo,
Hello, I'm here
hi.
about to listen the history of Venus.
Why do you keep playing on my stage? Why do
I
you keep
heard
doing
this is the right life if you want to hear about the history of Venus. I'm here.
are buttholes funny to you?
Yes, we go back to
Wha-
the 15th century.
As
There
a
was this
grown ass
little
man,
group of
hold
guys
on.
all over
As
the.
wait, as a grown ass man,
I want to hear this.
you sound like you've known that you've had a fucking rectum for about 50 years, and the word anus is still fucking funny to you. Like, how immature of a
And of the
mind do you
history of
have to
Venus.
have? How immature of a mind do you have to have
Yes,
that
let
you
me.
think that it is funny that you have a
Give me a
asshole?
minute. Give me a minute. So we go back to the 15th century. All
Can
over
you
the Europe,
answer my question?
there was this little
Why
group
is it funny? Why is it funny
started to leak.
that you have an asshole? Why is that funny?
No, we all have assholes.
So why
That's
is
the
it
point.
funny?
We all have assholes, and that's the
Right.
history of anus. So
Okay.
we go back to the 15th century. Now,
This is the immature shit men like
all
to talk
over the
about.
Europe, there seems to be this little group of guys that started to lick each other's assholes. And how it evolved to these days is that we call it nowadays rim jobs. So what I would like to hear now is please rate your skills at rim jobs from scale 1 to 10. We start
This is what
we
immature
start
men
from
talk
the
about.
tinker.
Just to let y'all
Please
know, ladies,
rate
this is
your
who you're supposed
skills.
to be following.
Excuse me, lady,
This is
I'm
the
talking.
leadership. This is the leadership that you're supposed to be following. Men,
Yes.
50-year-old men who talk about licking other men's assholes.
I'm talking about the history of anus.
Yeah. Yep. Go
Isn't that
ahead.
obvious?
Go ahead and tell ladies how they should be following you. Do it.
Yes,
Go
exactly.
ahead.
So I would like to hear now, every one of you, rate your skills at rim jobs. Myself, I'm strong 8 plus from scale 1 to 10. I think I reach 9 next summer. But we start from tinker. How good are you giving that good old tongue tornado? Yes, a little bit a tough audience here, so we move to the fingering. So, excuse me, that little bad boy went down the toilet. So, welcome to my podcast. This is called Tales from the Rectum. My name is PhD John Rectum. I work currently at the University of Utah, and from the from the science of asses.
Y'all should be embarrassed if you are a man. You should be embarrassed right now because what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? If I was a dude, I'd be shrinking in my seat right now. I'd be like, what the fuck? saying he don't represent you. Oh my gosh. Not I'm starting to feel sorry for men. Like that is crazy as fuck. Sincere, are you in the box on purpose? Exactly. Evangenital. That is true, unfortunately. He represents a great portion of them.
I like to do vision boards
Tiny Love?
here, but my one from last year had
Can somebody yeah, never mind, I got it. Thank you. Y'all, the guest box is open if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing. 21 and up. This just goes to prove when I said that men find fart noises, uh, talking about penis, like saying the word penis, fart noises, and ass. They still find that shit funny. You know when you were little and somebody would say ass, like they would say a cuss word and you go and you laugh because you're saying something you shouldn't say. Like you're saying adult words. They still do that even when they're 50. They still do that, and that is just weird to me. And I'm not saying I'm saying, but a lot of y'all. It's just, it was funny when we were kids, but we got grandkids, and y'all are doing that. That is weird. Um, Selena, are you awake? Joshua, Joshua, can you do me a favor? Can you do the thing for me? Look in the request and do the thing for me. And like, do you know which one I'm referring to? Thank you, Joshua. Yeah, we on that level. We there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, hold on. He's back. He's back. Hold on. Where did Drift go? I mean, Drift go? Baloney.
Hi.
Hi. How are you? One second.
Good.
Uh, Drift. Drift. Yeah. You didn't take Drift out, did you? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I was trying to make sure that wasn't who was blocked. You got the right one, Joshua. Okay, thank you. You got the right one. Hi, Baloney. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Um, what topic did you want to discuss?
That if Adam was abusive.
Okay, and then remind me: are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructive, mostly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are your thoughts? Thank you, Joshua. What are your thoughts?
I mean, if we look at the Bible like collectively, right? I think we can totally see sexism in the whole thing, right? But I guess my concern mostly with that. So sorry, I'm super gay, by the way, super gay. So I do want to say that because I see it out of that lens. That's my perspective, right? Um, but did sexism happen organically or did it happen societally? Sorry, I'm coming from this like at a sociological perspective.
Sure. I would say societally, like it was taught. You're asking that, right? Like if it was something, a
Right.
concept that was taught. Yeah, it was taught.
So I don't know. Like I see Rome and see the females being in charge, right? And then I see society where males are, where it's a patriarchy. Um, so I guess my question to you is, do
Hold on, let me
you
ask this.
believe that Adam was abusive?
Hold on, let me ask you this before I answer that question. When did it switch from the women being able to they weren't necessarily in charge, but they had a lot of authority, right?
I'm
When
thinking
did that
about like
change in
Rome.
Rome? Yeah,
Yeah.
but what took place in Rome when it switched?
Ma'am, that's a really great question, and I'm not even going to
Christianity.
play like I have the answer. I don't. So, do you know?
Christianity. Yeah, Christianity. They adopted Christianity as the state religion, and they started adopting Christian views, right? And so we were talking about this earlier tonight. One of the reasons that Rome outlawed lesbianism was the belief that women were created for the pleasure of men. And when two women made love, it was taking away the opportunity for a man to enjoy her body. So they outlawed it, they condemned it. And this was after they adopted Christian views. So
So,
it's not organic. It didn't happen organically.
right.
It happened socially, right?
100%. Well, yeah, I mean, social, like, just society can cause so much stuff, right? Um, I guess my question is, do you believe that Adam was inherently like, okay, so let's say he existed, which, honest to God, I see the Bible as a, this is going to sound so bad, guys. Hold on. It's not the truth, as in, I don't believe Jonah was swallowed by a whale and survived to tell the tale. You know, like, I believe that it is a story to be lived by. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you believe that it's like allegorical or mythological tales that have truth in it.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
there's a story to live by, you know? I don't believe it as just black and white. Um, I
Kind of
guess
like
my
Little Red Riding
question,
Hood.
I'm so sorry, what?
Kind of like how a person could learn a lesson from Little Red Riding Hood.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that's how I view the Bible. Is like, how can we be the most decent person that we can be? I think that is grossly, oh, Jesus. People use that against everybody. So my question to you is, do you think that the Bible is based on sexism?
Is that a serious question?
Yeah, sorry. Dude, did you just the shame in my voice? I mean, again, I'm here to learn, I guess. I don't know.
No, yes, it's definitely. I mean, the book starts out with the lie that women were created from the freaking rib of a man,
Dude,
and the
I
man
shit you
claiming her
not. I
as
had to learn
himself.
that. Yeah, that's not true. I know that sucks for me to admit, but I just learned that like last year.
Really?
Yeah, well, because I was like, why would somebody lie about that? Like, it has to be true that a man has, or assigned man at birth, has one less rib. Like, I was so, dude, I'm so, God.
Hold
Dude,
on,
I
who
come
told?
from the Bible Belt. I'm sorry.
Wait, who told you men have one less rib?
The Bible.
No, it doesn't say that. It just says that the Bible doesn't say men have one less rib.
It says that women were created by his rib, and so I like legit assumed that that was true. Well, and then this is the problem with Christianity is I just told you I view the Bible as a tale of tales. Um, but I believed that for freaking 27 years.
I mean, I used to be a Christian, right? And I believed that women were made from the ribs of men too. Until I started looking at it, logically and
Logically, yeah.
scientifically.
Dude,
It,
you could say
yeah,
logically, it's cool. You're not gonna offend me.
yeah,
Um,
because like we don't have anything in society in nature that explicitly comes from a male. Absolutely nothing, not even the animals. And then, so when you think about it, right? Um, the animals were created in the story, right? The God creates animals. He created all male animals, and when he created the female from Adam's rib, he went back and put every male animal to sleep, and created the female animal from their ribs too. Or Eve would have been the second female created, because he would have created the female animal first. And those female animals knew they needed to fuck in order to produce more, but the male didn't. So either the God is not intelligent, or this was written by men who were trying to prioritize their superiority and make women believe that they were superior to women.
yeah. No, and I think so assigned female at birth, I am trans. Just I don't know. Let's get that out of
What
the
are your
way.
pronouns? What are your pronouns?
They them. Thank
Okay.
you for asking.
Okay.
But yeah, so I mean a little I'm just gonna say this so that I have some credibility here. So in the Baptist church, you have to get baptized in front of the whole congregation. And then to be an elder in the church, you have to go through a quiz. So they literally sit you in front of the other elders and you have to answer all of these questions about the Bible. I was the youngest member to get in, or elder to get in, and I was the youngest elder to get kicked out because I am gay, which really sucks. But so my background, and this is why I'm telling you this, is I know the Bible, um, but my belief is that it has been corrupted. And so I don't know if sexism came into play until a little bit later. I know the Old Testament very much so is sexist, but also I kind of have this like, who wasn't sexist back then, because every man wants one thing in his power. Um
This is why I say in that song, it was just a product of the time. That's a hell of a line. Because saying like, oh, who wasn't sexist back then, kind of dismisses the effect that this text has on society today. And then when people say that the text is corrupted but aren't able to produce an uncorrupted text, that to me says hopeful wishing, that you want it to be something other than what it already is. Because the reality is that story where Jesus is saying to the woman who was dragged to the priest, to the witnesses dragged the adulterous woman to Jesus, and he goes, who is without sin cast a first stone.
yeah.
That story was added to the book of John centuries later. It wasn't in the original book of John. And the purposes of it being added was so that people would stop being sexist to women. because Emperor Justinian had adulterous laws that allowed men to commit adultery and not be stoned for it, but women were getting stoned left and right
Oh
for
yeah.
committing adultery, right? And so
Yeah.
they put that story in the mouth of Jesus so that people would stop stoning women. So that the alteration, that's an example of the alteration in the story is it's to promote anti-sexism, not
Right.
not the opposite. So if you can produce something that shows, hey, here's the original and what it originally said,
Yeah.
and this is what made it sexist.
Thinker, thank you for this conversation, dude. I mean, so a lot of people are coming at me in the comments about how do I still believe?
Oh,
And I
don't worry
mean,
about that. Don't worry about the comments.
if
Yeah.
if we're gonna be honest, like it's how I was raised, right? So it's not as easy to just push a part of side of you, right? But thinker, this is why I like talking to people like you, because you educate me and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you taking time to, I don't know, dude. Like it's nice to talk to people who aren't like coming at your throat, you know? So thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
And if you don't mind, I mean, I would love to be part of your lives and listen to you guys. Like that's awesome. So thank
Yeah.
you.
You're very welcome. I don't allow people to chill out on stage. I have
Oh,
dedicated co-hosts
I'm
for
gonna
that.
drop, but
Okay.
I wanted to make sure I thanked you. So
Oh, you're
yeah.
very welcome. Yeah,
Okay.
you can chill out in the comments and come back up anytime if you have any other questions or want
Yeah.
to discuss one of the prompts.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Okay. Bye
You're welcome.
guys.
Bye. Have a good one. I wish Oso's ass was awake. And he's gonna be mad at me for this one. Uh, 4.
Oh, you call me Ivy.
Abby. Why not 4?
Well, I mean,
Are you the fourth?
yeah, I'm the fourth, but people call me Ivy.
Okay. All right, Abby. How old are you?
Like, no, it sounds like Ivy. I mean, like IVY, like Ivy. You know what I'm saying? But never mind. I'm 21.
Ivy, just like Ivy League, like
Yeah,
Ivy.
yeah, yeah, like
Okay.
some. Yeah,
All right. How old are you?
I'm 21.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer of the God in the Bible.
Okay. And what topic did you want to come up and discuss?
Um,
It's
what is?
interesting. Let me ask you a quick question. So you're 21.
Yeah.
Are you married, Ivy?
No, I'm not married.
You're not married. Do you have any children?
No, I don't have children.
You don't have children. Do you still live at home?
Yeah, I live at home. I'm going back and forth because I'm in college.
Okay. Okay. It's interesting. I'm just wondering how much experience you could possibly have to add to the conversation. But let's see. Which topic did you want to discuss?
I was gonna talk about Adam being abusive, but then again, what does that have to do? My age have to do with, you know what I'm saying? This topic, like I don't understand that.
Yeah, I think that question kind of, it's just that like I usually these conversations, the way that they've been going, it just makes me wonder if it's going to be beneficial, because Adam being abusive, like, do you see the effects of this belief system in society today, or do you think they're just stories?
I see the effects of the perversion of this belief system, like the Crusades, slavery, things of that nature. That's why I don't even talk about consider myself a Christian, but more of like a follower of God, because I feel like America like destroyed his name.
So you can see the effects of the slavery and all of that, the wars and all that in society. You can't see the effects of men being abusive in society because of this belief.
Yeah, that's why we're saying the same thing. I'm saying the perversion of the book. Just like you won't say that you won't believe in Muhammad because of 9/11. That's just like that's putting people in a
Well,
place that
hold on
God should be. You know what I'm
one
saying?
second, one second. Well, when we're talking about if Adam could be abusive, and I ask a question, if you can see the effects of this belief system in society, you went to slavery and you skipped over like, yeah, I can see that men are abusive. That that's why I went back to asking that question because it specifically wanting to know if you could see that because if you're 21, you've not really been in like a marriage, a relationship around a lot of that to be able to get into the deep into the weeds into how Adam's how this story would affect that in society, and so that's why I was asking. But you keep saying the pervasion of the book. What did you say? I can't remember.
Perversion.
The perversion of the book. What do you mean by that?
I mean, when people manipulate and when they falsely interpret the word so that they could justify their wrongdoing. So
And where do you see that happening?
So as you like with slavery, the slave owners would pull out texts of the Bible, knowing that the slaves couldn't read and things of that nature, and they would twist and contort them, saying, "Oh, God would want you to do this. Oh, God says it's okay for this, that." Like, you know what I'm saying? And like you said, with the abuse, people do the same thing with that. Of course, men abuse women, which is horrible, and they pervert their minds and they justify it mentally, which doesn't make it any better. And I feel like things like that, hypocritical things like that, make Christianity look bad as a whole because we aren't, let's say, consistent with our beliefs. You know what I'm saying? Like we could twist and contort something for it to be in our benefit. So I feel like using people will just never be consistent. You know, that's why I look towards Jesus Christ.
Well, the interesting thing is you're saying that slave owners manipulated the text in order to justify them enslaving people. And I'm going to ask you here in just a second for you to back that up, right? And so what this is a research-based live. When you make statements like that, I am going to ask you to show your resources or kind of show your work. Take me to the scriptures and show me where your God is against enslaving people. Just like I'm going to show you where he's not against it and where in the original language, what is said in the King James is also said in the original text, the oldest, like what we have of the original text. Are you able to do that and show me the manipulation?
You're asking me where in the Bible does it say slavery is wrong? Am I right?
No, I'm asking you to back up your claim that slave owners manipulated the text in order to justify
Oh,
slavery.
you could. Oh, I don't have that off the mind, but you could look that up on Google. Like that's everybody knows that. You know what I'm saying? Like they made new Bibles, slave Bibles, literally to manipulate and coerce and things of that nature. You could look that. That's a simple Google search.
Ivy, the slave Bible was only given to enslaved people in the West Indies. It was never given to enslaved people here in North America. That's not true. Ivy, don't come off mute right now because I'm not talking when you talk. Let me finish, okay? That isn't true. And Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is my professor and a co host on here, who is also an expert in ancient Near Eastern slavery, can tell you that as well. But the slave Bible was given to enslaved people in the West Indies, not here in North America. But what I asked for you to do is for you to back up the claim that you made. You shouldn't be telling me to go to Google and research the information you brought. That's something you should be doing and then providing the resource for us, right? And a credible resource at that. If you know how to, you said you are in college, right? So you know what a credible resource is.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
I can't. I can hear you now, but when you leave the app, we can't hear anything. I don't know if
Oh,
you know
my
that.
bad, my bad, my bad. I didn't know that. But yeah, I said I understand what a credible source is. You were still gone.
I'm waiting on your credible source. Like I shouldn't have to go to Google and research the fact you brought, the information you brought. If I ask you for a resource and I ask you to back up what you say, telling me to go to Google and research your information doesn't make any sense, right? Where is your resource that says that the Bible was manipulated and changed to justify slavery?
I don't have it on hand, so I'm gonna just look it up right here. So hold on. So hold on. It says this. Mind you, I never said that it was like created in America. I understand it was created in Europe and the West Indies, things of that nature. But it says the slave Bible was indeed used in America, like word for word. It says also in the Caribbean islands of Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua. So I understand like how my point wasn't factual.
Sure. What is the resource you're reading?
Textandcanon.org.
Okay, and the name of the article.
Hold on. It's the Bible and slavery in colonial America.
Okay, 1 second.
It's a history page.
What is it? The text and what.org?
Text and Canon Institute.
And what paragraph is that? What you just read in which paragraph is it in?
It is. It just says it like in big words on my joint. It's not like
The
it says
Bible
like
was used by both critics and defenders of slavery, the American colonies. What explains their conflicting use? In big words, let's see.
yeah. It
The
just says
ability
like
to quote chapter and verse gave Thompson assurance that slavery could not be a violation of God's law. Um, Versification of scripture proved a godsend, especially for Protestants eager to heed biblical truths and ponder difficulties of biblical interpretation. Those are the only big words on the screen. Which paragraph did you read?
no. I think
What you
we're.
just read?
I think it's showing like because I looked up and it's showing it like in the Google search and it says it's by Text and Canon Institute and it's showing in big words like in my face. Like that's what I'm saying.
Like
So I'm not like fully informed.
this right here, the Bible. You're saying the metadata is what you
Yeah.
read to me. You read the
Yeah.
metadata, and which one of these is saying that the slave Bible was used in North America?
Hold on. No, it says I wish I could. I can show you. Can I? Hold on.
I don't know if you have the ability to turn your screen on.
All right. You can see it.
No, I can't. You haven't turned your screen on.
You see it.
Let's see. Give me just a second. It's Bing.com. That isn't the site you gave me. That's a different site.
No, it says texting Canyon right here. I got it from this right here.
Okay, go come up. Bring it closer.
Yeah.
The slave Bible was indeed used in America, particularly in the Caribbean islands of Jamaica, Barbados, and Antigua. It was a heavily redacted version of the Bible. It says textandcanon.com plus two. So what you're reading is a summary of 3 different sources. So can you click on that plus sign there?
Yeah, I got you. And it just took me to this.
Let's see. Hmm. Uh, according to Newton. Huh. Um, so far, this document, this doesn't say anything about that. White colonial Americans, like all human, difficulty seeing forces and a new era treated commodities for trade. Factor universal reliance. Hmm. This article doesn't say anything about the slave Bible being used in America. Did it? And it didn't give you any other two other sites. It said textandcanon.org and then plus two other sites because that's a summary of three different sites. That's
Yeah,
an
I clicked
AI
on.
summary.
I'm gonna click on it again. Oh, now it's showing up. I just had to highlight it. It
Okay.
should. Let me hold on.
The Salt Lake Tribune and the Bible was used to justify the Salt Lake Tribune. Click on that. Americans made it their path to freedom. Hold on. Okay, read that and tell me if they have a resource for. See if it's in that one.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. What was it? I was copying the title of. Can you turn your thing back on for me? Um, okay. Yeah, it's a newspaper article. Let's see. The Bible was used to justify slavery, and it's the Salt Lake Tribune, and then there was a third one there. What was the
Hmm.
third one? Um, all right, this is by Julie Zalmer from the Washington Post. Let's see if they have a American commemorates the 400th year. Um, the mm, Christianity was pro-slavery. So much of early American Christianity identity is predicated on pro-slavery theology. Slaveholding is pro-slavery. Slaveholding. The Africans that were brought to America early on, many slaveholders were not concerned with the spiritual well-being of Africans. Some theologians, slaves since their enslavement allowed them to encounter the Christian message. Uh, the Museum of the Bible in Washington displays a slave Bible published in 1807. So the slave Bible was published in 1807. Slavery started way before that, which removed portions of scripture, including the Exodus story, that could inspire rebellious thinking. Some ministers promoted the idea that Africans were the descendants of Ham, cursed in the book of Genesis. The biblical interpretation, um, no says there's just historical record of any seriousness to back it up. It's made up at a time when Europeans began to colonize Africa. Slaveholders frequently noted that the Israelites of the Old Testament owned slaves, abolitionists. It doesn't say, it just mentions the slave Bible here. It doesn't say that it was used in America in this article. So it had to be the last one
Yeah.
that quotes it. What's the last one?
Let me find it.
But
I
the
feel like
thing is, hold on, yeah, because I
you
think
got
I
it.
think even just the fact that it was published in 1807 and slavery started way before that, right?
Mhm.
We know that they didn't need to change the Bible to justify
Yeah.
enslavement. They were right; they were already using the Bible to do that, and so I think also the thing is the claim that the original text was manipulated in order to justify that. Because if we look at Leviticus 25, Because we would have to say that Leviticus 25, 39 through 46 is, you would have to say that you reject the scriptures and that you don't believe that this is your God, that this is your God is talking to Moses here. So like if we go to the beginning of Leviticus 25, it says, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them. So we know that this is your God talking to Moses, to the Israelites, giving them law, giving them Levitical law, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. All right. And then so if we go down to verse 39, start at verse 39 here, he says, in quotation marks, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. So we can gather just from basic reading comprehension that the God is saying that the Israelites, who are his people, who he brought out of Egypt, cannot be sold as slaves or treated as slaves or made to work as slaves, correct?
Yeah.
And if they are to fall on hard times and sell themselves to their fellow Israelite brothers, they are to be indentured servants for a period of time and released during Jubilee.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would be akin to indentured servitude in America, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've identified that ancient Israel had a system for a specific chosen group of people called indentured servitude. And then in America, there is a indentured servitude system in America. And then it says, it's starting at verse 44, the God says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So we can gather just from basic reading comprehension that there is a second group of people and a second type of slavery that is allowed to take place in ancient Israel. And that is, foreigners are allowed to be lifetime slaves.
Yeah.
And in America, we can also see that foreigners brought from West Africa were made to be lifetime slaves.
I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
We can see that in North America, foreigners brought over to North America from Africa, from West Africa, were made to be lifetime slaves.
Yes.
Right. And the people that were enslaving them were predominantly European Christians in North America
Mm-hmm.
who saw themselves as the chosen of Jesus Christ or followers of Jesus Christ. And they were following the Levitical law, what the example that the God had given the Israelites in Leviticus 25 with the slave system based on the discrimination of ethnicity in Israel and slavery based on the discrimination of religion at first in America, and then when they started allowing West Africans to become Christian, it became slavery based on the discrimination of race.
Um, I don't know. I've hold on. Sorry, I'm eating. But yeah. Even during the indentured servitude in ancient Israel, they were also labeled as property. They were beaten for disobedience because that was corporal punishment in ancient Israel. So I don't see how the vocabulary used in the Bible designates to chattel slavery. You know.
So I want you to think about what you just said.
Yeah.
Originally, the reason why I brought this up is because you said that the text was manipulated to justify slavery, and I brought this up to say that you would have to then say that you reject this passage altogether because you believe that it was manipulated, that these are not the words of your God. But now you're saying, oh, indentured servants were beat too, and
No, I'm
therefore
saying
you don't
that
see how. Hold on. You're saying that indentured servants were beat too, and you don't see how that equates to chattel slavery, lifetime chattel slavery.
no,
I,
what I'm saying is that this whole thing we're talking about is that indentured servitude. None of this is the child slavery. In the indentured servitude of ancient Israel, there was beatings. There was that was masters abused their slaves, which was obviously what God sent. What God said to Moses, He created what moral law and civil law against the masters beating their slaves and things of that nature. So what I'm saying is no matter what, this is all the indentured servitude, the slavery of the Israelites enslaving the men and women of the neighboring nations. It's still indentured servitude, the same servitude that the Israelites were practicing among themselves when they were wandering in the wilderness.
okay. What is the definition of an indentured servant?
Let me look it up. But I know that indentured servitude has to do with American, um, wherever that happened in
What is
America.
a debt? What is a debt slave? Here in the text, like this is why I said using basic reading comprehension. When I would explain it, I would say, okay, just using basic reading comprehension, and you agreed. But it sounds like we're not going to use basic reading comprehension here. So let's go through it again. When he says, "You shall not make them serve as slaves," again, the you shall not make them, the them who is not allowed to serve as slaves are who?
The Israelites.
All right. So were the Israelites allowed to serve as slaves?
No.
All right. Then when he says, they shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers, what does that mean?
That means that they were paid for their work.
Or there's an or there. They could be a secure, they could be paid, or
Okay.
bound laborer. What does that mean?
I don't know. Repaying debt. I don't know.
Uh,
Idea.
an indentured servant, right?
Okay.
They could be a hired worker, or they could be an indentured servant or debt slave, right? Or
Hmm.
debt servant. They didn't like to use the word slave when it came to them. And it says, they shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee.
Yeah.
That means that they are released, right?
Yeah.
When Jubilee comes. There were two times Jubilee would happen every 7 years. So the seventh year,
Yeah.
they would have to release their Israelite servants, or every 50 years, they would have to release their Israelite servants, and send them back to their ancestral property. Then, when you get to verse 44, okay, it says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have." Now, this would indicate that he is saying he's talking about a different group of people in a different type of slave system, right? This would be hired workers or indentured, and then this would be slaves they may have. Just basic reading comprehension, right?
Hmm.
You're saying, but I need to know that you actually understand, because your statement is this is all indentured servitude.
Yeah, I heard you. So if we're being like completely intellectually honest, we would also look towards Exodus, where they talk
Wait,
about.
wait, wait. No, 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 no. Don't move. Don't
No, no,
move.
no.
Don't. No, no,
I'm
no,
just.
no, 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 no. I don't want you to do
You
that. I need
can't
to.
let
We
me
need to
listen
clear
to
up. No, no,
you.
no, 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 no,
Mm.
no. No, because what you're doing is you're running from logic right now.
No, I'm
When you
going
want to, hey,
straight
hey, hey,
back.
hey, 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 hey.
This is
There's no,
ignorant. We have to
hey,
let each other speak.
hey, hey. No, we're talking about Leviticus 25 here. There's no need to bring in Exodus. You're running from logic right now. You
Literally
are
don't.
saying, yes, you are. Stop. Okay, stop it. This is why I asked how old you are, because I don't
Yeah, because
like.
you're being.
I don't argue with other people's kids, honey. I don't want to do it. Okay, and just using basic reading comprehension. Okay, you originally said that this was all indentured servitude, and just using basic reading comprehension, we can see that this switches the type of person he's talking about and the type of slavery. Indentured servitude was temporary, and this was a lifetime, and these people could be passed down to the Israelites' children as inheritance, as property. They were possessions. So these are two different slave systems in ancient Israel.
Okay, and can I speak now?
Yes, as long as you address the point that we're talking about.
Okay, so I'm okay. So what I'm trying to explain is that those words were used interchangeably. Not only if you do research and look up ancient Israel slavery, there is no mention of chattel slavery. There is no mention of any type of abuse unless it had to do with the corrupt slave masters that were in indentured servitude. I'm saying that there was no never any type of chattel slavery in ancient Israel. It's a simple Google search is a simple research. And what I was appealing to was another book of the Bible where what spoke about Moses on Mount Sinai, and God was speaking to him, and he said, "Do not abuse your slaves to the masters." He was saying that to the masters as a civil law.
But are we talking about treatment? Joshua, can you bring up Dr. Joshua Boy? Are we talking about treatment of slaves right now, or are we talking about the instant? Stop talking
You're
while I'm talking.
you're
Stop
focusing.
talking.
You cut me
Stop
off.
talking while I'm. No, I didn't. You stopped talking. Are we talking about treatment of enslaved people, or are we talking about the institution of slavery? We're not talking about how they treated their enslaved people. And again, you going to Exodus is you running from the point. Hey, Dr. B.
Okay, then research. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Oh,
So
I am researching it. We're about to read it.
look
We're
up.
about here's the
Look
Hebrew.
up
I'm here's the Hebrew right now on stage. And as I said to you earlier, Dr. Joshua Bowen is a PhD professor who has excavated over in ancient Israel, who has written several books about slavery in ancient Israel, who is also a co-host here. Go ahead, Dr. B.
Oh, yes. Hey, Ivy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Um, I've been listening for about 20 minutes. I'm just, how are you defining chattel slavery? I think maybe that's a sticking point here.
When I say child slavery, I'm alluding to the slavery that happened in America. So anything that you could think of with the slavery that happened in America, that's what I'm thinking about when I think of child slavery.
Okay. So do me a favor. Can you talk about some of the characteristics of it that you think would be like diagnostic of chattel slavery?
Okay, like characteristics of it are obviously not being liberated per se, or like paid after upon release, or no release until of course it was abolished. But or things like abuse was encouraged. What
When you say encouraged, encouraged by whom?
encouraged by like they no there were like what I'm saying is like there was no laws against it, the abuse
Okay,
of it.
then there was no chattel slavery in the American South.
Oh, there were laws against it in the 1700s, 1800s.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that then,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
So this is where I think the sticking point is. I hear what you're saying, right? The way that we define words just as humans is that we're doing it based on common usage. And so like your definition, the way that you're using it is like totally legitimate. I'm not trying to knock that. But I think in this discussion, when we're talking about from like a legal standpoint, or when we're talking about this yeah, from the position of the social institution, the words have kind of specific meanings. So the big distinction between debt slavery or um, somebody being taken as like a possessory pledge or as a distrainee or something, and a chattel slave is that a chattel slave is just an individual that is owned as property. That's its basic definition. Someone that is owned as property. So, like, if you go back to, like, particularly oddly enough, the closer you get to like post-revolution, like the laws in the antebellum South start to become more humane. Right now, obviously, you and I both know that people essentially gave the finger, right, to the laws. They didn't give a fuck, and they did horrendous atrocities. But if we're comparing apples to apples, if we're looking at the law collections in the ancient Near East or in the Hebrew Bible and the law collections in the antebellum South, there's actually quite a bit of overlap between them. Like you weren't allowed to abuse your slave in the antebellum South, which sounds bizarre, right? Because I mean, that's all they did. I mean, um, so I think that's where the precision I think maybe would help here. So when Thinker's talking about a chattel slave, she's talking about somebody who's owned as property, right? That the master like controls the individual. It doesn't mean that they have no rights. They may have very limited rights, but it's not that they have no rights. That's not a factor, or like a diagnostic characteristic of a chattel slave. Uh, because nowhere in the ancient Near East was there a place where like a chattel slave had absolutely zero rights. Um, so yeah, I think that's my sticking point listening to this is she's just saying there are people that are owned as property passed on as inheritance.
In ancient Israel, slavery.
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. um, like you're so when she said in the Bible that God said that you can have you could enslave the neighboring people like around them. Do you know what cities those were, or like who those people were?
Yeah, the text isn't being explicit. It's just saying, and if you read back through those verses that she cited, you'll see it once I say this. It's trying to say, look, there's a distinction between someone who's an Israelite and everybody else. Right. So, you know, you can't, the Israelites are my slaves, Yahweh says, right? I brought them up out of Egypt so they can serve me. They're my slaves. So that means, as you and I know, no man can have two masters, right? The good New
Yeah.
Testament passage. The same was applicable here as far as Yahweh was concerned, right? You can't have two people owning a group or an individual. So Yahweh saying they're my slaves. So you other Israelites or foreigners, you can't enslave an Israelite because they're already my slaves. So then the text is saying, all right, well, if you want slaves, where do you get them? And it
Yeah.
says, all right, well, you just got to get them from foreigners, whether they're living outside of the land, like in Moab or Edom or, wherever, or they're like temporary residents that are living inside of the land with you.
Okay. Okay. Um. So with the slavery that the Israelites were able to ensue on the neighboring people, it wasn't temporary, or was it, or what type of laws were like portrayed to them or like held against them, enforced, things like
Yeah,
that?
that's a good question. So really all Leviticus 25 is dealing with specifically is the time frame. So as Thinker was pointing out, Jubilee it's every 50th year. So, Israelites all had to have a big reset button hit economically every 50th year. They probably never did it, right? It's probably not a historical reality, but that's what Leviticus is talking about there in chapter 25. So the big difference between, or one of the main differences that Leviticus 25 is dealing with when it comes to chattel slaves versus the Anticretic pledge, I think is probably what the Israelites shook out to be. But um, Sorry, that was unnecessary to say. Their situation that the law was talking about for them is that Israelites have to eventually be released, not foreigners. That's the big distinction that Leviticus 25 is like harping on, because it's saying they serve forever. They become your property. You pass them on as inheritance. In other words, it's a permanent slavery. There is no law requiring them to eventually be released.
Okay, so is what you're saying that the Israelites that could enslave the neighboring people was their type of slavery, like the Egyptian slavery?
You mean like in the narrative, in the Egyptian narrative, or in the biblical narrative?
Yeah.
No, uh, I don't think the text is engaging with that. But I don't think if you ask the writers, uh, are these the same types of slavery, they would say no. That being said, if you read like First Kings chapter 9, you'll see that they do a lot of the same things. But no, I don't think that's what the text is envisioning. The Egyptian slavery is it's it's uh, it's an entire people group that's being enslaved, which is different from what's being envisioned here in Leviticus 25. It's saying, on an individual basis, that foreigner, that foreigner, or that foreigner's family, or whatever. Like when it's the big thing is it's illegal enslavement. It's not what was done to the Israelites was an illegal enslavement. You took free people and reduced them to slavery, which was illegal everywhere in the ancient Near East. So that was the big thing that was done to the Israelites, and it was done en masse. Um, but what's being discussed here is the legal purchasing of foreign slaves, if that
Yeah.
made sense.
But
Yeah.
isn't this the same that the enslavement of an entire people group in Egypt, the same thing as them going into lands in Deuteronomy 20 and forcing them into vassalage?
I'm strictly speaking from their mental vantage point. In their eyes, in the writer's eyes of like
Oh, okay.
Deuteronomy and Leviticus, yeah, they're looking at that and saying, "Oh, these are wicked people. They're not like innocent, free people. This is war, and we're doing this because they're rebelling." And that created a different category of people group in their mind. That from your and I, like from our perspective, yeah, 100%. Like, what's the difference?
But that they had an expectation that they were to go in there, and the people had to just accept to become their slave.
Yeah,
And if they didn't just accept to become their slave, that made them rebellious, and then
yeah,
they would go to war
that's right.
and
And they,
enslave them.
the way that they looked at that, again, the writers here in Deuteronomy, they're they're looking at that, and you're probably keying in on that because of that same Hebrew word that's used there, mas. It's the same word that's used in Exodus 1, and what you
Yeah,
see
that's what
in
I was really trying
yeah,
to ask.
yeah.
Is it the same? Is that the same type of slave, the mas?
So
Uh,
mas is it's often translated like corvée labor, and you see it in First Kings 9. That's why I brought it up, because essentially what it is when you have a suzerain, when you have a, a like a Neo-Assyrian empire, and Sennacherib or Esarhaddon or whatever, they go over to some like Syria over in the west, and they say, "Hey, Damascus, like you're under our thumb now. You're going to pay us annual tribute to protect you." Right? The whole mobster mentality. That Syria becomes their vassal. So you have the powerful state, and then you have the vassal state that's under their thumb that says, "Thank you so much for protecting us, and for you know letting us be part of your amazing empire. Here's gold and silver every year, right? And we won't rebel, and we won't join your enemies." And along with that, is what is very much in modern times we would think of it like the draft, but it wasn't like a select thing. It was like the king said, "I want to go fight Egypt." So they'd march past Damascus and they'd say, "Hey, give me your best fighting men." Get them out of here. Right. So when you read in Ezekiel or when you read in Jeremiah and it talks about like the Babylonian army under Nebuchadnezzar is made up of like the Assyrians and these other nations, these other people groups. That's what's happening. These are vassal states, vassal cities that they're having to produce mass. They're having to do corvée labor or military service, forced military service. So in that sense, when Solomon decided he wanted to build his temple complex, right, and palace complex, he went to uh, like this specifically calls out like the Gibeonites, but the remnant of the Canaanites that were left over in the land. He went to them and said, "Get your asses up, right?
Yeah.
Time to do some work." So that's what it is. It's forced labor. It doesn't mean that and I'll shut up, but it doesn't mean that these individuals are living in somebody's house or getting up and working in their field every day. These are people that have, quote unquote, 9 to 5 jobs, often during the rest of the year. But when the warmer months come up and the king is going to go on campaign, he's going to march, around the West. These people become, for a period of time, military soldiers, or they become building, construction workers or whatever. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think it's the same thing either Saul or Solomon required that they didn't like one of them.
Yeah, Solomon,
Yeah,
absolutely right.
Solomon required it and they didn't like that either. Yeah, that makes sense. Ivy, does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I'm just listening, and it sounds like I'd have to do some research on Leviticus because I've been looking at Exodus so far. So definitely gonna do some research on Leviticus. I can't really make more of an opinion than that or the way I already did. You know.
Ivy, if I could, and then I'll drop down. And thank you for having me up. I gotta go get my daughter to school. But one thing, if you're working through Exodus 21, this is just something that the narrative pushes into the background. But it's something I think to really like intentionally focus in on something. I think this will be very enlightening. When you read verses 2 to 6, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where it talks about if a Hebrew slave sells himself to you, you can only make him serve for 6 years. You have to release him in the seventh. And then it says that everybody focuses in on the male Hebrew slave, right? Because that's what the narrative is focusing on. So you focus on it because that's how it works when we read shit. Um, but the text says if he comes in unmarried, then he goes out unmarried. If he comes in with a wife, so he's married when he comes into debt slavery, then his wife leaves with him. And you're like, all right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Then the text says, if his master gives him a wife and they have children, when the slave and then when the male debt slave leaves after the 6-year term of service, the wife and the children don't go with him. They belong to the master. That is chattel slavery. That is people being owned as property. And in fact, what the man then does in the text is he says, but if the man says, I love my wife, my children, and my master, right? They throw that I love my master in there to make it seem a little more palatable to the reader, but I will not go out free. What he's saying is, I will not exercise my right to go back to status as a free person. Instead, I will become a lifetime permanent slave. And so what he does is the text talks about how the master is supposed to take him before God and put a hole into his ear, which is a type of disfigurement that is usually restricted for chattel slaves. And he serves then forever, the text says. So he becomes a chattel slave in order to stay with his family. That's something that gets buried in the background of the narrative, but it's a very important point that I think a lot of us miss.
Okay. Thank you. I'll definitely look into that too. You said Exodus chapter 21
Yes,
verse
sir.
2 through 6.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, man. It's good conversation. Thank you again. Thank you for having me up. Sorry to monologue for so long.
No, you're good.
It's okay, Dr. B. Thank you. I appreciate
All
you.
right, guys, take care.
It's it's always interesting for Dr. B to come up and share, and the people accept when Dr. B says the same things that I said. But at least you got it, and you are going to go and look into it further before saying that the text was manipulated to justify slavery, because that was the whole point, right, of bringing that up.
I thought we already said that it was manipulated to justify slavery. Like we said, it was used in America later than when slavery started. I never insinuated that it started slavery. You know.
I did no, we did not agree that it was manipulated to justify slavery. The text says what it says. It was used to justify slavery, but it was not manipulated
It literally
to
said in
justify.
the.
I'm sorry, why are you interrupting me? You did not interrupt Dr. B when he was on stage. Like, the disrespect is just wild. Yeah. I never said that the text was manipulated to justify slavery. I said the text was used to justify slavery. The text says what it says. There is no need to manipulate it because it does justify slavery.
Okay, but we never spoke about Adam being abusive. If we're done with this conversation, unless you still have more to say, you know what I'm saying?
Well, again, I think you're a little too young to have that conversation with me. I don't think you've lived enough life to have that conversation with me. And I don't talk about these topics just for the sake of them. And we get into some pretty deep things. The way you've handled the slavery topic, the disrespect, the cutting off, I don't want to waste my time and go into that topic with you. You're not at on a mature enough level for me to do that. Hey, do that.
Hey, good morning. I just came up to help out with managing the riffraff.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, but I do appreciate you coming up. I hope you are able to, take Dr. B's information and do some further research into the claim that the text was manipulated to justify slavery.
All right, thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a great day. They always are, dry foot. They always, as soon as a man starts talking, they get respectful. But I could say the same things, and you would think that they heard it for the first time, and then they will get up here and swear up and down misogyny is not a thing, and that it doesn't exist, and it's all in our head. Trevor,
Hello there.
hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you very much for having me and hosting. I really enjoy your show.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes, and let me know if you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist.
Absolutely. I'm 32 years old and I am a believer.
Okay. And which topic did you want to discuss?
I was actually really interested in communicating with the Jezebel was innocent conversation, and I really just wanted to kind of get on here and get your thoughts and see where we meet with that because I actually just recently did a conversation at church on the story of Jezebel.
Yeah. What I'm learning is that people have different beliefs about what Jezebel did. So, what is it that you believe Jezebel is being charged being guilty of?
Well, in and of itself, all I can do is go on the story. I can go on what I've been taught and the teachings in the Bible. Basically, she was a Phoenician princess, wife of Ahab, and she was persecuted for God, and I was so ready for this, and now the names are all getting away from me. But she was supporting in the 450 prophets of Baal, and then ordered the killing of the Yahweh prophets.
Um, so the cutting off or the cutting down of the prophet.
That is correct.
Hmm. Yeah. So one could interpret that as she had them killed. Doesn't explicitly mean that in Hebrew. That word means that she just like put a stop to it. So she could have like commanded that whatever they were doing, um, she could have been like teaching against what they were teaching. But the King James translates it as she had them killed, but it doesn't explicitly say that in the Hebrew.
That's a
But
very
that's
fair point.
yeah. But I what most people uh, say that she's guilty of is lying, conspiring to have Naboth killed. That she bore false witness against Naboth, um, or that she was an adulteress and a whore, a fornicator.
Right, and that's where we get the phrasing for Jezebel present day.
Hmm. And so when I say Jezebel is innocent, I'm referring to the claim that she was an adulteress, a whore, or that she bore false witness against Naboth.
Okay, well, I mean, I do suppose that we could also communicate on that aspect of things. Um, Unfortunately, back then, the man had the say so, and it is very, very possible that, this was just possibly one scorned man, or, you know, just a legion of people that want to put a woman down during that time, because it was so very easy during that time to do that. I mean, I think the only thing that I could say that could possibly be in the defense of the persecution would be their political status at that time. It's not as if she would be in a position to really do anything unsupervised. And I hate using that word.
What do you mean by that? Because back then, queens were allowed to make decisions. They had
Yes,
their
but
own signets and like. What do you mean when you say
well,
that?
all eyes are on them. It's not really the kind of thing where you have much privacy.
Yeah, but I'm asking like what's the point that you're trying to make? What do you mean? Like, what are you trying to say?
I believe what I'm
That she did it with his approval? Is that what you're trying to say, or
No, no, I'm
oh,
not
what are you
trying to
trying to say?
say that by any means. What I'm saying is, honestly, it could very well just be one of those kind of situations where there is a scorn, there is something behind the scenes that somebody just wants to have that put down, and so somebody could have lied on her
Oh,
name.
oh, okay. Yeah, I agree, but also I think a good way, an interesting way, not good, an interesting way to look at the Jezebel story is it could go either way, right? When we bring a charge today, when we go to our courthouse and we say, I want to sue such and such, I want to bring this charge against this person, we have to prove using the law whether we are justified or whether the other person is justified, right?
Correct.
And uh, in this story, the law is in question, whether Naboth blasphemed the God of Israel and the King of Israel, right? So in the law, if you blaspheme, you get put to death, and you are not to curse or speak against the God of Israel or the ruler of Israel at that time. Those were two laws. Naboth When the king asked Naboth to switch vineyards with him or to sell his vineyard, Naboth invoked the name of Yahweh and said that it was against the law for him to do that he could not do that. Now, one, if Naboth, if we were looking at a legal setting, Naboth's lawyer could say that Naboth understood the law to mean that he could not sell it at all, even temporarily, and that he wasn't trying to blaspheme. Jezebel's lawyer could say, nope, Naboth knew the law. The law says that they are allowed to temporarily sell their land as long as it is bought back by them or a person of kin during Jubilee. They just cannot permanently sell or trade their land. So he knew it. He invoked the name of God and he reviled the king on purpose. So he blasphemed. So there's a thin line, right? Especially like when dealing with the law, you have to prove your case. So what Jezebel did as queen is she wrote a letter to those who could call a trial, who could hold a trial, and that would be the nobles and the elders. And she told them to bring a charge against Naboth of blaspheming the king and blaspheming God, and to find two men. The text calls them lawless men, which means like men that are not afraid, right? Like they're not like, I don't know, law-abiding citizens. Um, One could interpret that to mean that she wanted. Uh, I mean, there's no way to even say that she wanted them to lie or that she told them to lie because there's nothing in the text that says that. There's no Hebrew word that insinuates that. But she wanted men that were goat-like men, wild men, right? That were not afraid that to testify about this charge. And so she submitted her claim. The elders and the nobles held the trial. The elders and the nobles found the witnesses. The witnesses testified at the trial. They obviously believed the witnesses' testimony and they issued the execution order. That's what happened. Now, because it's a woman bringing this charge against a man, and because the king went home and cried to a woman, it looks bad. It looks bad. It's like she used the law, knowing that blasphemy brought death. And knowing that if Naboth dies, the land goes to the king, right? But did she bear false witness? That's the claim. Is she really wrong for using the law in this situation if Naboth in fact did blaspheme the God, lied to the king, invoked the name of their God, in order to reject the king's request?
Hmm. That's also I think that when we look at this, we also have to, we have to look at the whole thing as the way it would have been interpreted during that time. Um, when she's being called, a whore, when she's being called these things, it's not a measure of a sexual immorality. It is in the way that they phrase it in, I believe it's the Old Testament, where it's like the worship of other gods or the promotion of another god as whoring or in some kind of adultery against God. It wasn't like necessarily, that she was a harlot and whatnot. It's that,
No, I know that
she's,
for. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, you're fine. It's it is so difficult to truly get a grasp on what could have happened. If you have, and it is very unfortunate that, during that time, men are the ones who ultimately get to say so. There were queens, there were princesses and whatnot, but we can see many aspects of history where even though we had queens and we had princesses, at the end of the day, to a man, that was still a woman. That was still a tad less than. So the idea of innocent is hard to put down on it, but it's really hard on that one.
Yeah. Well, let's look at this. So, when I say she's innocent, I'm talking about the claims put on her today, as far as her being adulterous and a fornicator, because today they mean bisexually, right? They mean that
Right.
she, right. So she's definitely innocent of that in the story, at least. There's no evidence of that. But also, Jezebel was not in covenant with Yahweh. An
Correct.
adulteress would be someone in covenant with Yahweh. She was not in covenant with Yahweh.
She was not in covenant with Yahweh, but I do believe that the land was.
But there's no law that says just because you live in Israel that you have to worship the God of Israel. You just have to obey the laws of Israel. And then there are civil laws, right, that you can go into and agree to follow. But being in covenant with him, there is no requirement. There isn't even one that if you marry an Israelite that you have to be in covenant with Yahweh. So the claim or charge against her for committing adultery with idolatry, she's not required to worship Yahweh. And then one would have to ask, right, if a salvation or relationship with this God is through marriage, like just because your husband worships the God, does that by proxy mean that you as the wife automatically have a relationship with the God? Are you automatically saved because your spouse is saved?
No.
So why is that expectation put on Jezebel?
It's very unfairly put upon Jezebel.
And then in the story it says Ahab put the statue up to Baal. It doesn't say Jezebel asked him to or Jezebel required it, but she's being held responsible for men making the decision to cheat on the God that they were in covenant with. Why are we allowing men to escape accountability for that and put that on one woman?
Well, that is with the precursor that we would know that as truth. I mean, according to the trial and according to the book, this is the way it went.
No, I'm saying in the book, Ahab put the statue up to Baal. In the book, there is nothing that says Jezebel required or forced or asked any Israelite to worship her God. When the Israelites decided to follow after Baal, that's their decision. Why is Jezebel being held accountable for decisions men made on their own?
Well, according to the knowledge that I have, this was done under the influence of Jezebel. King Ahab putting up, and it wasn't even that he put up a statue of Baal in itself. He built an altar and a temple in Samaria,
Yeah, that's
and
the
then there was a
statue.
pillar.
Yeah.
But this was under
But
the
when you say
orders of
no,
his
it
wife
wasn't.
Jezebel.
No, it wasn't. I just stated there is nothing in this text that says she ordered him to do that. No, it's not. Y'all are saying, oh, they saw her worshiping her ancestral god, so they were influenced, so they did it. That's if even if they saw her worship, that's like saying a Christian married a Muslim, and because the Muslim woman kept worshiping Allah, she's responsible for her husband choosing to follow Allah.
Well, in and of itself, the term influenced can be, interpreted in many ways. We were not there for their interpersonal communications. It absolutely could have been upon request.
It doesn't say that. It
It
does not
doesn't
say
say
that.
that
But
it.
why
It
are you?
doesn't say that
But
it
why?
wasn't.
It doesn't say anything about her influencing them.
So we can't truly defend either viewpoint of
No,
that.
you can. What we can do is say the men worshipped Baal, and the men made a decision. And
Well, she
but
was
my
also a
question,
worshiper of
hold on,
Baal.
no, that's her right. She's not an Israelite. She's not required to worship Yahweh.
This is correct.
So, but the men who were in covenant with Yahweh, who had received ancestral property from Yahweh, who had taken the oath, decided to break that covenant, and she's being held accountable, and they're not. Why are they not being held accountable for the decision they made? That's my question.
Well, how does she find herself in this court? Like, how does she find herself in this position? Like, what was the
It was a
events that
peace
led up to
treaty.
this? And
Are
the
you
peace
asking
treaty
how did she
was
become his wife?
no, I'm talking about the peace treaty. Like, at what point is that peace treaty broken? What were the significant layings of said
What
treaty?
does that have to
Like,
do with
what
the
were the
decision the men
agreements?
made? What does that have to do with the decision men made to worship a different God?
Well, we're saying it as ultimate that that is fact when we did just state that nothing in the text says, like, neither side
No, I didn't say
of that.
that.
It absolutely
I did
could.
not say that. I did not say that. I said the text does not say that Jezebel made them or influenced them. What I said
It,
was the text explicitly says the men made a decision to worship Baal. And why are we not holding the men accountable for the decision they made?
I mean,
That's
it
what I
does
said.
say that his actions were heavily influenced by Jezebel,
Can
who
you
was
pull
a
up the
promoter
scripture?
of the worship of Baal.
Can you pull up the scripture that says that?
Let's see. See. Yeah, give me just a moment, please.
Mhm. Good morning, Fee and Oso.
Good morning, y'all.
Y'all missed one hell of a conversation tonight.
Really? Was it a
Hmm.
good one?
No, it was a what the fuck I checked out type conversation.
Mm.
It was yeah,
It was
it,
interesting to listen to.
yeah, yeah,
It was with another Christian?
yeah.
And oh wow. I'm gonna have to go back
Then
on YouTube.
he said, oh, so you listen, oh, so you use logic. He said logic is earthly.
Well, so is his God. What is he talking about?
Then he said, just like 1 + 1 = 2, a plus b equals 2. And so when people say that don't add up, that proves that words are numbers. Words is mathematics, and this is what y'all don't understand.
I
A
thought
plus
A plus B equals C.
A plus B equals 2?
A plus b equals 2, apparently.
Oh, so run that topic run that topic back, cause the fuck.
It's an evergreen, ain't it?
Oh, you got it, Trevor.
It's in Kings. I just don't think it's like directly in the wording that is relevant to what we said.
But
See,
I thought
Ahab reigns in Israel, marries Jezebel, nor was it enough for him to walk in the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat. But he also took to wife Jezebel, daughter of the people king and Sidonians. He went and served Baal and adored him. It was that he took to his wife. It's basically being stated that, I mean, it certainly, that doesn't necessarily mean influence. That's like when we look at like some guy that just really is into a girl, so he starts doing all these freaking things, even though that she didn't tell him to do any of it. It's absolutely the kind of ordeal where it could have been on his own fruition entirely, that he just saw her doing something and then took it upon himself to do it and then got her in trouble for it. That is an
Go
absolute
ahead, Fee.
possibility.
well, I was just gonna ask what he just kind of summarized. Because why do you think that possibility is not what's taught in churches?
Oh, because it's super inconvenient, and then it's like then we had because it enacts conversations as the ones we are having now, and typically church does not enjoy that.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think like it's interesting when you and Thinker were talking earlier, you said that the text doesn't explicitly state that Jezebel influenced these men to worship her ancestral god. And then Thinker says, You're right. I can't remember I can't remember which direction it was. No. Thinker was saying that it doesn't explicitly state that Jezebel was trying to influence them in this way. And you said that it doesn't explicitly state that she wasn't, so we can't draw a conclusion. And that's not true, right? Like, because you would be adding something to the text. You would be adding an action. And Thinker is just pointing out that the action is not stated. So my question is, if your book states a thing and your God says a thing or your God doesn't say a thing, but you can insinuate or you can add, you as the just general Christian, you can add something to it. Who outranks who? Because if God wanted to have in this book and part of the story that Jezebel, I don't know, they didn't have pew pews back then. Maybe she had them at sword point or something like that, forcing them to worship Baal. Then that's what would have been in this book. That's not there. But a lot of readers of this story read it as though it is there. And I'm curious to know why that pattern is not problematic for more believers, because this book says what this book says. And if a believer's understanding of it or a believer's theology can outrank what the book says, who's really the author here?
Well, I do believe that I'll start with your first section of this because that was kind of a lot to go through. But as you stated, we were coming onto a common ground there when it came to the book does not directly state. And in my defense, where I was like, well, it doesn't directly say this, but there are still two possibilities of that outcome. It's we're I don't think that either one of us are directly stating anything of this as a fact. We are looking at, what we have available, and what we have available leads to a lot of speculation. So it's perfect. It's one of those kind of things where it's kind of indefensible. We have something that says that the action was influenced, but what does that truly mean? Just because somebody does something around another person, that doesn't directly result in full scale influence. But if we look like a comparison to modern day, a person could, get in trouble for contributing to the delinquency of a minor for doing bad stuff with a minor around, right?
Sure, but I do think the contribution has to be active, not passive. Specifically in this story, right? We're saying that Jezebel has a reputation of, or the way I was taught the story, she damn near drug him by the hair to go worship these other gods. That's the way it was presented, and I think that's the way it is presented in most churches. But I think maybe I'm zooming in a little bit too far in my question, but this is a pattern in the Bible. That's what I'm trying to highlight: the fact that men do a thing, and the responsibility or the accountability for that action is usually placed at the feet of someone else. And in several cases, it's a woman. In this story, it doesn't say that Jezebel forced anyone to do anything. When you talk about influence, sure, people can look at me do a thing and decide that they're interested, but the verb is on the person. And the skirting of accountability is what I'm trying to highlight here, and the fact that the responsibility is usually placed at the feet of women in this story, in this entire book, honestly, from the fucking beginning, really.
1 second. 300K, y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, do that.
Hi, beautiful.
You get
Okay,
what I'm
so what
saying?
exactly? I believe I'm understanding a bit of what you're saying. Um, I'm just curious as to where that conclusion has become kind of absolute for you.
What conclusion?
That the responsibility of all of it or the accountability is directly put on the feet of women.
Oh, I was just saying in some of these stories, like the Adam and Eve, like Eve didn't force Adam to do shit. He was sitting right there when she had the conversation with the serpent. Jezebel didn't. This story doesn't state Jezebel forced anybody. This story doesn't state Jezebel lied. This story doesn't
Well,
state.
I'm sorry. I'm certainly not trying to cut you off. I would just really appreciate it if we did these things kind of one at a time. Like, the story of Adam and Eve, both people were punished.
Right, but
Yes.
who
The one person you don't want to cut off is Fee and the host.
Yeah, I'm certainly not trying to do that.
did it? Right. So, and I don't want to deviate to the Adam and Eve story. I only brought it up because of the pattern that I recognize with an action by an autonomous individual, male, is taken. The responsibility for said action is put at the feet of a woman. So we can go into that maybe at another discussion. I do want to stick to Thinker's topic of Jezebel, but I was just bringing up the pattern, how the woman is the issue. And my question to you is, why do you think that is?
Why do I think what is?
That the responsibility is placed at the feet of the woman, specifically in this story. Who does it benefit, or what narrative is supported when the blame is placed on Jezebel? When the story doesn't, when the story that we are told in church has a whole lot of innuendos and has a lot of, I don't want to call it misdirection, but definitely guidance in terms of the way you see the story, the narrative is painted for you. You and Thinker with it, talking through it, and you could see that there are certain inferences that you drew. There are certain inferences that she drew. There are certain conclusions that you reached, certain conclusions that she reached. And that's going to be the case like for anybody who reads a thing. My question is, what narrative is supported when the conclusion or the inferences that are taught from churches usually paint the woman in a very specific light?
Well, I mean, if we look at the story if we look at it in a direct way, what we're looking at is the unlawful death of a man named Namath. And when Namath refused to sell his land to King Ahab, it's said that Jezebel used the king's authority to have him falsely accused of treason and stoned to death so that they could seize the property. And, that's against Hebrew law. And so, like, if we're going to look at it from that standpoint, like, then that's what happened, and that was the punishment, and that was what it led to. So, I
But
mean,
that's not what happened, right? Like, she didn't unlawfully do anything. Like, he did invoke the name of Yahweh, saying that he couldn't sell his vineyard. That that is not what the law states. The law states that he could sell it. He'd have to get. He could temporarily sell it. So she didn't commit treason. She didn't even hold the trial. So if she brought the charges, she pressed charges, the judges got the witnesses, the judges conducted the trial, the judges went through with the execution. They were the strong arm, they were the law. So if they are equally as culpable, they aren't mentioned in there. And what is she guilty of? To Thinker's point earlier, she could have understood this law to mean, okay, this is treason. Take it to court, let them, do their thing, see if they have enough evidence, and execute Naboth if he's guilty.
and he was not found guilty. Jezebel was found guilty of false accusations.
Who was not found? He was found. He was stoned. Clearly, he was found guilty by
Oh,
the
well, yeah,
elders.
that's, excuse me. I did not mean it. I'm trying to take everything you're saying in while holding this up. Um, and it was post that he was stoned to death, and then it was came out as a false accusation.
When did it come out as a false accusation? Can you read me that
I
scripture?
I I don't have like a direct scripture in front of me.
Yeah, because it doesn't say it, right? And if you can add to the book something that it does not state, like who
According to the book, it was the orchestration of an unlawful death of Naboth.
no, according to the book, it was not an unlawful orchestration. According to theology, it was an unlawful orchestration. But the book doesn't state that. Unless you can show me in Second Kings where it does.
1 Kings 21, 10, 15, which describes her sending letters to King Ahab and the elders of the city. These letters instructed them to find 2 men to falsely testify.
Where do you see falsely testify? And is that in the original Hebrew?
I'm looking at 1 Kings now.
It's interesting because you and I just went through all of the laws. Like we just went through this. It
I
doesn't
don't recall
it
going through the laws.
the laws pertaining to land ownership and blasphemy. You don't recall that conversation.
No, ma'am, I do not recall going over the laws. No.
You don't recall me bringing up the law against blaspheming against the God of Israel and reviling the king and the land laws.
We didn't go over the land laws. They have been brought up, but we did not go over them.
I did not state that the land law states that you can temporarily sell or transfer your land as long as it's bought back by you or a kinsman during Jubilee.
We're not arguing that that is a thing that you can or
No,
cannot do.
no, that
What
is a law. Did I go over the laws pertaining to this case or not in the conversation that you and I had?
it's quite possible,
It's possible. Interesting.
but I feel like there's being a miscommunication on what the actual action was. Naboth refused to sell the land.
And he
He
invoked
has
the
the
name of
ability.
the God. He definitely could have, but he invoked the name of the God in order to reject a request of the king, and that is the charge of blasphemy that Jezebel brought. This is why I said this is a a thin line. This is why I brought up the court system. I literally said if Naboth had a lawyer, Naboth's lawyer could say Naboth understood the law to mean that he couldn't do it at all and that he wasn't trying to blaspheme. And Jezebel's lawyer could say, nope, Naboth understood that law. He understood that Yahweh never said that he couldn't temporarily transfer that land. He intentionally invoked the name of Yahweh in a lie. I literally said that. I said it could go either way. And this is what using the law is. And I said, I literally asked you, is it wrong for her to use the law to her advantage? She used the law. It's no different than what we do today.
And I think there absolutely can be wrongdoing and taking advantage of something beyond like reasonability.
Who determined
Maybe
it
she
was
do
beyond?
that.
Yeah, and who determined it was beyond reasonability?
Well, if somebody was stoned to death, that's kind of unreasonable. Do we agree that somebody getting stoned to death is kind of unreasonable?
I do, but your
Who
God
said
doesn't.
exactly? Your God set the law for being stoned for
Right?
blasphemy. Naboth committed the crime. It's not her fault that that law existed.
So, at what point do we take responsibilities for the crimes that exist? Do we stop taking them when they're
What?
convenient?
I think we've
What
lost the
kind?
plot.
What kind of question is that? The person that takes
I think it's a
responsibility,
logical, reasonable
the person
question.
that takes responsibility for the crimes, is the person who committed the crime.
Okay,
What type of question is that?
and she was tried and found guilty of a crime.
No, she wasn't.
Was it? She was tossed out of a window and fed to dogs. She didn't even
There
have
was
a
no
trial.
That a
trial.
brutal end is prophesied by Elijah. Let's see, in this New Testament. Negotiated.
But you're
Let me
doing all of this to not answer the question of why aren't you holding the men accountable for the decisions that they made? To basically say that this text does not help men escape accountability. That's crazy.
I do not believe that this text inherently helps men escape accountability.
Yet we're 20 minutes later of me asking why aren't you holding the men accountable for the decision they made. You're doing all of this
Everyone should
because
be
you
held
want to say,
accountable
you're
for their
doing all of this to
decisions.
say that Jezebel is responsible for influencing them for worshiping another god and breaking the covenant they went into with Yahweh.
Well, you're stating that other people should be responsible for these laws and things. So if it's not, what if it
The
can't?
fact that
It's
you
either
don't
it's
get
either
it,
everybody or nobody.
you
What am
don't
I
get
not? What
it.
am I not getting?
You're not getting that you cannot say they are responsible. You can't say it. You've yet to be able to say that. You're saying everything but that while saying it doesn't help men escape accountability. You can't make these men in this story take accountability for their own actions without blaming a woman.
Because think about it this way, right? Jezebel wrote the letter. Jezebel told the elders and the judges what the charges were. It then became their responsibility to conduct the trial. She wasn't there. She wasn't involved. How are you absolving them of any responsibility of finding this man guilty of treason or whatever it is? It's not treason. I mean, it is treason, but in the claims that you said, how are they not guilty of that?
What claims have I said?
You've said that to Thinker's point, you've yet to identify or admit that the judges and the elders are guilty. If you're saying that Naboth's charges were trumped up, that he was innocent, that Jezebel conspired, they are part of the conspiracy. Why are they not why weren't they thrown out of the window just like Jezebel was, if that was what the crime truly was?
What?
Was my
This
question
is this is on
confusing?
purpose. That
No, ma'am. This is by
it
no means on purpose. I thought that this
mhm.
was like a situation where we're just going to communicate like about this respectfully. And which, by the way, I really don't appreciate
Wait,
being
what did she
mocked. I
say?
have
What did
not
she
done
say
that, not
disrespectfully?
one bit.
No one has mocked you. And what did she say disrespectfully to you?
Yes, ma'am. You made like a little like passive voice, quoting something I said, and you said it in
Oh
a
yeah.
fairly disrespectful way.
Uh,
That did happen.
we are adults in here. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have anything to do with your insecurities, and
It's
I do
not an
not placate. It is, and
insecurity.
I do not placate to men's egos. I don't give a
So you
damn.
get to just
We're
tell me
we're
how.
we're we're adults. I have not mocked you. I don't have anything to do with how our intellect is affecting you. I don't know, but no one has disrespected you.
So if I was to say we're adults, I didn't mock you, that's not mocking you.
No, I
That's
don't give a damn. Like what?
that's what you did. You made a
No, the fuck
voice
I didn't.
quoting what I said. You
Oh my
did,
God,
ma'am. But
whine about
okay.
it.
Deal with
Whine,
it.
whine
Just
about
deal
it.
with
Like
it.
God
So
damn.
you deny it,
Go
and
get a
then you just
bottle.
I
you're
don't
rude.
fucking. I don't fucking remember if I made a voice, and if I did, it wasn't to mock you. It was to quote you. But if
So,
I did
ma'am,
mock you, I would fucking tell you because I don't give a damn about. I don't give a damn about protecting your male ego.
And it's crazy that we got
you're
here
so
at this point. Like the conversation had been going so well. I'm simply asking, why are the men, the judges and the elders that were appointed by your God, who, by the way, knew all of these details and sat by and watched it all play out, why are they not responsible for any of this if these charges were false?
at this point. I genuinely have no interest in continuing this conversation. You have been rude.
Oh, wow.
This is just their way. He doesn't have an answer for it, so he's making up a reason to run. That's
Wall
all
of
he's doing.
the wall of accountability, like they face plan into that bitch every single time. And it's insane to me that this is what is stumping him.
Yep. He can't say that the men were responsible. And he doesn't like it. He doesn't like that the text isn't on his side. So
Mhm.
he has to create a reason. to make the like look as we're having this conversation, he's blaming the women for why he can't answer that question. It's our fault, Fee, because I
I've
don't
never
know.
once said I
I
can't
don't know.
answer
Did
the
I did
question.
I did
You're
I
putting
make a
words in
voice
my
like
mouth.
this? Did I make a voice like you're putting
You
words in my mouth? This ain't,
No.
see, you're putting words in my mouth. Did I do that or something?
Mm-mm.
Now
Mm.
that I just mocked him.
Yeah, he must be new here
No,
because when we mock people,
you,
it's
you,
pretty obvious.
you used a deeper voice to denote that you were talking from his perspective. So I don't know why he was upset about that.
Oh, okay.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, that one hurt. That one hurt. That's tough.
I said good.
Deuces, little bitch. I thought
It's
you was
it's going
rocking.
it's gonna be. It's gonna be. I don't know what the fuck you keep saying it for. It has been and will continue to be.
Why is he still here?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure that part
You
out.
have the capacity.
Oh, now you're gonna make us drop you. You're gonna say good night and then sit there and then tell us we have the capacity to drop you. Is that what's gonna happen?
We not know how to drop.
Oh, he said you have the capacity, and then he was put on mute. So I'm guessing
Oh,
he's gonna play the whole "you gonna drop me" thing.
I just find this
try throwing your
interesting.
phone against the wall.
Oh, so I find this interesting, right? Like, this isn't a difficult concept to follow. Like, it's not even very convoluted with a whole lot of players. The text says what the text says. And to be fair, as readers, just part of reading, like, you get to visualize what's happening. Oftentimes, our minds fill in the cracks, that the details that of the details that were not included in this story. But if you look at the actions and you look at the players for what is actually stated, if you are being fair, you would have to ask, why were the men who were in receipt of this letter from Jezebel, these judges and these elders, why are they not being held responsible if the charges that were written in that letter were false? Their responsibility is to hold a trial. The purpose of the trial is to determine guilt or innocence. They did that, but they weren't punished. They did that, but they weren't held accountable or responsible if this man were truly innocent. He can't even say that.
And
That's
then
what like that was the straw that broke the camel's back for him.
the straw that actually broke the camel's back for him was him not being able to say that the men made their own decision to worship Baal. He wanted to say that because they saw Jezebel worshiping Baal, it influenced them, and so she's responsible for them doing it. They're not responsible for their own adultery.
That's why I referenced Genesis. The same fucking thing. Like, it was this precedent was set from the beginning. Adam was older than Eve. Adam got the directions directly from the God. But it was Eve's fault, all of humanity, and he's supposed to be the leader, the head, the one who takes charge in all of these things. Well, why is all the responsibility put on her? Why is he not equal? And then the concept of, oh, he was punished too. No, he wasn't. The ground was punished. Adam wasn't cursed. The ground was cursed. So it's always somehow the woman's responsibility, or that accountability falls, and that blame is always directed at the woman in this book.
I think it. I think he just had like an existential crisis and realized that society set him up for failure by not teaching him to take accountability for his own actions, and he doesn't know how.
Yep. That's what Bash's topic yesterday, that we're building bad men, and using this book as a template to do so, because nowhere in this book does it require that a man is accountable for his own actions, especially in these big stories that most people regurgitate. The little ones that folks don't read aren't much better. But I think you're right. Like, it is this realization that this God is a God of lack of accountability for men. And this pattern of a thing happens, blame the woman, absolve the man, and maintain male authority. That seems to be the narrative of this book, or at least, at the very least, the one that's pushed through theology.
You know what else happened tonight? Israel Seed came up and he was talking about the story of Job's wife and saying that Job's wife uh, didn't suffer and um, Job's kids were killed because they were at a party throwing it up for a different god, and because Job killed animals in case his kids sinned that was against the law, and God doesn't kill kids for the sins of their parents or parents for the sins of their kid. So he went to Satan, had Satan kill Job's kids because Job thought that he could pray for his kids in case they sinned.
The fuck?
Hmm. And as we're like, I'm trying to show him how stupid that shit sounded. But he made a statement that before that, he made a statement that I'm just a bitter woman mad about the treatment of women in this book. And then he said your PFP shows that you're a bitter woman. I said, what does my PFP have to do with the bitterness? Then he goes, I saw the song you posted today. And I said, oh. He said, the one about Lot's daughters. I said, oh, you mean this one? When I tell you that song made his ass run so fucking fast.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I said, oh, you that motherfucker.
Wow. Wow. And I mean, it's so crazy because how much of, I say this all the time, how much of your humanity do you have to unplug from to hear the story of Job's wife, to hear the story of Lot's daughters, to hear the story of the concubine, to hear the way, like Bash was reading, going over the story of the concubine in Javarius's live last night, and it was a young man who had not read this story ever, and he was kind of shook. Like he responded in a normal human way. He also had a daughter, right? So I think luckily in a lot of ways he was likely looking at this through the lens of being a father of a daughter. But how much of your humanity do you have to unplug from to be offended by or even to retreat to a position of protection for a God that would sanction something like that?
I think a hit dog was hollered. I think a
Yeah.
hit dog hollered. I think he is like it. I don't want to make allegations, but the way he reacted to that song, and the song is talking about, you know, SA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It felt like a hit dog hollered. He couldn't even sit there. Like, Israel Seed will sit here and say the most dumbest shit and wear out his welcome. He
Right.
couldn't do it.
Wow.
His reaction was
I'd have to
sus
agree.
than a motherfucker. Huh?
So I have to agree.
Yeah. That song has him pissed. Out of all the songs that I have posted, he has commented on all of them. That one has him pissed.
Did you I didn't see the post you posted with the lyrics.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I posted it after I got the step of approval from you. I posted it.
I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah, I listened to it like 3 times. I was in there jamming. I'm like, this one. I mean, all of them are, but I think that it's this vantage point adjustment. Telling the stories from the woman's perspective that's never done. In addition to like the way you put the lyrics together, and like I was saying yesterday, like it's powerful, but it's also I don't know. It there's this element of it that kind of is revelatory, if that's I don't know, it's something about it. I can't put my name on it, put my finger on what it is, but I think when if a woman, I imagine myself as a Christian woman, right, like knowing these stories, knowing what I've been taught to think about, Job's wife, and I you would hear like Lot's daughters and you would think about these players, but they were usually in the background and you didn't really give their life and their experience really much thought. But I think you capture the details of the story and the perspective of a woman through these stories and lyrics and the melodies is just insanely powerful. So I'm excited. I think a pressure is too based on is that pressure is
Absolutely.
that yeah.
What is pressure doing?
I don't know what pressure doing over there.
He just greeting the day with a couple grunts. You know how it is.
Like at first I was questioning myself. Like I started the live off wondering if I was doing the right thing writing these songs. And his reaction was like, "Yep."
Yeah. Because I mean it's never talked about. It's never acknowledged. And it is a situation where the previous guy was saying, he's like, well, it's unfortunate, but that's just how it is. No, it should have never been that way. And a God should know that.
You would think.
Right. Ed? Ed, are you there? Okay. Thank you, Jarian. It's just that I think I was wondering if they were too heavy for the average person. And the average person is a believer. That's what I was wondering. If it's too much for the average person.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like of course, the goal isn't to make you abandon your faith or whatever, but just to examine things more critically. But I feel like a lot of the conversations that we have go in one ear and out the other, where music can kind of uh, permeate at a deeper level. And I, I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing for it to be something that they can't handle because I mean, especially with people like this, they become obsessed with being in spaces or listening to things that go against what they hold so dearly. And I don't know, part of me feels like it's that last little bit of of their actual selves, trying to break out. But I feel like it's a good thing to have, these songs, especially because they're so well crafted, and they speak on these things that kind of force you to gain perspective, which is something that they never do. So I feel like just fucking do it. Fuck it.
And also, like the God put it in the book. He didn't think it was too heavy to do it. Do you know what I mean? And sanction. What the fuck is that?
It's Paul. That's Paul, dumbass.
Thinker's screen. How did that happen?
When did you take this picture, Paul?
I am responsible for that picture.
I'm gonna be a star.
But no, like the God didn't have an issue, didn't think it was too heavy to put it in the book or to have his people do it. So
Yeah.
the weight of it needs to Oso's point. I think it needs to be shifted to the part of their brain that recognizes what the fuck these words are actually saying and what these women actually experience. So no, I don't think it's too heavy at all.
Also, do you want to talk to Paul?
Paul, what you finna talk about on the topics and shit?
Hey, brother. Yeah. So that prompt that she had up where she was saying that Jezebel was innocent. Like, yeah, I was just wondering how she came up with that. How y'all, how'd y'all come up with that?
What was she guilty of?
I mean, she was killing God's prophets. She got betrayed by her own people, didn't she? They threw her out of a building or something.
Were they her own people? Also, is that a charge?
I think they was her own attendants or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying, what I'm saying, like what happened to her.
She was
Uh,
guilty of people killing her? Is that what you're saying?
no, I was saying she was guilty of trying to exterminate pure worship and replace it with the God she served, the Balas or whatever they was.
The NBA
So
ballers? Yeah. Where does it
not
say
NBA
that she was
ballers. I
trying to
forgot how you pronounce it.
exterminate? Yeah, I think he was close. Where did she say she was trying to exterminate the worshipers of Yahweh?
Yeah, she was trying to bring in her, what I'm saying, her worshipers and get
Yeah, where
rid
does
of
it say
God's
that though?
worship. Huh?
Yeah, where does it say that?
It's in there.
Yeah, where?
Uh, I forgot what book that was. Which book was
Um,
it that they gave the account about Jezebel? Who was that? What
you might
prophet
have to
was that?
Google it. You
I
might have to
think it was
Google it.
Elijah.
It might be. You might have to Google it though.
Yeah. But nevertheless, what I'm saying, she was, according to the Bible, considered to be a
No, not
wicked woman.
nevertheless. Not nevertheless. I need you to tell me where it is that you say this thing is happening in the book.
Like I said, man, the
Yala.
account just ain't on the tip
Look
of
at
my tongue.
Yala's PFP.
Dr. Caillou is crazy.
I spoke to one dude. He got so mad at me, he ain't even
hey,
want to talk
hey,
no
I
more.
speak to dude saying that ball was fucking angry, but I need you to tell me where in the Bible it says what you said. Surely a doctor could be able to fucking read a book.
Yeah.
Surely,
I mean,
right?
so you see, it's really just, it was just on the
Okay,
tip of my tongue,
so
but
read a book. Yeah. So just read the book then,
I mean, but
right?
what's the problem? Are you aware of the account about
I'm
Jezebel and
aware that
Elijah
I
and the
don't
and the
see
and,
what
and the
you're
worship?
talking about. I'm aware that I don't see what you're talking about. So you're gonna have to tell me what you're talking about.
I told you. What do you want me to do if you don't get it?
Where?
I mean, Dr. Paul, you've been coming here frequently enough to know that we're going to ask you to show us in this book the things that you claim it says. That's all Oso's asking you to do.
Yeah, I get that, but like I told him, you know what I'm saying? Like
Okay, so if you get it, go
to
ahead
help.
and
He
find it.
wants me to show him where.
If
Uh,
you get it, go get it. We don't need
yeah.
any extra words if you get it. If you understand, then do the thing.
I don't know
Duh.
why you talking to me. It seemed like you getting snobbish.
Not snobbish, more like I don't have time to play games with you. Either you can provide the information or you're lying.
Look, I would say question it until you find something better.
Oh, so what you're saying is you don't actually have anything to back that up. That's what I'm hearing, right?
I mean, I'm just going off my memory of the account of Jezebel
Right.
in the
So you
Bible.
don't have anything to back that up. You're just saying things,
I
correct?
mean, the scripture supported. I
Oh,
think,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. What
What's
scripture?
the,
Oh, okay. What scripture then?
I can't remember the particular book.
You do have Google though. You can find it.
Yeah, but I try to do one thing at a time. Right now, we having this
Okay.
conversation.
Well.
I'll
Okay.
Google it
Okay.
later
Okay.
and
Okay.
check my
Okay.
facts later.
The
I'll fact check
conversation
later.
is on pause. The conversation is on pause. Go find it.
Look, man, I got a problem doing with people.
I'll wait. Go find it. That's interesting. That's interesting. I wouldn't think that you could make it to a doctor level. I personally, I know a couple of doctors. I, I always assumed that they had to cite their sources on the way to getting to a doctor. Like I just assumed, maybe incorrectly, maybe I need to go back and interview these people. But I just thought that if you made it to a doctoral level, at some point you had to back up what you say with information that is credible, right? I, I feel like a doctor would have that kind
Yeah,
of skill set. I don't know. Maybe
I
I'm wrong.
agree. You're not. You're not wrong.
Maybe a doctor would have the awareness to know that he's been put on mute until he goes find that scripture. Maybe you need the extra thick cut glasses. You know how they get like extra thick cut bacon. Your shit thick cut, but maybe it needs to be extra thick cut. Might improve your memory too.
It kind of looked like he was the model for the disguise face.
So you saying back in the 80s he was telling people to do the Humpty Hump?
Yeah,
I'll do
you
the
know what I
Humpty
mean.
Hump. Yeah,
You know what I
type shit.
mean.
I get you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I did call him Sinbad the other day. Not think I had the shit on. Yeah.
You know, like he was the the model for that shit.
That must have been him at the end of No Shave November. Hey, Doctor
Doc,
Scratch and Sniff. You gonna find the scripture?
Nah, I ain't even looking for it.
Oh, okay. So you have nothing to contribute at all.
I mean, I spoke my piece. Whether you don't believe it, that's on
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You could just say. Matter of fact. Let me do what Dr. Paul just did, and by doctor I mean, of course, non-doctor. Let me do what he just said. The Bible says that all light-skinned black people with extra thick-cut glasses and a dumbass goatee are bastards. They were born of a unholy union, and they will go to hell based off the strength of that. That's what the Bible says.
Okay.
The Bible says that people who go by Paul Lewis um, eat dick. That's what the Bible says.
So you want to take it to something sexual of a man having a sexual act with another man, huh?
I mean,
Is that
technically,
where you
eating
at?
dick is not necessarily sexual because, like,
Is
when you
that where
tell
you
somebody
at
to eat a
mentally?
dick, are you telling them to have a sexual encounter? No. But if you want it to be sexual, I definitely can go there. Would you like me to go there?
So I'm trying to figure out what type of man speaks this
Big
way to
ass
another
fucking
man.
nose. Goddamn, boy. Hey, put the mic away when you do that. I don't need to know that you can suck up the air in the whole room.
Yeah, you real insecure, man.
Yeah, that sounds like insecurity for sure. For
You
sure.
need help.
100%.
So what's the best way I could help you?
The best way you could help me is finding that fucking scripture, bitch.
So, okay. When you're dealing with
Yeah.
this type of character, the best way you can
And
help
when
you is
I'm
to find the scripture.
like also,
Mhm.
why is he asking that question to you? Don't you think it would make more sense that he would ask it to the kids who hate him?
That's a good question.
That's a very good question. Like, why would he
That's
ask a perfect
interesting.
So this
stranger
brother is
on the
into
internet what is the best way I
Yeah.
can help you, while also on the internet
Hmm.
claiming that his kids hate him?
My kids hate me too. I don't blame them.
It's interesting.
That is interesting. You
Yeah.
would think, you would think a doctor, and I hate to lean on it so heavy, but it's there, right? It's the first thing that we see. You would think a doctor could have the, I don't know, the wherewithal to understand that if your kids hate you, it's probably for a fucking reason. Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. It's interesting though, because nobody here likes you. Your own family don't like you, and he can't put A and B together to make C. A is because you're an asshole. B is because you're a butthole. Same thing. And C equals, nobody wants to fucking talk to you. I wonder why that is.
Maybe there was a guy that came up to tonight who wanted to tell us about the PhD in the rectum.
PhD in what?
In rectum. His name is
Mm.
Dr. Anus.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, is that your real name? That why you go by Paul?
He said something about him
No, I
giving
don't. I don't. I don't. I don't.
swirlies
I don't
around the
go by that name.
rectum, and he called them rizzle nizzles for shizzle, something.
Oh wow. Okay.
Swirls around
It's
the
it's it's,
rectum.
it's something wrong with y'all.
That sound like a reason why Paul kids don't talk to him. I have a feeling your doctorate ain't got shit to do with looking at niggas' booty holes, but you be out there doing that.
Wait,
You don't have to
you have a
respond. I know it's true.
he has a doctorate?
And
How do I say this?
rectumology.
Uh, doctorate in dickery.
I'm trying to figure out how we can have a conversation about what a book says, but not go to the book to prove that it says what we just said it said.
Well, see, I understand where you're confused, Fee. That's not what we're doing. Okay, that's what you're doing. All right, I'm just here to say what I want to say and then leave. That's it.
And then are we?
That's why my kids don't fucking like me, because I just want to talk, say what I want to say, and then everything else is fucking useless. I don't give a fuck.
Also,
Substantiate what I say?
when do you have space? Leave space for to hear what the kids have to say, like to hear their perspective. When does that
Why would you
happen?
do that?
That's what communication is.
I
No,
think it
communication is me
serves.
telling you.
Yeah, because I think it serves as a bonding agent to other men who get on TikTok and claim that their kids hate them.
Oh,
You can form a club.
Yeah.
no, I made my kids hate me before the internet.
Oh. Okay.
It's a weird thing to be proud of, or that's a weird thing to like congregate about. You know, unless you're trying to resolve it, trying to fix it, maybe talk about ways to repair it, but to just that's interesting.
Anyways, I've joined it. I'm making a new club. It's called the No Contact Club. If your kids don't fuck with you in real life, hit me up. Again, my name is Dr. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, Lewis. Yeah, we got a support group. Basically, it's just gonna be us telling you it's okay. They just hating. The kids that were forced to live with you potentially for up to 18 years, maybe even more, they just hating. It's clearly not an indication of how you as a person operate, how you as a person communicates, how you as a person listens, right? It's clearly not that. It's them.
Why are you still here, Paul?
A wonderful question.
Just this is more comedy and
I
entertainment for
think
me. But
his
I'm thinking
I
maybe I
think
can
his
help y'all.
brain works at the rate of his hair follicles. I think that's what it is.
Paul, what do you think you could help us with? I'm curious.
Like just snapping y'all out of this cycle of hatred and shamefulness and just
Did you snap your kids out of that?
to to wake y'all
Did
up
you did you
to
did you
what
snap
life
your
is.
kids out of
I
that?
get it
Did you
that
snap
y'all
your
are
kids out of
victims.
that?
No, I
But did
get
you
that
snap your
something
kids out of
happened
that?
to y'all,
Hold
and
on,
Hold on, did you
I
snap your
could
kids
see
out
your
of that?
anger.
but
But you
hang
didn't
on,
even
Paul.
snap your kids out of that. Interesting.
But hang on, Paul. Like, what is it that you think you know about us? Because ultimately, like Thinker's Prompt has thought-provoking questions. You know, things for someone to ponder mentally, to do some research, to really think through, to critically think through. Why is that a negative thing?
So it's very negative and it's counterproductive and it comes from a plate hate. The very questions
A
that she
plate of
have
hate.
up there about whatever she said it was, she I can't remember something about glorifying Jezebel. It's just it shows a
Damn,
deep
you really can't
seated
remember.
hatred
But
and how she's been a victim.
how
And
are you
and I
positioned?
understand that.
But hold on. How are you positioned to tell someone else where their curiosities come from? What
Ma'am,
grants
I
you?
am a licensed doctor.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
here for that very
Hold on.
purpose.
Hey,
Hold on a
you are a
second.
licensed dumbass. Shut the fuck up while she's talking, bitch.
Like I'm literally trying to engage with you. Like I don't care about your license. I don't care because being a licensed doctor does not grant you access to the emotions and the intentions of another human being. I don't care how many years of school you go to. You will never ever be able to have access to that. So you are not positioned to tell anyone where their questions come from. In the same way,
Yeah,
I am not positioned to tell you that.
I'm gonna tell you what happened yesterday, right? So Paul comes in here a lot. He came in here yesterday, and I was on camera, and he commented, and he said, "Damn, I'm no longer interested because she's not attractive."
Are you kidding me?
Mm,
That's what he said yesterday. So apparently,
mm-mm.
Paul was coming in here because Paul was interested in me, not because Paul wants to help. Isn't that right, Paul?
Oh, that's
Damn.
absolutely.
Paul want more kids to hate him.
Oh, I had never, when I saw you on live, it put a face behind the voice. You know what I'm saying?
Cool,
And I was
but you
like,
were hold on,
and
hold
then
on.
no,
But
hold
you
on,
were
let me finish.
originally you were originally coming in here because you were interested, right?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I get
Yeah.
joints hearing you
So
talk
so
here
you
and
were you were
there.
you were you were coming in, right? You were coming in here. You were being a man, and then thankfully, Paul isn't attracted to me.
Hallelujah.
So right, and so
I mean, I
Paul
didn't
made
say
a
that.
hold on, stop. So Paul made a comment yesterday in the chat and said, "She's not attractive. I'm no longer interested."
Damn.
And then
Damn.
when Drift was on the panel, Paul made a comment to Drift. It's okay, brother. My kids hate me too.
Mm,
Yeah. And
mm.
Paul is back today. And all
So
of a sudden, the reason Paul is back today is because I glorified Jezebel, and Paul is a doctor, and Paul can now help us. And it's no longer because Paul has a crush.
But I mean, I
Wow.
think, thank you for that recap because I think it really solidifies my question. What is it exactly that you think you could help us with? If those are the positions that you hold and those actions are representative of how you think, how do you think you could help us in any way?
Also, just because people call you clinical doesn't mean you're a doctor.
Okay, so one is right and one is wrong. One leads to life, one leads to death. One
What are the two
produces
things?
happiness, one produces unhappiness.
Can you tell us
What I'm
those two
telling you
things
is
first?
y'all the content and the way y'all
Paul, Paul,
reason and
Paul,
your belief systems are wrong.
Paul. You're saying one is this and one is that. What are you talking about? Like you started in the middle of your sentence. What are you talking about? One is what?
Also,
So I'm talking about your ideologies, what y'all be
don't you also
your
die?
prompts and your line of communication that you're having with people, the interchange that you're putting out. It's it's it's
The
it's
interchange?
it's disturbing and it don't
The
produce
interchange,
friendship.
Paul?
I want us to be friends. I don't want us
The
to be sitting
interchange,
here.
Paul? Oh, I
Yeah,
can't be friends with dumbasses. That's not gonna happen. I
we
don't
can, but we
befriend
can get to
dumbasses.
that place. We can
Cause you
be.
would feel like I'd be bullying you the whole time, and I don't like that.
But
Nah,
Paul,
man,
Like,
I
I
ain't
mean,
gonna
it's
take it
funny,
like
but
that.
oh, you
this
gonna
is
take it?
this is a serious question. What should I do? And I can't speak for anybody else on this panel. What should I do with my questions? Right? My brain thinks of questions, my mind thinks of things. I don't have any control over that, right? My mind is wired the way it's wired. If you're saying that it is problematic, am I supposed to pretend that I don't think what I think?
No, so meditate, think before you speak, sister.
I always
Just
think
don't blurt
before I
out the
speak.
first thing that comes to your mind. I mean, first, put some research into it. You just can't spew hate.
That
Who is
That's
is
spewing
not
hate?
that's not positive.
hilarious. What's the fucking
Paul,
script? Hey, what's the fucking scripture that you said earlier, Mister Research? Research over me search. What's the scripture you was talking about earlier?
I
What
told
was
you I
it?
couldn't remember the chapter or the book that account was in.
Oh yeah. Okay, never mind. I just wanted to make sure that that point was
Yeah,
completely
but why
loose by
don't you
you,
take the time now while I'm talking and you go find it and we can talk about it.
it's not in
Look it
there,
up.
Paul.
bitch. Because you can do the same thing. You fucking.
The crazy part about it is,
Let me
Paul,
scale it back.
it's not in there.
Like I don't
And
even know why
while
you
while
talking
you
like that to me, dude, for real.
Cause
If
you a
I
bitch, nigga. That's why. Cause
but
you a
why you
bitch.
what makes
Cause you're a bitch. Because you're a bitch. That's why. I said it 3 times now. Fourth time coming. You're a bitch. That's why.
Like, it's really rich of you to come in and make a claim that a book says a thing and then put the onus on another person to substantiate your claim. The reason Oso's not going to the Bible to find what you said is because it's not in there. The story doesn't say that. And while we read and we are curious and we ask questions, you come in here and expect us to accept what you say and think how you think we should think. And our responses to that will always be no. You don't get to tell someone else how to think. You don't get to monitor someone else's questions. That's not your responsibility, nor your right. We are independent human beings capable of thinking through things and understanding things in the way that we do. It doesn't have to match yours, and you don't get to dictate that for anyone other than yourself. No one wants to be friends with someone who's trying to regulate how they think, how they move, and who they are. No one wants to be associated with anyone in that regard because it's not a pleasant experience. But Christians think they have the right to tell other people what they can and cannot think, how they can and cannot feel. And what we're telling y'all is that you don't. You don't have control over that. Your God tells you you get to do that. You can have that type of relationship with your God. You don't get to push that type of relationship or constraint on anyone else. It is not your right.
I just want to be friends. Why won't y'all accept me?
So homosexuals will not inherit the kingdom of God.
Then don't be a
Okay, bend over real
homosexual
quick.
so that you can get to the kingdom of God. But I don't want to go to the kingdom of God. It will be filled with people who think like you. And that is not a pleasant experience to be around, Paul. The fact that you don't realize that is part of why I think you keep coming back here. You keep returning, but you aren't leaving with anything.
You know, I once heard of somebody say something to the effect of,
I
if
think that
somebody
y'all do
brings
get
up
something
something
from it.
that's not a part of the conversation, i.e., gay people into a conversation, then it must mean that something gay was on their mind. And if something gay was on Paul's mind, unprompted, by the way, because as I stated earlier, eat a dick is not sexual in nature. It makes me wonder. Maybe Paul wasn't interested any longer, Dicker, because he was holding out hope that you were a man. Maybe they just confirmed that you
Yeah,
weren't.
I think so. The deepness in my voice, you think?
The
The
power,
sultriness, right?
you
Yeah, I
command the
think so.
room. Like, yeah, those are stereotypically male traits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially in this belief
Absolutely.
system.
Yeah.
Paul wants somebody to stick it in his ass.
Dr.
Also,
Anus. I'm finna go fix me some coffee. I'll be back.
like, it's just a weird pattern that I've noticed with a lot of believers. Like, y'all come in here panties in a bunch, mad as shit at us for having questions that you haven't thought of, having curiosities that you don't have. Nobody's telling you you have to have them, but you don't get to tell us we can't. What makes you think you can do that?
And why do you get a prostate exam every 2 months?
Also, you gonna respond, Paul?
Yeah, sure. So, like I said, man, the thing is that so I am not gay, but
Mm,
I'm thinking it's this dude. He sounds it's like more feminine
mm.
sounding for me,
Are you
and
talking
that's
about?
why I'm saying it's gay.
Well, we're not talking about. We're not talking about. We're not talking about homosexuality. That's not my question. My question to
No, I'm
you
just
was,
telling you what I'm getting from
well,
him.
hold on.
What
Let
I'm
me.
what
We're not talking about what you're getting from Oso. That's part of the issue. Like, stop trying to
He
get
getting
stuff
dick
from
from me or
Oso.
something?
I'm asking you. Oso, stop it. I'm trying to find out why you think you get to regulate how other people think. Why is your camera on? Don't do that. It's not even 7 o'clock in the morning. Can you answer the question, Paul?
Sorry, Paul.
You gotta unmute.
It's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, what was your question?
Why do you think you get to regulate how other people's minds work?
I don't know how'd you come up with that?
What
I don't.
did you just
Who thinks
just
that way?
You literally just told me that there was a problem with Thinker's Prompt, that there's an issue with the choices that we make, that we talk about things and just say things that are wrong. You just said that to me.
It's a dangerous thing what y'all doing.
It's
And
only
what I'm
dangerous if
saying
it's
is
only
it's
dangerous.
self-destructive.
No,
It's
it's
not that
not.
it hurts you more than you think.
No, it doesn't. How is it hurting me, Paul?
And Paul, in case you can't pick up on the pattern, anytime you talk over Fee, you're getting muted.
And I'm going to let you
Thank you.
respond. Just don't interrupt me and I won't interrupt you. How is it that this is dangerous for me? In what way?
Because of the fruit it produces in you.
What fruit does it produce in me? And how would you possibly have access to any of my fruit?
What it produces is bitterness. And the way I have access to it is because we're having an interchange here. We're talking.
That's not
So
what that
you
word
are
means.
showing me things
That's
about
not,
you.
hey, doctor, that's not what that word means.
Excuse me, me and her was talking, sir. Can y'all
That's
mute?
cool. That's not what that
Yeah,
word
but
means.
we was having.
They can try. They
Let
can
me and her
try.
talk. Don't get
It won't
jealous,
help.
man. Let me and her
It's
talk.
not about jealous. See, I don't like you, and I want you to know that.
Okay, and I like you. I think that you
Oh,
probably could
oh,
do something
oh.
positive
You're
out
not
here.
beating the allegations, Paul. You're not beating the allegations, Paul.
Well, the word you're looking for is exchange. And if you keep saying interchange, Oso's going to keep jumping on that. So you're saying we're having an exchange. Okay, cool. How are you concluding that I'm bitter?
By the things you choose to focus on.
Like what?
That's what makes you that way.
Like what?
Like just all of the negative things that don't produce good, solid spiritual food. Everything you
Like
saying is counterproductive.
like what, Paul? Give me
Just
an
the way you
example.
glorifying wicked people, like Jezebel. I forgot what the prompt was at the beginning when I got here.
So instead of saying that I'm assuming that we're glorifying wicked people, why not ask, hey, Fee, why do you think Jezebel was innocent? What's your thought process that you use to get to that conclusion, as opposed to deciding for me the source of my curiosity? What do you think is going to be a better access or a better path to understanding what I truly think? You telling me what I think or me telling you what I think? Which one do you think is going to be more accurate?
Man, if we had to base it on qualifications and experience, I would say just me.
So
I'm the one that should be
right.
leading the direction here.
Right. So you think that because of your qualifications and experience that absolutely has no access to me, you are better positioned to tell me what my motivations are. I want you to think through that really carefully before you answer.
Oh, this is what I'm
That's what
saying.
you're saying?
You're running in circles. Nothing
No,
you
I'm not.
saying is anything I agree with.
You
I'm not
I'm
trying to control you. I'm doing this out of love for you. You just, like I said, this is what I'm talking about. Be careful with the things that you put out there because
Paul.
nothing
Do
you
you love
say
her?
makes
What's her
sense.
first name? You love her? What's her first name?
Cash App
I
her
mean, so
400.
all
Cash
right. Let
App
me
her
tell y'all.
400
What's her
right
first
now.
name? No, you
All right,
love her. You love her. Tell me what her
let me
first
say
name
this.
is.
First thing first.
No, you love her. Tell
I
me
do
what
got
her
love
first
for it.
name is. You love her so damn much.
So
Okay,
let me
if you
say
love
this.
her so damn much, tell me what her first name is. What is her first name?
Fuck the first name.
Look,
Get a
What's
pay.
her first name?
I'm trying to
400.
be extraordinary out here, man. I really am.
Oh,
And
okay, well
what
you
the way
looking extraordinary. You looking extraordinary for sure.
and
You look
the
like
way
every other nigga.
and the way you accomplish being extraordinary is showing love to
Is
people
just
you
be
don't
like
know.
every other nigga. No, the way you be extraordinary is just to act like every other nigga. You're doing that. Good job.
What do you mean every other nigga? Like, I mean, I don't get where you coming from, brother.
You're
What's wrong with
extraordinary,
you?
nigga. There is nothing of note.
It's like
Extraordinary.
you're emotional. It seems like you ain't got no control and you like
That's
fear.
interesting.
That's
Uh
disturbing to me.
huh.
Now,
Yeah,
I think
100%.
what's more disturbing is that you come on Al Green's internet at not 7 a.m. on a Wednesday telling a perfect stranger that you are better positioned to tell them about their internal mindset than they are. Like there's nothing more ridiculous than that, Paul.
It's
And the
not. I
fact
got a
that
close personal relationship with God, sister.
you
I am
don't have a close
qualified to do
personal
this.
relationship with me though. And I'm the one that I'm asking you about. I'm not asking you about your God. You can keep your close personal relationship with your God. I don't care. What I'm telling you is that you don't know shit about me. You can't tell me anything about my motivations. You can't tell me anything about my curiosities. Yet you think you're better positioned to do so than I am, which is absolutely insane. And you don't see that, doctor.
Allegedly.
And this is the mindset I'm talking about. Like this is where I talk about Christians trying to drag you to where they want you to be as opposed to meeting you where they are. You don't know what love is if you think you love me. You don't know enough about me to love me. You can't give me one characteristic about how I move through this world to tell you whether it's worthy of love or not. But you worship a God that tells you you're required to do so. And that's fucked up.
Look, sister. Yeah, like I said, man.
I'm not your sister. I'm not
You
your
are.
sister. I'm not.
And the love I have for you, I know more than you think, because
You
we,
don't
we we
have
all
love
go
for me,
through the
Paul.
same things. I
What do
do.
you love? What do you love about
I
me?
mean, and look at the interaction we're having.
What do you
right?
love about
Look,
me?
we can sit here. We're having a relationship now.
Paul, what do you love about her? And that's not how a fucking relationship works, you
So
dumb ass.
we're having a conversation that
What
is
do you love
personal.
about her?
Sir, can you remain silent while me and her speaking
What do
and
you
show
love?
us
Has
respect?
that worked? Has that worked to this point, Paul? Do you think that's gonna work? Do you think I'm gonna show respect to a nigga I do not respect? I would pack your shit out immediately. You think I would fucking show you respect? You dumb fuck. Answer her question. What do you love about her?
What do you mean you pack me out?
I
Oh,
bet
your
your
focus is
mind went
real
to a.
funny how you
I bet
hyper
your mind
fixated
went to a
on that.
specific place. Your mind went to a specific place. That's interesting. That's interesting.
Look, it's cool, man.
Answer her fucking question. He did sound excited, Jesse. Oh, cat got your tongue?
No, I'm
That,
just,
that might that might be too feminine. Maybe it was a male dog. Was it pressure? Pressure got your tongue?
just trying to
Hey,
understand where you coming
there are no
from.
caps for weird motherfuckers named Papa. If you got Papa in your username, you can't use caps.
Paul, did you just say you're trying to understand where I'm coming from?
Not you. This confused brother, man. He's just emotional and he's screaming and I don't know where all that's coming from with him. Like he's really
Yeah, I'm
intimidated by
definitely
me.
screaming. I'm definitely screaming. I'm definitely intimidated by you for sure. 100%.
But
I mean,
answer my
it's
question. Answer my
obvious.
question,
Now
Paul.
answer the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Circling right back. Answer my question. What is it that you love about me?
I love that we got the opportunity to talk and can have a
Nigga, about her,
understanding.
about her, about her, about her. What do you love about her?
I like what I like is that you'll
You
sit here and
like or
talk
you
with me.
love? You like or you love?
I love it that you'll sit here and speak with me.
That's about her?
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all just say words. Y'all just say words. If I say I love a person, I'm going to tell you why I love that person. I'm going to tell you what their characteristics are, what their behaviors are,
So
what
you
their
getting off the
personality.
marker.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, y'all going left with it, man. Let's go somewhere else that produces.
Shut the fuck up.
Paul, once again.
And I think this is
You
part of the
don't know
problem.
me, although you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see me when looking from your worldview. You can't see me. You don't know me, but I've known you my whole life. You can't see me. You can't see me, 'cause you're looking through your God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. I wish you see me and accept I am who I am. Stop trying to fix me, like judging my life is part of your God exam. God exam. I had a dream about you last night, and when I called to tell you about it, you wanted to fight. You started pushing Jesus again, yelling Jesus loves me, and how you think I'm living in sin. I just said my goodbyes and hung up the phone. I thought to myself, they wonder why I don't ever go home. They act like my existence is the water to their fire, like loving me without converting me turns their whole religion into satire. You don't know me, no, although you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see me when looking from your worldview. You can't see me. You don't know me, but I've known you my whole life. to save my soul from hell, but won't meet a big bro who's been in and out of jail. I ain't doing no lazy living. Just cause I'm not searching doesn't mean I'm out here sinning. Do you know what makes me laugh? Do you know what makes me cry? Do you know my favorite color or my favorite slice of pie? I wish you see me, but not through Jesus' eyes. I wish you see me, not as your mission, but as someone you recognize. You care more about converting me than seeing me. Care more about me sharing your Christian identity than loving me. Like my individuality is more dangerous than hellfire. You turn every conversation into a sermon about me being an outsider. You refuse to see me by using your human eyes. You only wanna judge me with your spiritual mind, as if my authenticity is erupting your life. So the only eyes you view me through are your God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. God's eyes. You don't know, though you probably think you do. You can't see me. You can't see. You can't see me. Love you. You can't see me. You don't know me, but I've known you my whole life. You can't see. You can't see. 'Cause you're looking through your God's eye. God's eye. God's eye. I wish you see me and accept I am who I am. Stop trying to fix me like judging my life is part of your God exam. God, do you God exam? You don't know who I am. You only know the version your faith requires. You never learn to love me without trying to convert me. And every boundary I set looks like rebellion in your eyes. I hope one day you'll realize I'm not the danger. Oh, I'm only the daughter and the sister you never try to know. But I'm finally learning I don't have to bend to be loved. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Fire.
Perfect timing. Perfect
He
timing.
was he
Paul
was
walked
getting on
right
my
into that one.
nerve. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Walked right into that motherfucker.
Yeah.
I was trying to catch a silent, like I didn't want to come in while either of y'all was talking, but as soon as he shut up, I hit play. Like, ugh, his. Ugh.
Type sh-
I mean, like,
Can I just
being.
say?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you go.
Go ahead, also.
I'll go second.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like that song is so spot on because it was doing exactly what he was doing. Like to that man could walk past me on the street and not recognize me, but he claims he loves me. He doesn't know anything about me. But the simple fact of the matter that I have the audacity to say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. That's not what this story says. Where did you get that from? That's unfair. Then that makes me this evil person. Like that's spot on. 100%. And it's so frustrating that families are being torn apart by this bullshit.
Yeah, and they'll use their belief as authority to say that they have the authority to tell you that you're wrong, and then the reason is because they love you. Like, you should listen to what I'm saying because I love you. Don't question it. Don't listen to facts. Don't think logically because love. That's what they do. It's abusive as fuck.
I bet if we asked him what does he love about his kids, he wouldn't even been able to make up something. Kind of like what he did with Fee. I think that's really interesting because they love throwing that fucking word around but don't know what it means. And to even not you've been here so fucking long, you can't even think of like a single thing to love about Fee. She's measured, right? Like she, you know what I'm saying, is very thoughtful in her responses. Obviously well read. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's so many qualities to Fee, aside from the fact that we both share a love for the green, that that you can admire about her. And the thing that's you can't even do that. Like you can't even think of a singular thing to say about Fee, who has so many amazing qualities. And I think that I don't know. I think it's funny that some people kind of look at how I interact with people like Paul and they think, nah, Oso's being too mean. Y'all have no idea. Some of you don't. How much men get coddled, especially in their wrongness. And it's a lot of times by men. And they don't fucking register that like the shit that they do is bad because of the validation they get from that. So if I'm gonna sit here, like if the difference between him getting it and not getting it is me calling him a fucking bitch, I'm gonna do it every goddamn time. Every fucking time. He's
Exactly.
old enough. He's been here long enough, right? He knows what the fuck he's doing. I'm gonna call you a bitch every time. And if he thinks I'm joking about packing his ass out, I will do that. Because motherfuckers do not get it. And sometimes you gotta beat some fucking sense into them. And I'm not saying go out and assault people. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm really not. But every now and then you gotta beat some fucking sense into a nigga.
Y'all know what I'm finna do since we talking about fee, right?
You gonna play the Oso song? I knew it.
Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love be dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth, there's no need to fear inquiry. That's not the theology. What I drink will never make you pee. You can't drink to quench my thirst, that's fee. Theology is the study of a subject without an object. Theology is the effect when logic connects. When you stop preaching, your God goes silent. But with fear flows, effortless, divine, not violent. Love is meeting people where they are, but Christian love you dragging folks too far. Theology, the best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us where to see. Theology, truth has no need to fear inquiry. That's not theology. Truth and word blend into clear precision. Every time she speaks, it's a soft collision. You have to be a safer space, because when you blame others, you give up your chance to change. Phoebe dropping gems like she don't even try. Each line feel like scripture redefined on the fly. Let theology be about as deep as a tablespoon. The Holy Spirit sounds like an inner monologue with a halo on. She teach with calm, wisdom wrapped in rhythm, no pulpit, no rope, no theology. It's theology. Christian love be dragging folks too far. Best teachers tell us where to look, tell us what to see. Theology, truth has no need to fear inquiry. That's not theology, it's theology. I realize I don't need a savior, just a sister who sees, who don't try to sell me heaven, but reminds me to breathe. Feels what happens when your main focus ain't to be perceived as a good person, but just tries to be your best friend. The best teachers tell us where to look, they don't tell us what to see. Theology, truth has no need to be great. That's not theology. It's not theology. Theology. Theology.
Yeah, it's not hard to find something to love about fee,
Y'all are so sweet.
especially if you
Absolutely.
come in here. Yeah, if you come in here
Another
and just
underrated quality, Fee funny as fuck.
yeah, yeah. Did you see Daryl ask you to take it easy? Also,
You know, I was gonna tell Daryl to go ahead and come up here.
Who did?
somebody named Daryl wants Oso to take it easy on men, and then y'all don't beg Susie not to go. Susie ass should have went to bed a long time ago. Like I don't know why Susie think that I would give a fuck about her leaving or him, because I'm pretty sure that some motherfucking man cosplaying as a woman.
Damn.
Don't beg Susie to stay. That's what the fuck Susie wants, because Susie is a man. Ain't that right, Susie?
I'm a real man.
It's
Oh,
crazy.
okay. Huh.
I was gonna say also, I think I couldn't agree with you more. I think when I asked him like, "What do you love about me?" That we're having this conversation. First thing I thought about was his kids. Like, if my dad were to tell me, "What do you love about me?" That you talk to me, that we having it like that. With me. You could do that with anybody. So by virtue of that, you love the chick at Kroger too. Like, what are you talking about? And
Nigga,
I
you
think,
love AI.
right? But you hit the nail on the head. I think that when the concept or the idea of love has just turned into this platitude, then how you express it or how it reveals itself becomes completely vapid. And that's what a lot of believers do, because it breaks my heart to think that that's what he thinks love is.
Yeah, 100%.
I think a lot of them don't know how to describe love, and they don't realize it. um, John Pierre.
Good morning.
Good
Hi.
morning. Hi. Can I get your age, please, and let me know if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
Oh, you said deconstructing?
A believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist.
Oh, I like that word. I'll take deconstructing for 200, please.
Okay. And what is your age, please?
40.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss?
All right. I mean, have been gaslit by God and the church. Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive? Job's wife suffered too and was done wrong. Uh, all of them?
You can do one, and
All right.
the first one says women have been gaslit by God and the church.
All right. So, okay, let's try that one. Women has been gaslit by God in the church. Could you help me with that? Like what context, like, you know what I mean? Like where you're coming from so I could know how to
Can I
respond?
ask a question real quick, thinker?
Can I just
I mean,
asked her a question.
you can do the conversation if you want. Also,
That's
I'm kind
fine.
of tired, so I've just been passing the conversations off.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Uh, you picked the topic. Women have been gaslit by God and the church. What do you think about it?
Me, what I think about that? Um, I don't gaslit. I don't think they've been gaslit by God in the church.
Why is that?
So I don't. All right. So because I'm not even. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. Gaslit by God and the church. Like, how do you gaslit the women? Like, can someone just give me a quick rundown, the definition of gaslit?
Hold
Like,
on. You picked the topic about gaslighting and you don't know what it is?
so I'm still asking for somebody to explain it. Not that saying I don't know the explanation or definition of gaslit.
Okay, what is it?
I just need to hear the context. Gaslit is like how do you say it? Like throwing a red herring. You know what red herring means?
I'm familiar with the term.
You're familiar, like, but do you know the definition and
That's
how
what
it's
I'm
used?
familiar with the term means.
Okay, so yeah, so that's what gaslit is.
Okay, so you're saying that's not been happening by God and the church?
Doesn't make sense to me, right? Because I know what gaslit means, but it's like, how do you red herring a woman in the Bible, or in the church, or by God?
It's interesting. And you said
It's
you're
a red,
deconstructing?
huh? Yeah,
You
yeah,
said you're
yeah,
deconstructing?
yeah. So
And you can't think
okay,
of a singular instance in the Bible or in church wherein the men of the cloth, both in the book and outside of the book, use gaslighting to manipulate women? You can't think of a singular instance of that?
manipulating. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Manipulate. You
So you
guys are
don't know
you
what
guys are
so you
being
don't know what gaslight means.
wow. Nothing is intentional. Don't.
Gaslighting is a manipulation tactic. You realize that, correct?
All right, so you want to be a gatekeeper, I see.
How is that being a gatekeeper?
Because you have clearly a connotation adding towards gaslight because you called it its manipulation, and
It's
then
a manipulation
yeah,
tactic. You do realize that, correct?
you have a connotation. You don't want to show your hand. You don't want to explain the
So do you
context.
know gaslighting is a manipulation tactic or no?
It can be, but that's a connotation because that's not inside the definition though. That's not
So
inside the
when
definition.
you gaslight somebody, can you give me an instance where you would gaslight somebody that's not
Mhm.
manipulation?
When you gaslight somebody that's
Yeah, can
not
you
a
can you give me an
manipulation.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
can you give
listen,
me an
so listen,
example of somebody
so
gaslighting
listen,
somebody
so
and it's not
listen,
being a manipulation tactic?
so listen. All right. Let's go with it. Let's go with it. Let's go with it. I grant it. I grant it.
No.
All right,
Please, because if I'm
manipulation.
wrong, don't let me gatekeep being wrong. Don't let me
No,
gatekeep being wrong. If there's a situation where you can gaslight
you're.
somebody and
I
it's not
just
used as a manipulation tactic, please inform me. I can fix my vernacular.
no. I just granted it. I will continue to
You don't
grant
have
it.
to grant it. I don't need you to grant
I
it. I don't need you to
heard you.
grant it.
I don't
Show
have
me where
to.
I'm wrong. Yeah, show me where I'm
So I
wrong.
don't. So I don't have to mean I could do. So I have a choice.
Right. You don't have to
So
concede that point if you can show me an example.
I grant it. Gaslighting is manipulation. Now let's continue. So the church is manipulating women to what end, right? Okay, so let's play with you in your context. So, do you believe in protecting people from themselves? Protecting
Is that something that's
in
tied
this
to the church in the
context.
Bible?
In this context, could God be protecting the women from themselves?
How would he be doing that?
What? I'm sorry.
I asked the first question and no one answered. I said, do you guys believe in protecting
No. How
someone
does he
from
do that?
themselves?
Sure,
Just
no.
yes or no.
How does he do that? Sure, no. How does he do that?
How do you protect someone from themselves?
How is that shown in the Bible and in the church?
Oh, yeah. Well, they'll tell you something like, listen, if you are weak and incompetent, right? But you are signing up for a leadership role, right? It's a simple no. You're going to go to the back and play a support role. You're not going to play
And
a
how is
leader
that
role.
gaslighting? And
That's
how is that gaslighting?
no. One thing at a time, sir. I'm establishing how you can protect someone from themselves. And you
Right. How does it
and you
tie to gaslighting
and
though?
you
You've
ask
established that. Cool.
for an example.
Cool. Well, that's not the example I asked for. But you said, okay, you can protect somebody from themselves by telling them that they can't be a leader. How does that tie into gaslighting though?
All right, so there is no example in the Bible of God gaslighting women.
How does your example tie into gaslighting?
Because there's manipulation used to protect someone from themselves.
So someone vies for a position, you tell them no, and that's gaslighting?
I said that's manipulating.
But we're talking about gaslighting, correct?
There is no example of gaslighting in the Bible.
But we're talking about gaslighting, correct?
All right. See, I'm talking to a robot. There is no gaslighting in
Can you
the
answer the
Bible.
question that I just asked you? Remember earlier you were crying about how I didn't answer your question and then I answered your question? Can you answer my question? We're talking about gaslighting, correct?
So is that gaslighting? No, that's
Are we talking
manipulating.
about gaslighting? Is that the whole point of the conversation?
All right.
God, niggas is so bitch made today. I don't know what the fuck is going
Yeah,
on.
we're talking about gaslighting.
Okay, so if you give me an example that has nothing at all to do with gaslighting, is it germane to the conversation?
All right. So I was making a point, but you don't want to hear it.
But
All right.
but was it germane to the conversation? Did it
What?
gel with what we were talking about?
So
The answer is no. You want to try again?
yes, church
What?
yes.
Hey, get your signal right before you talk to me, bro. What is you saying?
Yes. The church, God protects women from themselves.
And how is that gaslighting?
Okay? No, gaslighting can be used. Yes, gaslighting
Yeah,
can be
give me an
used.
example. Uh-huh.
Make up. You want me to make up an example? All right.
I want you to give me an example from either the book or the church.
So you know how people cherry pick biblical verses. You know what I mean? So that's what's happening all day, every day, where the church can cherry pick a biblical verse to get a woman to, fall into a position they want them in, right? They'll say, hey, you're dressing like this. This is temptation. You are going to let the devil in if you dress like this to church, right? Telling women
Okay.
that how they, okay,
Go ahead.
gaslighting.
And you said that that's something that is not found in the church?
I
Gaslighting?
just said it's in the church. That's
But earlier you didn't,
gaslighting.
though. Earlier you said it wasn't, though, right? Remember that? Remember when you
No, I
earlier when I
said it's
asked you
not
and you
in
said
the.
it's not?
No, okay, sir, you got to be good at listening. Like I said, that was the Bible.
How
You're so
interesting. You think I'm
you're
not
so
good
hurt.
at
See
listening?
how I'm not even you're not even letting me clear up something you didn't understand. You're just moving
Just
so
because
fast.
you can't,
Oh,
just
okay.
because you can't understand and keep up doesn't mean I'm not. I hear what you're
Oh,
saying.
but you're the one who mistakenly said that I said that it's not in the church. When I told you, everyone heard, I said Bible, example
It's
in the
interesting.
Bible. But
Say
That's
I'm
textual
going to
interesting.
Bible, sir.
talk, but
That's
I'm going
interesting.
to, okay, so
That's
no
cool.
one
Hold
can,
on. Let's
hey, can
pause
we
here. Let's
mute
pause
this
here.
guy
Let's
and
pause
let me
here.
finish?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna do that. Let's pause here though. Chat. I don't like to hit y'all up for a whole lot of shit. But let me ask you a question. Did y'all hear him say that there is no manipulated gaslighting in the church? Did y'all? Am I bugging? Did he say that? I know he said it in the Bible. He said that multiple times. But did he also not say there's none of that in the church? Okay, I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Yeah, he did say that. He said that. Yeah, you heard him right. Yes, yes, he
Said it.
said it. Yes, 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 he did also. Uh, so is it my listening or is it like 700 people ears that's fucked up? Is it my ears specifically? I'm not the one listening, or is it all these hundreds of people that said you did say that? Which one is it? John Per, John Per. You can come off mute to respond.
Yeah, you asked for an example and I made one up.
Yeah, but my question was: is it that I'm not listening, or is it that
I'm
700
not,
people misheard you say that?
I'll wait till you're done. I'm not going to have a meta conversation about the conversation.
That's cool.
I'll
That's
stay on the
fine.
topic.
If you don't want to stand on what you say, then I mean that's expected.
No, I did
But
stand
you
on it.
did say that there
This is
is
another
no no no
example.
no no no
All right,
no no
yeah,
no
go
no.
ahead, overtalk me.
Shh. I will. I will. Don't worry. I don't need your permission. Matter of fact, I can just shut you the fuck up. Right? You said that there was no gaslighting in the Bible and in the church. I said, are you sure? You said, yeah. Now, because you don't want to double down on that or triple down on that, really, because you said it twice, you want to pretend as though you did not ever say that when you did. And the fact that so many people said, yes, you did say that, now you want to pivot away from whether or not you said it altogether. That's not being accountable for the words that you use, Jean Pierre. And I would prefer, if we have a conversation, that you be accountable for the words you use, as I will be for mine. Is that
You
amenable? Can we do that?
you could prefer a lot of things. Anyways,
Is that
um,
amenable? Can we do that?
can we do what?
Can we be responsible for the words that we use? Right? Can we take accountability for the words that we use? Is that something that you can do in this conversation?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So earlier, when you said that there is no gaslighting in the church, you were wrong about that, right?
I said there is no what?
The thing that you said earlier that you claimed that you didn't say earlier, you were wrong about that, correct?
No.
You were not wrong about the thing that you were wrong about.
Yeah, you can say I'm wrong about it. That's fine. You're the judge and the ruler here. You can say
That's
it.
interesting that you
I,
say.
I can
That's
still
interesting that
tell
you
you
say
I'm
that.
not guilty.
That's interesting that you say that
Still call
because
me,
in the face of being
Madam,
proven
you
wrong,
can
in the
still
face
me,
of
yeah,
being that's fine. That's fine.
I'll
That's
still
fine.
say
That's
I'm
fine.
not
That's fine.
guilty.
No one cares. No one cares. In the face of you being proven wrong, you're actively trying to
By
lie
consensus.
about
Gotcha.
reality in order to manipulate us into thinking that you are better than you are. And that's interesting because for somebody who says that they don't see gaslighting, you use that motherfucker like it's a goddamn toolie. You keep that thing on, you don't it? Because while we're talking about
No, I
how
said gaslighting doesn't exist.
gaslighting, that's not what I just said. So use your listening ears, maybe get some better service, and it might help, right? While we're talking about how there's literal gaslighting in the Bible and in the church, we haven't even gotten to the Bible part yet, but you laid out an example for me. I knew I wouldn't have to give you one, right? Because you know what the fuck we're talking about. You gave an example of gaslighting in the church after saying that there was none. And the funny thing about that is, instead of being accountable for that, you want to try to gaslight us into saying, well, I never said that. But that's exactly what the fuck you said. So I understand it's hard to be accountable for the words that you use. Maybe if you try thinking about what you say before you saying it, as opposed to just kind of
Right.
blurting shit out, it might help you with that. It
Yeah.
might help you with that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, coach. So we get back to the conversation, or you still want to be on this meta bullshit?
Oh my
I mean,
God.
whatever your emotions want.
Y'all, a TikTok verification came up and it's a network error. It's not letting me verify the live. So if I can't
Oh
verify within
wow.
3 minutes, it's going to shut down. It just keep erroring out. Oh, never mind. There it go.
Damn.
Okay. There it go. There it
Woo.
go.
We in a last one world.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Ask a-
As a believer, oh, go ahead, Fee.
I just wanted to ask a question just to clarify with Jean Pierre. What do you think gaslighting is? I think that that's what Oso was trying to zero in on because the example that you gave was not an example of gaslighting.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. By the. Can you repeat that, please?
I'm asking, what is your understanding of the definition of gaslighting? Like, nobody's expecting that word to appear in the Bible. Like, they didn't even have gas back then, right? So it wouldn't even have the same meaning. So what do you mean? What is your understanding of that word?
All right. So gaslighting is like okay. So like I was saying, a woman is like, oh, I can wear this to church. You know what I mean? And someone wants to tell them, oh no, no, no. If you do that, the devil's got you. You know what I mean? Try to make them feel
Hey,
bad, trying to
the
alter.
next time you call a hog, do that on mute. Don't do that with other people. People have headphones in. That shit is disgusting. If you gonna call a hog, do that shit on a mute.
And then he
Call a
swallowed the
hog.
shit.
Okay.
Yeah, nigga,
Talk to
the
me.
disgusting fucking yeah, the shit that you did where you sucked the snot out of your nose into your fucking throat. That shit, don't do that. That's disgusting.
Damn. Anyways, yeah. So gaslighting is like when you are, you have your own understanding, right? And then somebody tries to manipulate you out of that understanding, right? So that's gaslighting, right? So
So,
God and the church have been gaslit by God and the church. There is no example of God doing that to women.
can I get,
But
can
I
I get,
will grant that church is definitely can definitely do that.
so it's interesting that this is the approach that most believers take to this conversation, as opposed to saying, hey, what are the examples that you would point to in the Bible as gaslighting? You just make this declaration that it's not in the Bible. That's an interesting approach. Because if you were making a claim that I didn't agree with, or that I hadn't landed at myself, I would ask you, what are you reading to make you reach that conclusion, knowing what we both know about gaslighting? Walk me through that. But you guys don't do that. You just make these declarative statements that it's not in there. Do you think that's like an intellectually fair way of engaging with someone?
Okay, long story short, you're saying that we didn't read the Bible, so how do we know? That's what you're saying? Like we're just making a claim without
Wrong.
actually reading the book? It's a
Wrong.
question to the lady, sir. It's a question.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
know if that's what
Calm
she
The
down.
answer's
said.
the same.
right. So
No,
no, that's not
The
at all
answer's
what
the
I.
same.
asshole.
Yeah, that's
Asshole. Let me talk to the lady.
You are what you eat. You are what you eat, bitch.
that's
Go
not what
go
I
ahead,
said.
ma'am.
Yeah, that's not what I said. And I think it's interesting that is what you heard because it's not what I said at all. What I was speaking to is the fact that instead of asking us, where do you see gaslighting in the Bible? You didn't ask that question. You just made a statement that it wasn't without even being curious about how we landed at that conclusion. I'm asking you if you think that's a fair way of engaging.
Also, the lady's name is Fee. Thank you.
Okay, so I get what you're saying, right? And that is a good question to start. But we already see right now when I asked any question, I was not being met in good faith with an answer. First of all. First of all. Second of all,
You're
I
such
don't
a weak man.
second second of all, I don't know you being, the source or the reader of Bible or books to say, hey, you tell me. I don't know who wrote that prompt, and I don't know if anybody here
Whatever.
does.
So in the Bible, when it says that God will give the people eyes that can't see and ears that can't hear and minds that can't understand, is that not gaslighting? Is he not altering their perception of reality to make them believe something that is not true? Is that not gaslighting? Hmm?
A lot of people argue that God's
Is that
wisdom is
not
above.
gaslighting?
Okay, so a lot of people
It's
understand
a yes
that
or no
God.
question. If you could
I'm
give
not.
me a yes or no, I'll let you elaborate after.
Or you're gonna mute me? Are you a mod?
What the fuck do you think?
Oh, okay. Nah, go ahead and be a tyrant because I'm not doing it the way you want.
That's fine. I didn't even have to do it that time. That's crazy. The
Yeah,
thing is, though, I asked you a question. In the Bible, when God says that he's going to give these people the inability to perceive what is real, is that not fucking gaslighting? He's quite literally changing your ability to perceive what is real in order so that you might not come to the truth of the knowledge of Jesus Christ. That's what he says in the book. That's
yeah.
across the board. That's men and women. Is that not gaslighting? Is my
No, it's
question.
not. No, it's not. If I can explain,
How?
it's not gaslighting because he's the creator. What he can see, like what we perceive as reality, is based on our perception, is based on our senses. What God is
Wait,
outside of our perception and
the
senses.
action isn't the
And so
action because of the person?
what we can say is real. What we can say is real is subjective to our own POV. While God exists somewhere outside of
The
that, he can
action is
tell
not the
us
action because of the
what you think is
person,
real is
Jean
not
Pierre. Is
real
that what you're
because
saying?
he's looking at
That's
something
cool. The
way beyond
action, that's cool, Jean
senses,
Pierre.
right?
The
And
action,
since he's the
that's cool,
creator,
Jean
if he
Pierre. I don't
creates
know
us
why you
with
think you're gonna
lineage,
win that one. It's not gonna happen. The
that's
action
cool.
is not the action because of the person. Is that
That's
what you're trying
cool.
to tell us? You're not finna fucking run through this shit. You're saying the action is not the action. Gaslighting is not gaslighting because it's a fucking god and not a person doing it. And that makes sense to you. And you're deconstructing
Oh, he definitely lied about that.
100%. You don't know what that fucking word means. Just like you don't know what gaslight means.
Just like the word.
Yeah, I don't know. I know you don't know what this means, but that's called special pleading. It's not the thing because God did it, but it is still the thing.
I don't know. First, answer the question. What action are you talking about? Is action not the action of the person? What does that mean? What are
Wow,
you talking
that's
about?
not even remotely close to what I said. I
I
asked you
don't
about the
know, but clear
gaslighting
it
that was
up.
spelled.
Just
Well, if
clear
you
it up.
fucking listen, Jean Pierre, you might be
If you
a
answer the
modicum less
question,
stupid.
asshole.
You
If you
might
answer the
be a little
question,
less
asshole.
stupid if you fucking listen. You wouldn't have to ask the question if you listen the first time, you
Asshole.
dumb fuck. Again, you're saying that the action of gaslighting which is altering or trying to alter someone's perception of reality in order to manipulate them. That's the definition of gaslighting, which is what the God lays out in the book that he says that he does to people, women and men, right?
What's that
You're saying
Bible verse
that's
so I can
not
look it up, bro?
gaslighting because it's God doing it.
Give me
But
the
guess what?
Bible
That
verse.
doesn't change the fucking action.
Give me the Bible verse so I can look it up, asshole.
So God doesn't say that?
Preoccupied with your
I
a-hole.
asked for the Bible verse, asshole.
Right. So God doesn't say that. Is that what you're saying? You don't know if
Wow.
God says that or not?
All right, y'all have a good night, asshole. Suck. Anyway, I ain't gonna go there. Bye.
You can. You can. That shit don't phase me. You the one running away. Tail between your legs. Bitch made. That shit don't phase me. You think I'm gonna fall for your bullshit? Bro, you lied from the moment you got on stage.
All that crying.
I'm going to challenge
Asshole.
anybody who says they're deconstructing when they first learn the word. Like, what's that word again? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What?
I like that one. Are you that one?
Is Uncle Rod a nerd?
Uh, yes.
Okay, Uncle Rod, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Far Rock.
I think he's snoring.
Oh, I thought that was pressure. No lie.
You catching strays, son.
I thought that was. He sounded like pressure.
Damn, Eric catching strays too. You sound like a dog, nigga.
Oh God, they got y'all friend. I think this is the twin.
Zion. Nah, I don't think this is that one.
No, I think this is a
Yeah,
different one.
yeah. Zion. Okay. I don't think they know they're up. All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
It's a triplet. It's crazy.
But you know what? A person could be thinking that, or trying to like, not trying, but thinking that they're deconstructing from the religion, but hanging on to the patriarchal ideals. Like sometimes I think some men come up here just to defend masculinity.
I can agree with that. I don't know. I think it's pretty obvious in the way that they move. Like I don't know, like the conversation about or the conversation with I don't remember his name, but the guy that was up here when me and Fiji first got up. Like the way that that conversation morphed from a pretty neutral conversation to him like defending the men tooth and nail and being upset that the Bible couldn't help him out with it. Like it just, I don't know. It's very interesting because even people that can acknowledge that the Bible says and does harmful things, the people that can acknowledge that the God of the Bible says and does harmful things, they'll still get up here and put on that fucking show. And I don't know, it doesn't click to them at all that's what they're doing.
Look at Bugatti said, "What if Adam was abusive? Is grabbing strays in imaginary angles, which is not strat anywhere imagina."
What language was that?
Masculine.
Because the crazy part about it is, I know, right? The what if does not seem to register with them. It's almost also said the other day, like they don't have the ability to actuate, like just a novel idea or novel thought. And it seems like the concept of a hypothetical is also foreign to them because no one's making a statement that he was. that would be a response to Adam was abusive. Then, okay, it's not stated anywhere, it's imaginary. That will be an appropriate response. The statement says, what if? And the purpose of a what if statement is to prompt thought, which seems to be antithetical to Christianity, apparently.
Yeah, they
100%.
always miss that.
Even with the if in
You
all
would.
caps.
That's what I was about to say, Fee. Because like it's crazy that it's all capital letters and they still miss the if part. Like they read it, but they don't actualize the if.
They read it as was somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Even
What was
even
Adam was abusive?
yeah, even the women that have been against it, like they read it as was.
Yeah.
Busy Newman.
Yeah, that's me.
One of y'all gonna take this?
Hey, Busy, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
What's your, I'm doing well. What's your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm in my 40s.
All right. And are you a believer or are you deconstructing or an atheist?
I'm a believer. I'm Muslim, actually.
Oh,
Oh,
well,
okay. Well,
yeah.
hmm
We're looking to talk to people that believe in the Christian God. But thanks for coming in.
It's. I think it's the same God. I mean, it's different concept, but it's the same
hey,
God.
she said what she said. Goodbye.
I mean, it's up to y'all if y'all want to. I don't know. Nobody else is
I
in the
mean,
house.
yeah. I mean, okay. So, which prompt would you like to choose? And just bear in mind, we're not looking at this through a Muslim lens. Which prompt would you like to talk about?
We could go with the.
Go for what?
Let me see.
He hasn't read the prompts yet.
What if Adam was abusive?
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
It's a hypothetical. I mean, it's like, what if what if you were abusive? I mean, what then?
Yeah. Well, then someone would get hit, but I think Adam being abusive would have greater implications, right? So the question is intended to kind of put you in that setting that the Bible creates of the Garden of Eden and the dynamic between Adam and Eve. Do you think that it was a possibility that Adam had the capability to be abusive?
hmm So, I think a lot of this discussion, what seems to be missing from it is context. So, if you, it's kind of like asking, well, one person hits another person, right? And or one entity hits another entity, and you say, well, that's wrong. But then, what if that entity is one of the entities is a lion, the other entity is a rabbit? You say, oh, that's perfectly
If the
fine.
context is abuse, though, what if the context is abuse, though,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
and not
So,
self defense? Right, right. What if the context
so
was abuse and not self defense?
So what I'm saying is, if we contextualize these things, that abuse only matters within a paradigm if you have something like morals, or if you have something like a right or wrong perspective. Because if a lion does it to a rabbit, it's totally fine. And from your
Busy,
paradigm,
hold
and
on,
from you,
Busy.
I wish
Hold
I
on,
could
Busy.
finish my idea, then you could respond
Well,
to it.
well, well. I wish you could actually address the question, but you're adding context to a hypothetical. Do you know what a hypothetical is?
I think I know what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about lions and rabbits. We're talking about Adam and Eve being in the garden, and what if he was abusive? We don't need to bring in um, rabbits whooping lions' asses or the other way around. Like, stick with the actual question, and then you'd be able to finish.
All right. So again, the actual question, what the actual question is it validates a certain perspective that you're correct because you have certain perspectives about this.
No, it doesn't. It simply asks the question, what if Adam was abusive? That says nothing to you about my perspective in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Now, you probably assume I have perspectives because I'm a non believer, but that's not on me, that's on you. The question asks what the question asks, and it says, what if Adam was abusive? The context of that question cannot extend beyond the variables that we know from the Bible in the Garden of Eden. Can you speak to that?
All right, if he was abusive, then he was abusive. I just think that people, I mean, learn to exist with abusive people regardless, no?
And you think that that's a good thing?
No, I don't think it's a good thing, but it's something that we live with, don't we?
So would it change the fact that Eve ate from, or the way you see Eve eating from the fruit, this fruit that she understood to give her wisdom? If Adam was going upside her head every other day, do you think that would make eating from the tree a little bit more appealing?
No, not at all.
It would for me. It absolutely. And here's why I say it would for me. If I were I put myself in Eve's shoes, right? I don't know anything. I don't know if what I'm doing is good or bad because the God that created me does not want me to possess that knowledge. If Adam is whooping my ass every day, I know it hurts. Nerve endings work in humans the way nerve endings work in humans. I can't imagine that they didn't operate function the same way in Adam and Eve. But if I know I'm not enjoying that experience, whether I know to label it evil or not, and I've gotten this opportunity, this tree. I mean, honestly, she was told that the tree would kill her the day that she ate the fruit. There are some people who live in situations where that would be a better option than continuing to experience what they are experiencing in life. So, I mean, to me, it doesn't say, okay, well, some people are abusive, you just got to deal with it. Why the fuck would anybody want to do that?
So it's a great question. Does the question presume that Adam knew that these things was bad?
Well,
Because if you're
we know he
giving
doesn't.
evil, okay, so Adam
Yeah,
doesn't know what he's doing is bad.
yeah, and that's on your God. Why are you giving people capability to do things that could be hurtful and harmful without the knowledge of the fact that they are? That responsibility is on your God.
So, but all of this is in the hypothetical what if.
Yeah.
All right. So how about this? If Adam being abusive was right and the righteous thing to do? What if Eve enjoyed it?
What if it was the right thing to do?
Yeah, because you
Can
just said
you
what
enjoy
if.
being abused?
Oh, some people, there are people who are sadistic, sadomasochistic. They enjoy these kinds of things. Yeah,
Like,
there's some
just
people who
I just want
Abuse?
hold on for a second, because I just want everybody in the live to just pay attention to the extent that men will
Yep.
go to just just sit back and listen and pay attention to that shit. Go ahead, y'all.
no, I'm not defending abuse.
But
I'm
you painted it in a way to make it okay, to defend it, to Thinker's point. You had to add a variable that, I mean, which was a weird one to begin with, right? Like, we're
yeah.
talking the Garden of Eden. You had to add a variable to justify a man whooping the woman's ass, and you
Well,
think that's okay?
you had to add a variable to just make religion seem bad.
No, I don't have to add anything to make
Well,
religion seem bad. It does that on its own very
why
successfully.
would you characterize Adam as abusive then? Because
It's
you
called a
had to add
hypo.
that variable.
Well, no,
It's
that's not
called
a variable.
hypothetical.
That's a
All right, so
hypothetical.
I just added another variable.
Sorry, you got to stop
You
talking
wouldn't
over
add
me now.
another variable if there wasn't a variable to begin with. That wouldn't be
For
another
example,
variable. That would be adding a variable to a hypothetical.
so when I do it, it's bad. When you do it, it's okay.
I didn't do it. That's
Again,
Coco's
she didn't
point.
add a variable. She didn't add a variable. You're not adding another variable. You're putting a variable on a hypothetical. That's different.
Okay. I mean that's again. There's a lot of presumptions at this. What I'm trying to do is to just I'm not sure. Stimulate your critical thinking here is because
You're trying to stimulate my critical thinking.
What?
yes,
You're
am.
hold
I
on.
am.
Hold on, busy. You're
Mhm.
Muslim, right?
I am. Yes.
And you're trying to stimulate my critical thinking while simultaneously believing that your prophet rode to the moon on a winged horse and split it. And you want to activate my critical thinking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, this is why I said initially that you have to add context to this, is because when you're criticizing these things, you're doing so from the perspective that for some reason, again, this is your worldview, which is atheism, classifies us as just animals. And if you
Did
don't,
she tell you that?
I wish I could finish my point though. So
Did she
if
tell you that she was an atheist? I mean, you accused her of being an atheist. Did she tell you that?
I presume she's an atheist. Are you an atheist?
Oh, so she didn't tell you that.
No. I
It's
mean, she could
interesting.
answer the question. Look, I'm
She could, but you could also like ask questions before you make statements about people too, right?
fair enough, but I would presume that she. Are you an atheist?
No, I'm not. But go ahead with your statement since you fleshed
Okay.
it out. It giving me a position that you don't know I hold. Go ahead.
All right. So I would think that the reason I say that I would think that she's an atheist is because these criticisms only are valid within a religious realm. That's what I think, from my perspective. They're only valid
They're
within a
all.
religious realm,
What do you
in the
mean by
sense
that?
that in the sense that you have no criteria to judge these things by other than what you like and what you do not like, which is
So let me ask you this: by what criteria are you, as a Muslim, judging Christianity? If it's
uh,
only allowed to be judged within the framework of a belief system, what are you using?
I'm using the criteria what I believe are revelation from God. It's external
So
to me.
so what are you claiming is not external to me that I'm using?
I would say that I don't think you're using anything external to you. I think you're using your own experiences the way you feel.
You're doing the exact same thing.
No, not at all.
Oh, you absolutely are.
So
Because
so
do does every Muslim on this planet think that Allah wants the same thing?
no, not every Muslim thinks the same way. No.
Okay, so you are using your understanding of what your particular sect or group of Muslims thinks Allah wants. But there's no objective desire of this God. So, in the same way that I am assessing information and reaching a conclusion, you're doing the same thing. You're just slapping a God on it and making that your decision divine.
No, not at all. I think that your primary and final authority is your own emotions, how you feel about it. My primary
So are yours, Busy.
no, not at all. There are things that I
Let me
do
let,
that I don't
what
necessarily.
is it that there are things that you do what?
There are things that I do that I don't necessarily. It's not my primary desire to do those things.
Then why do you do
Huh?
them?
Like hitting your wife. No,
Is that,
seriously.
Turn a
Like the
blind eye to
Quran says
pedophilia.
that you can discipline your wife, that you can hit
yeah,
her,
it says I can, right?
and you do. Do you do it? Do you
It says
discipline her? Do you
no, I
discipline
don't.
your
I
wife?
don't. No, I don't hit my wife.
Why not?
Well,
I don't feel like it.
Well, do you not hit your wife or do you not discipline your
see,
wife?
I don't feel like it. Wow.
Well, I'm presuming she's talking about hitting.
Well, I said
However,
hit
the book
and I said
describes,
discipline.
right. However, the book
What one
describes
of
discipline in your estimation.
Oh, he can withhold
Mhm.
sex from her. He can make her sleep on the couch. All that shit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
all that stuff. That's what we're talking about.
let me ask you a question. Have you ever been in a relationship?
No, no, I'm sick of you answering questions with asking questions.
Well,
No, no,
all right.
answer the
Okay. Let
question.
me let me answer it then. Let me answer it then. All right. So most men in relationships will could attest to this. That is
We're
generally.
talking about you, not most men. We're talking about you. Do
All right.
you do that?
I'll tell you this. So it's the complaint that generally, bro, contain yourself, please. It's
Do you do that?
I think it would be a
It's
consensus.
crazy because it could have taken 2 letters or
It's
3 letters
crazy.
to get this done with, but you're talking all this extra shit for no reason. Yes
It's
or no? Do you do that? Yes
it's
or
crazy
no?
because it would only take me 2 to 3 seconds to clear it up, and you just interjecting every time.
It would only
So,
take you 2 to 3. It would only take you 2 to 3 letters to
all
fucking
right. So
respond to the question. Though that's the
let
crazy
me.
part. It doesn't take you 2 to 3 minutes. It would take you 2 to 3 letters to do that. Yes or no?
All right. Don't get all in your feelings, bro. Let's do this one. Let's do this like adults. Yeah.
I'm not in my feelings. These are. This is not feelings. This is logic. This is facts.
All
You
right.
don't need
Logic.
3 minutes
Logic.
when the answer is only necessary for 2 to 3 letters.
uh,
Yes or no? Which one?
Logic would indicate that learning takes more than 2 to 3 seconds. So
Yes
if you want to
or
understand my
no?
position,
Yes or no?
no,
Yes
no.
or
Also, do you
no?
see
The
Yes
Phil's
answer
or
is
no?
no.
comment?
The
Also, do you see
answer is
Phil's
no.
comment?
That answer is
Yep.
no. But
You're
let me
lying. Phil said he talked to
Hold
you.
on.
Phil said he talked to you on another live, and you do discipline your wife. You do hit your
Damn.
wife. So why are you lying?
I'm sure he's lying about that. So look.
You're
Phil,
sure he's lying
Phil,
about that?
Phil,
Sure, he's
Phil, can
lying
you
about
request?
that.
Phil, can you come
No,
up?
we don't. I can't have a conversation with him. He
Uh
he
oh.
he,
We're
Uh
gonna bring
he,
Phil
oh.
he
up.
does not
I'm
he
trying to
does not
bring Phil
respect
up.
me
Uh
like that.
oh.
Watch what he will do. He won't stop talking. Go ahead, bring him. I
Uh-oh.
guarantee you, he won't stop talking. He's kind of
Oh,
like
we know,
straight.
So
we
you
know,
do know
Phil.
this conversation.
No, no,
Oh,
Exactly.
no,
Yeah.
no.
interesting.
I've had several interactions with him
Interesting.
before. I've had several interactions with
Interesting.
him before. But like also,
I bet you have.
he doesn't really, he's not
It's
conversational.
interesting how I get under the skin of soft men. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm
Bash
very
just
sorry.
kind of
He became
laughs it
a super
off.
fan.
It doesn't bother him much,
Not at
but the
all. Not at
soft
all.
motherfuckers is just interesting.
Not bothered by it.
Yeah, yeah, this guy is very disingenuous. He loves to lie a lot. He loves the straw man, atheism. He does all of those. Everything that he done here so far, also on the panel, he does it in all other lives. And he's such a liar and he's disingenuous. If you ask him about whether or not it's okay for his Muslim counterparts to discipline his wife by giving a smack or whatever the thing says, no, he's going to try to beat around the bush. This guy is not genuine at all, and he's displaying it here. Hey, very same things y'all are encountering Biff and asking this what he does. So he answers a question with a question. He misrepresents atheism. He dodges. He pretends to sound so nice, but when he pushes buttons, you get the ad hominem, like what L also already has gotten the ad hominem thing about, yeah, cool it. That's why he go off on his ass.
All right.
Thank you, Phil. Why you
All right.
Thanks, you're
lying?
So
Why
welcome.
you lying, Busy?
what lie did I
He's,
tell?
but lying to his teeth, he
No,
lies.
what lie did I tell?
You lie, sir, you
What
lied on
lie did
this
I
panel
tell?
already.
What lie did I tell?
You said you don't discipline your wife. That's the lie.
I said I
Come on
don't beat
now.
my
Are you
wife.
not
I
keeping up
said
with your own lies? You said you
Nobody
don't
asked
discipline
you
I
your
said
about
I
wife. We
don't beat
asked
my
you.
speaking.
wife.
I
I
asked
asked
that
you
you discipline
specifically.
your wife.
I,
I said I don't beat my wife.
Ask him if
What
he
lie did I tell?
supports.
no, we
What lie
asked.
did I tell?
The yes or no question was, do you discipline your wife? That was the yes or no question, and you answered no.
No, I don't discipline my wife.
Okay, well that's another lie.
Do you before
Yeah.
left she push back?
So
Do you
what would you
before
say
yourself if she
disciplining
push
is?
back, sir?
What would you say
No, let's get
disciplining
no
is?
nitty gritty. Yeah, like pushing back.
Honestly,
If your
if the
wife
answer was
decides to be
actually no,
disobedient.
we wouldn't have to do this. It wouldn't have to be this like run around and
Well,
having
I
Phil come
already
up
said
to
no. I
talk about
already
how the conversations that y'all have had in the past. We wouldn't have to do all that, right? Because honestly, when she asked you initially, the answer would have been out the gate, no.
yeah,
That's it.
and if
No, it wouldn't have to be. Well, if you give me 3 to 5 minutes, I can explain it to you. It wouldn't have to be that, right? Because the answer would have been no. But if you have to qualify the answer to try to get it to a no, that means that the answer is yes. You
and
do
if
that.
yeah, and if you were right, you wouldn't have to interrupt me so many times. Yeah, and
That's not
Yeah, this
true.
is what he does. This is
and
That's
what
you
he
not
gets.
and
true.
if
And
you were
also don't
right,
get that.
That's not
And
true.
no,
also,
and if
this
you
is
were
what
That's
he
right,
not
you would
does.
have
true.
been
He
able to
gets
tell
on
me
that
what
bait
lie
to
I told
dodge.
already.
He gets on this bait to dodge. That's what he does.
I just
It
did.
is a dodge. There's a dodge he
Hmm.
always does.
Which dodge did I did? Which
Can I ask?
bro,
Can I ask a quick
you
question,
guys,
Busy?
yeah. What's up?
Busy, can your wife discipline you?
Can my wife discipline me?
Hmm.
No, that's absurd. I mean,
Why
she
is
could correct me. She could correct me. I mean, it
but
depends on what you say.
how
What would you say
well how
disciplining is? What would you say
what
disciplining is?
whatever you feel like you have a right to do to her, can she do it to you?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah,
Has she ever done it?
I would
What does
think
I
so.
would think so mean? Why does he keep saying I would think so and not answering questions directly?
He's lying.
I
Well,
would
He's
assume he
lying.
said
He's
that.
lying.
I would presume he said that. I would think so. Maybe I would think so. It's interesting that we can't get yes or no out of you. Every other word in the fucking dictionary, but not yes and no. Interesting.
because I'm a thoughtful person, right? And I don't think I could envision every possible scenario. So I leave that space for some, some scenarios that I may not be able to envision. It's possible.
But
So
here's the
That's what
thing.
people who
But
don't have principles
I
do.
would think
That's
so.
what people who don't have principles do.
No,
Exactly.
no,
but
that's what
but
people who are
also
thoughtful do. They
no,
don't presume
I
to
don't
know
think it's
everything.
about
They present they say that, for example, you never know what's.
Hey. He's talking.
Well, you don't have to mute me. Several of you.
I don't think it's
It's
about
really
I don't think necessarily for this topic it's really about being thoughtful because if you say Fee, can you discipline your husband? My answer is going to be no. He's a grown ass adult. Can your husband discipline you? Absolutely the fuck not. We're partners. So I don't know what scenario you could conjure up in your mind where a fully autonomous, independent adult would be disciplining another adult that they are married to. There's not a scenario where that would be okay. So to Osho's point, the answer should have come quicker.
Yeah. So for example, even a simple example here, you have adults and society that we designate to discipline other adults in society. They're called officers, police, law enforcement. Now, if law enforcement could discipline other adults, there might be a situation again in a marriage in which you may have to intervene and discipline.
Law enforcement does not discipline adults. Are you okay?
They don't.
They don't discipline
He just
adults.
compared
They
What?
arrest
listen,
people. Are you okay?
he
I
just
don't. I don't think you
compared
understand.
police officers beating people to
Yeah,
a like listen to
yeah.
the level of comparison. Listen to the analogy.
No, listen to
Fucked
the level of
up.
disingenuity right here, because I never said that.
Did he say
This was
disingenuality?
talking
That's not a
disingenuity,
word.
Wow.
disingenuity. I never said they're the
Disingenuity
same
isn't a
thing.
word either.
Well, you know what I mean by it. I think it is a word, but
It's not, but
Not
okay.
really. If we don't know what word you're trying to, it's not.
all right. So let me get my thought out. Then maybe you could rebut it, right? If we could delegate and designate law
No,
enforcement.
maybe if you could do it in a way that made sense.
All right, I don't do with children. I can't converse with children. Sorry about that. Go ahead, guys. I'll drop.
Bye.
It's weird you can't have conversations with children, but you can discipline adults. That's odd.
Interesting.
Oh, he
You can
ran?
you can be a police officer to your he can be a police officer to his wife, but he can't be accountable for the words he used.
Exactly.
Wow.
That's interesting,
So he
and
did.
that's a
That's how he
common thing
gets on.
a common theme amongst them because every fucking time they crash out because they don't want to be accountable for the words they use, and I think that's very interesting. You up here trying to give us this truth, trying to give us this perspective that's supposed to be so fucking real, but you don't even want to be accountable for the words you use.
I promise you, y'all
So you
cannot
got.
convince me that
Sorry,
men
fee.
don't.
Sorry,
Oh,
fee.
so no, you go
Sorry,
ahead.
but
Go,
this is
go
what
ahead.
he does. Yeah, and you can understand why I light up in his AWS on other lives because he comes up lying. He comes doing all this thing. He comes doing this ad hominem attack when he can't answer a question, and he pretends to sound so nice, but he's very microaggressive and condescending, and he just makes up a word salad of shit. Sounds like something, but ain't saying nothing. This is what he does. And I sat back and I listened and I said, wow, he's doing the same thing again on this panel. And all y'all realize and see, even before he opened my mouth and said anything, he's very dishonest and he misrepresents what people say and try to insert himself by changing, hypotheticals. That's another thing he loves to do, change people's hypotheticals that you're dealing with. But the thing what we should have asked him is it okay? Does he believe it's okay when Allah says in the Quran it's okay for a man to discipline his wife by first speaking to her, then if she doesn't obey, deny her smacks in the bed, and then thirdly, if she still continues to beat her. He does support that. He would beat around the bush. He has beat around the bush with that. That's why I said, yeah, he does.
That's
Yeah,
why he
I
tried to
think
say,
it's
how do you
funny
know they
because
don't like being abused?
right. Yeah, and I think he demonstrated what Thinker was talking about literally right before he came up, in that he doesn't even have the same God, to be honest. Like, let's be real, the books diverge a lot, right? Like it's a totally different God, and the fact that his God empowered him to come up here and teach these quote unquote atheists about the Christian God is interesting. Like your God would rather them be Christians than a non-believer. But honestly, you just came up to defend a man that you don't know, that never really existed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he might not beat his wife because his wife might be quote unquote obedient. So he's very deceitful. So when you're questioning him, you got to get very specific. because he was being deceitful. Yeah, he may not discipline his wife by beating because his wife probably just conforms. But as long if you ask him, so if his wife doesn't conform, what will he do? Will he do such and such according to the Quran? He's going to beat all around the bush. But he was being very deceitful in his response. I know him. I have,
It's
he's been on other people's lives. He has been on Bola's life. He has been, she deals with a lot of Muslim people. He has been on Afro Atheist life and other lives. And every time I call him out, this is how he behaves, this is how he gets on. So he don't want to hear me because I call out his narsh.
You will never convince me that the vast majority of men that hold on to these Abrahamic religions do so for the purpose of avoiding the internal work, right? So, but they do all of this external work to justify why it's okay in their book for a man to put his hands on a woman. They do all of this external work to find resources that will explain away why God says it's okay to take little girls because you went through and genocided all of the people in this particular group. Now the two Benjamites that are left need wives. Like they do all of that work, but they won't do the inner work to be better people. They won't do the interior work to sit with how their belief systems, the entailments of those belief systems impact other people. So the crazy part about it is that external work allows them to completely avoid any sort of accountability or in personal improvement. But he wants to teach us how to critically think. Like somebody's gonna have to make that make sense because I can't.
Yeah, the goal is to be in a better place, not to be a better person.
That part. That part.
Well,
That
because I
needs to
sent
be a
for
T-shirt.
ends.
What you say, Phil?
For Ems because he does not like Ems. He cowers. Ems calls out his BS.
Hey, peace, Pam. How everybody doing today?
What? One second. One second.
I'm sorry.
Fia, also, y'all wanna?
Yeah, yeah, I'm good. What's your name?
Smoking scriptures.
Okay. Hey, Smoke. Are you over 21?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right. And are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
It's it's hard as much as I'm a believer. It's
Mm-hmm.
metaphysically. Like I don't look at the Bible to be the true and only religion. I think it's a book on psychological warfare. Is built to do conscious sifting to find the ones who are like y'all who can be free thinkers and those who can be so yeah so like I believe in God but not in the sense of most believers, you know. It's not
Is
important.
the God? Is it the God in the Bible though? Like, is it Yahweh or Jesus?
I mean in just to simplify, yes, I say yes.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Which topic do you want to talk about?
Honestly, I just really came up here to and give y'all props. Like I love what y'all doing because as a believer, I ask these same questions. Like one of my things I go to is in the book of Esther when they talk about Vashti. And when men come in my room and they want to do these debates, like you say, I say the same thing. Y'all come in here and y'all try to push y'all ideology on people because y'all are afraid to go do the internal work. If y'all go do the real work, like if you took the book, any book, even if you took Clifford the Big Red Dog and make it fucking personal, it'll lead you to do some shit that everybody needs to do, and that's deal with the shit you got going on in self. Like, how can I be I like what dude said. I say, how can I be a better human being? But Brother down there said, how can I enter into a better place? A place of thinking, a place of feeling, a place of speaking, a place of love. How can I get
That's
there?
that's not what I said.
Oh, my fault, brother. I thought you said place. My fault. What did you say?
I said they're more focused on getting to a better place, i.e., the afterlife, than being better people.
Oh, my fault, brother. I didn't mean that. I thought you said, how do we get to a better place? And in that sense, it's I don't agree with that shit like you said. Fuck all that
One second.
learn.
So one second. So I do need you to pick a topic though, because I don't allow like the free form that's happening right now.
Oh, straight
And,
up,
and
man.
yeah,
Straight up.
and if
Straight up. I
which
just
can
wanted
be.
to I just wanted to show y'all love.
Oh,
I think
okay.
what y'all doing. I appreciate what y'all doing on
All
bringing
right.
these type of topics. My fault, my fault. But
Well,
y'all be blessed. Yeah, you're
thank
straight
you.
up.
Have a good day. Okay.
You too.
All right.
I thought he was gonna circle it back eventually.
Yeah, and honestly, if he'd have just picked women have been gaslit by the church or something, I think he didn't pick a topic because he doesn't agree with them. And it sounds like he's saying that the Bible teaches men how to be better men. And if he'd have been able to pick a topic, then we would have been able to get deeper into what it was he was trying to say. But I don't know. Um, I don't know why he wouldn't do it.
Can I respond to that one? The one with the women being gaslit
Yeah.
by the
Go ahead.
God and church. Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of them don't realize when the Bible, right? So when the Bible claims, or when they claim that, oh, look at this thing where God, where Jesus, entertain women or weird thing, whatever. They don't understand that that's what gaslighters do. They make persons feel welcome, but on the other hand, says women are second class, they are property. Because if they're claiming that Jesus is the same God of the Old Testament, Jesus is a gaslighter. Jesus is a misogynistic person, right? And he gaslights because in the Old Testament, according to in the Ten Commandments, it clearly states women are property, right? Wife. If you're a wife, you're a property of the husband. If you're a woman, you're property of your father, and that's why they had to pay any guy who raped a on betrothed woman had to pay the father 50 shekels of silver, right? And the Bible does, it has this gaslighting feature. So and it coincides with abuse, right? It's abusive. It's gaslighting is abusive. So it tries to make them feel okay. Yeah, women, you're special, but then on the other hand, no, you're still the property of a man. You're still a second class. You're not supposed to teach in church. Wait for when you get home to ask your husband. Second class. It is gaslighting them, taking them on a roundabout trip. And the God does it. He looks down and every claim is Jesus. Jesus is God, according to them. Is Jesus. They did it in the Old Testament, if they want to hold that. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Boy.
I agree.
I
The
think I go
I
in a shower. Can you put me down, please? Sorry. Can you
Yeah,
put me down, please? I go and take a shower, thanks.
yeah. Okay. Have a good day, Phil.
Bye, Phil.
Peace, Phil.
Bye.
Bye. Peace.
Brown sugar. Are you in the box on purpose or on accident? The guest box is open, y'all. I was really interested to hear how he is using the stories to help the men that come into his life be better men. Like, are they? Because you know how I say the Bible can be used for people to like wrestle with their ethnicity, their morality. Like, am I able to call a spade a spade? Am I able to look at Abraham telling Sarah to lie to the Abimelech and say that Abraham was wrong, and that I don't agree with God saying that He's going to kill the Abimelech for some shit Abraham did. Like, am I able to call that out, or do I feel like, am I, you know, so loyal that I would negotiate with my morality and say that it's okay that God did it because they're chosen. That, like, when you're able to look at these stories and look at them that way and discuss them in that way, I think they can be beneficial. But when they're given to you in a authoritative way to promote a specific loyalty to a group of people and a God, that's when I think they're dangerous.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Think
I mean, I guess I'm with you on that. I wish that he would have picked something and we could have talked about that. Sorry,
he's
V.
He's
asking to
fine.
come
He
back
said
up.
he's
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because first, I'm on a healing journey, right? And you have a space of healing. So I'm talking fast because I'm nervous. So, but the topic I would pick is um, Job's wife suffered too. You know, I think a lot of people don't look at that.
Absolutely. For one, that she's been stripped down to one line, right? Her character in the story said way more than that. And because the intention was to paint her as the thing that was used by the devil, the thing that the devil can use to, cause a righteous man to fall, they stripped her down to one line, and that is curse God and die,
Straight
right?
up.
Yeah, and so doing that blocks people from seeing one that if they are husband and wife, right, in this belief system, and they believe that the two shall become one, how like the straight up indoctrination that they did in that story is they somehow have gaslit women into believing that the two shall become one, have gaslit men into believing that the two shall become one, except in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like they're no longer one. What happened to Job, and somehow the other part of him is not affected by it, and
Yeah.
somehow she deserves what she get. Like it's just the indoctrination and the gaslighting is just crazy.
No, straight up, and that's what I was bringing Vashti for, and you guys did right with y'all room because I do the same thing when people come in. I feel like they changed the topic. Like y'all get the fuck on, man. Like we don't talk about the Bible like that here. I can't heal a man. I can't use the Bible to heal a man because you got to be one to heal yourself, and it's more than the Bible. It's more than any book. It's taken because I can only take what I knew because that's what I was given. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't ask for it when I was birthed into a religious family, and I believed it. I fell for it. I went for it. I had questions that I didn't ask until I got sick. You know, and I went and I searched for a God, but I can only go through the way that I knew. You know what I'm saying? So it's not easy talking about my shit, you know. So I try to hide it a lot, you know, like not hide it, but not let it out on this motherfucking internet, especially in a room of 700 people. You know what I'm saying? I ain't, you know, I normally wouldn't even jump up, but because what you guys are talking about, I just was like, well, shit, let me just show them love. But you're right, right, nigga. We talking about something. Get the fuck on, nigga. You know, shit.
No, no,
But
no. That's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying we're talking about something get on because, like I said, I was interested in what you were saying, and it sounds like you host lives where your focus is helping men heal or helping men take accountability.
right,
And it sounded like you were saying that you were using these stories to do that, and I was interested in how you were doing that.
okay, so there's you know, I look at the scripture metaphysically. I just take every, like I said, I can only start with the stories I know, the stories I've read, and from the perspective that I was looking at. So I deal a lot with not just helping men heal, I deal a lot with helping people heal, period, like physically. And it's not just the Bible, because one thing I come across with people, oh, I'm praying for God to heal me, and nigga, you still eating ham hocks, nigga. How the fuck you looking for God to heal you and you won't give up pork? You know, like faith without works is dead. I try to highlight stuff in a way where you're not just saying shit, like you actually realizing what the fuck is saying. Like, but there is other parts of the scriptures that breeds topics like you guys are talking about that need us, that brings us back to a reality. And a lot of shit you was just saying, I'm not the smartest nigga in the world either. I barely made it through high school. So it's as much as I feel like God has led me to teach healing and deliverance in certain aspect. I also know that I'm a student and that I got to keep growing and I got to keep learning something. When I come in rooms like this, I'm not trying to bring my ideology. Like I was literally simply giving y'all love and telling y'all like and you had said something. Forgive me, I don't want to presume or misquote what you said, but you had said something. I believe it was along the lines that men used their ideology and religion to avoid dealing with eternal shit, and I was just basically agreeing with that. But I was just nervous, and and I get the rambling when I get nervous. I'm a
Yes.
Pisces.
You know what? I'm a Pisces too. The interesting thing about it, you just said, your statement as I sit here and eat bacon, but it's interesting because these stories in the Bible oftentimes read more like choreography than guidance, right? It's a
Mhm.
series of steps telling people how to move, how to speak, how to eat, how to think, how to
Yeah,
obey, as
yeah,
opposed to actually inviting folks to live life through growth, discovering themselves, identifying those good things about themselves as well as those bad things about themselves,
that part.
those systems, yeah, those systems of belief that they haven't deconstructed. Like, I mean, I'm not telling you to go out and get, any pork belly or anything like that, but even the concept of staying away from bacon, these dietary laws that were given to people that lived 3,000 years ago, those types of things feel more like a manual for performing life as opposed to living life on your own terms and trusting that if granted and given the access to information and the awareness of how my behavior impacts others, then that's going to help me develop these mechanisms that will allow me to identify, okay, this behavior is harmful to this person, this behavior is beneficial for myself and my community. I don't think that when we use these holy texts, and I'm using that as an air quote, it it's almost like the Bible is telling people how to perform life for an audience that they never see, as opposed to living life for themselves and for this planet and for the betterment of humanity. And then we get into these tussles with people like the previous guest who wants to say that it's okay for two people who are married to each other for one to discipline the other. Like for the other guy to get up here and say that he loves me, he doesn't know shit about me. And the fact that us asking these critical thought out questions is somehow evil or demonic. I don't see how this tool that has been used and contains instructions for oppression could ever lead to liberation of any kind.
And I agree everything you say. Even when and pork was a bad example because I know that comes most from a religious standpoint. But even though I'm vegan, which one thing you just said, I even tell people I don't preach vegan. I don't preach it because it's something that was highlighted to me on my journey. I was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease. My kidney started hitting at 26%, not yours. So pork was a bad. Enjoy your bacon and eat an extra slice for me because I miss it. You know what I'm
I
saying?
got
Like
you,
fuck it.
fam. I got
Let's
you.
keep it for real. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Hey, but what I'm saying is when I meet people and mostly it comes from people with a religious mindset. Oh, I'm praying and I'm believing in God. And let's say a sister like you, and it may not be with food. Let's say you came in contact with Reiki healing and it did something for you. Like you said, like you know this to be true. Like I don't preach this to nobody, but I come across somebody who's going through exactly what I went through. I'm not even preaching it to you. I can give you my testimony. And but then because it comes from a different text or a different book, you instantly go, well, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. But there's scriptures that highlight that you missing shit. And I'm sorry I sound like a preacher, y'all. I'm a southern boy. Like I say, I grew up in this shit. You know what I'm saying? So the preacher boy come at me sometimes. Y'all forgive. But but there's text in there that you just quote and you're not catching it. When Jesus said, anytime you feed me, anytime you clothe me, and they said, well, when did we do that? When you did it to a stranger, that's me. I'm not a fucking star in the fucking sky. I'm not a thing
But
that didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But
yeah, I don't want you to get to the preach because
yeah,
we understand the text very differently than you do, right? Like when we read the text, there is historical context there, and there are words in that story that that are being missed because he didn't say a stranger, right? He said these little ones here, and he's talking about Israelites, and he's coming from a very different perspective, right? He like we understand through Israelite history, Jesus was an Israelite supremacist, and he
straight
did
up.
not like he didn't like Gentiles, so he was not preaching to take care of just any and everybody. But that is a reinterpretation of the text in today's culture. Like the text has been reinterpreted over centuries to fit the society or the audience of people who are reading it or trying to live by it at that time, and it's meant different things to different people. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with people taking and getting like an inspirational lens out of it, and it's what they call like hermeneutical interpretations, where scripture is interpreting scripture. But the reality is that the because of that, we miss things because there is a historical aspect behind the Israelites and behind what's written in this book, and there are people who know how to read it that way, and they follow the laws that are in that book, and they do a lot of harm in society. And the level of interpretation serves them because it turns your head to where you're looking at like this higher conscious, like trying to reach this higher conscious, and you can't see who got their foot on your neck. Does that make sense?
And it makes sense because I completely understand that. I just say that, and I agree with everything you just say, and I just leave it at that because I just agree with it. I do, and I came to that understanding when I was about 24. It's a the scriptures in Proverbs that say it's something. It's Proverbs 9 and 10 when it talks about the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is insight. But yeah, so I agree with you, like I do, but I guess I was more telling you what I do in my room, and versus it sounds like I'm preaching ideology, but I don't. Like I don't, because I can't save nobody, and I'm still learning. I just host, and we do the same thing here. We have these discussions, but you're the first person I came across that asked these questions, because I think of things like this, like why the fuck did the king get mad at Vashti, nigga? I know for a fact I'm not about to have my woman come out and parade around in front of my niggas. Why? So my, like why did he get mad at her? Like, so. But it's love. I love your room though. I really do, and I appreciate y'all for letting me get back up and giving a
Smoke,
second explanation.
Smoke, is this your first time here?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I can't. I
Okay.
jumped on, and like I'm starting this. I'm new to this shit, So I jumped on, and I on search bar and put in Christian TikTok and just scrolled the lines and came across y'all, and it was the first room I stopped in today.
We are not
Yeah,
Christians.
I would
I
encourage you
know,
to
but they
follow.
got y'all.
Yeah,
I look.
we are
Hey,
far from
don't
that.
pew pew me now. Don't pew pew me now. Hey, look, that's them. That's TikTok. Shit, straight
But
up.
those questions that you were asking, like, about Bathsheba, check Thinker's page. Like she puts out these amazing songs that kind of tell these biblical narratives through a different vantage point, like Job's wife.
Yeah.
And those types of narratives specifically about women. Because when we have these conversations with Christian men or men who believe in this Abrahamic God, it's almost like they are cemented to one perspective, and that's the perspective of the people that wrote this book. And the crazy part about it is I think that perspective gives them access to the objective mind of a God while ignoring the fact that everything that every characteristic that about a God came from the mind of a human. Every single one of them. So if that's the reality, to not even conceptualize that it could be a possibility that what you've been told is the word of a God, like Bashas runs this prompt, is actually from the mind of a man. And if you think it through and think about how it's been utilized throughout history, how the subjugation of women has been perpetuated across this globe, utilizing these very words, I think it frames the stories in a very different light. So, I mean, like Thinker was saying, I hope you come back. I hope you listen to what the conversations, how the conversations go, and the pushback against I mean, even the concept of a God itself is just kind of weird to me. But the various angles with which we have these conversations, I think you'll find it interesting. And check out Thinker's music too.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm here. Like I that's how I got on social media. I do a little music. That's when my peoples pull me here and trying to get into the streaming shit. But I'm here because I told my girl when I first met her, I say, it's weird to me that when niggas pray that they want to hear a man voice. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? So you got me. You know, I appreciate y'all and I look forward to learning more about what goes on here and hopefully, man, popping up more. You know, because I really love the energy up in this joint for real. It's rare you meet shit like this.
Yeah, you sound pretty cool. And the just to, my thoughts on the question that you asked, why would um you know the king do that to Vashti? Misogyny. The whole story is there for the purposes of saying that this is not the type of woman you want. This is the type of woman you want, right? And then like he did the whole beauty pageant. He was able to have sex with those women before he even decided who he was gonna marry. Right? So it's a punishing a woman for having body autonomy, for having the audacity to say no. You know,
That part.
and yeah, and so there's a there are two ways that men can read these stories and have your men groups. You can read these stories, have your men groups, but like, yeah, this is how it's supposed to be. You wanna Esther, you don't want to Vashti, or you can read these stories and you can say, man, what he did, that's fucked up. That's fucked
Sorry.
up. And this story is the purpose of this story here is to promote the patriarchy. This is how it's harmed women, how it continues to harm women. This is how it harmed men, society, our children. Like that's why I was asking, like, how you when you say you use these stories to heal men. I was wondering if y'all were having discussions like that in the story. But yeah, definitely stick
Yeah, we
around.
do. We do when they come in is so typically what I do is I stream and I just talk about my testimony. Like I don't use the Bible to teach people, but I reference the scriptures a lot because again I built my teachings and stuff. I didn't just come on here. That's why I do want to stick in your room because I do feel like I can learn and grow myself. Like I forgive me that the preacher come out of me, but that's not what I be trying to do. I really want to learn because shit, you got a successful room. You seem like you got good moderators who don't take no shit and where I can fit in to get in and ask questions and pick up. That's just who I am. I'm a student of life. I learned that God comes through people and I'm not simple minded enough to not sometimes see like say I'm talking to you is just a little feminine voice. Don't you like that? So you know, so I appreciate you for the welcoming of that, and you will see me up in here for sure.
All right, sounds good. It was great meeting you. Thank you for coming
Nice to
back,
meet you
and
as well.
I hope you have a good rest of the day. Okay.
You too.
Have a good one, Smoke.
You too.
Toast stack, I say.
I was thinking the same thing, Selena.
Selena woke up to say that.
No, I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't
Oh.
sleeping.
Yeah, five. Yeah. Hey, what's that about? You see? Shadow. Mm.
This
Purple.
sound like one of the voices also be doing, does it not?
Hmm.
Eh,
And I would like to say he's on panel. He can't do that, but we are talking about Oso.
Right.
work, come here. Eh,
Can't who? Right, I did too, Jojo. I had to stop for a second. Can't who?
mm.
Can't who?
So the man doing taking channel. And I like what you see. Them
Okay.
get 3 minutes.
Oh, did anybody else think somebody was going? Huh? Did it sound like somebody was going?
I
I
did.
thought he was answering me for a second.
You didn't do that.
I
See?
told you. Was that you? Was that you?
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
You sure?
My name would be hilarious, not just average.
It would be extraordinary.
Incredibly average.
Calm comedy. Calm comedy.
I think we in a pocket.
Yeah, I think so. He's like he on a
He at the
walk.
gym.
Oh,
Hmm.
The meanest meme you ever seen. All right, I'm done.
the meanest mean.
Right, like average,
I don't get it.
like like the mean, like the mean and the median, and like super average, mean.
I got you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Damn, I don't like you. I don't like you. You make me think too fucking hard.
That's insane coming out of your mouth.
You do. You make me think
Right?
too hard.
That's so funny.
Right?
Laughing is like a joke. You're not supposed to have to overthink a joke.
I'm sorry. I like statistics in college, and me stuck out. Alliteration.
Mm, yeah, but it like that. Never mind. Okay, Tony. Y'all, the guest box is open if you're a believer. Y'all know the drill shit. 21 and up. I just don't even feel like saying it. I'm guessing is that right? That means super medium mean talk to text won't let me do it. Hold on. So I'm guessing is that right? That means super medium mean talk to text won't let me do it.
Blue Life, you are making it worse.
Yes.
By
Goodness.
anything.
That's hilarious. Oh man. You said you didn't mean to hit and it sent it anyway.
You mean you didn't average the cent hand?
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
You know those license the personalized license plates that people can get that actually have like a message, but they're using letters.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like I had one when I was in Atlanta that was ATL, the number 4, and EVR or something like that. I see you and Oso's back and forth about jokes like that. Like Oso will say the thing and you will, but your brain, it seems like your brain is so literal. Like you're like, what is the 4 for? Like it's a number. Like that's not what it means. And I think it's just I think it's funny to me how y'all listening to y'all go back and forth with that. Just to me speaks to how your brains process information. I find it fascinating.
But when we ready to fuck a motherfucker up and roast, we be on the
On
same
it,
motherfucking level.
On
instant
timing.
accord.
Like,
I do think that speaks to how insanely smart thinker is, because her brain is very literal and she's learning a very non-literal language
Yep.
and doing it quite well. Quite well, actually.
Like I think that's why neuroscience is fascinating to me. Like my ex-husband and my son have told me for years how fast I read. And I'm like, I don't think I read any faster than anybody else. But I will literally read an entire book in maybe a day or a day and a half. And for me, it doesn't feel fast. Like it's just me reading the information but it's crazy to me how different minds process information differently.
yeah, that's why I think we're all neurodivergent. I don't think anybody's actually neurotypical, but they're just trying to make people.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, none of our brains are made like have the same neurological makeup. Not one has the same
Nope.
neurological makeup. So,
I mean,
uh,
not one experience is the same.
exactly. That's why I don't like when they be like, neuro, neurotypical this, neurotypical that. Like, none of y'all motherfuckers neurotypical.
Mm-mm.
Uh,
I
flowy
know.
flow. But you say
I'm
also?
sorry.
This was an error.
Okay, no worries. Have a good one. Okay,
You too. Thanks.
you're welcome. What did you say, Oso?
I'm neurotypical.
You most definitely are not.
What? I'm the
In a
most normalest
way,
nigga.
no, the fuck you are not, homie.
In what
There is
universe would that be?
exactly.
Like
Okay.
normal is just a setting on a washing machine anyway. Like I think that it's this push for homogeny. Even the concept of neurotypical, even I say it's all the time. Even the concept of perfect, it's perfect. Perfect for who? Like that doesn't even a one perfect does not exist. But the fact that for thousands of years they got y'all people hustling to try to attain it is absolutely insane.
It's insane. Yesterday I was scrolling the FYP and I came across my cousin on the FYP saying, I don't like small talk. He said, I don't like small talk. Stop calling me, asking me what I'm doing. I was like,
Oh my goodness. I can't do it. Like I promise you I cannot do it.
I
Just
So
think
can't
of
I
it as
do
an
no.
it.
opportunity to try out material.
Mm,
Okay, I
mm-mm.
can't. I
I'd
don't.
rather
I don't
read.
like it. I do not like it. Yeah, don't do not just call me and sit on the. If you don't like, don't call me. Be like, what are you doing? I'm gonna be like, nothing. I gotta go. Like I can't. I'm not gonna sit on the phone with you with dead air. And then like having me figure it out, like trying to think of stuff to say, I can't do it. So I
Mm-mm.
understood his frustration yesterday. I was cranking up because I can already, I already know who he's talking to. I already know who called him. But the shit was funny. He's like, I don't like. That shit was funny. I can't take small talk of any kind. Unless it's my kid. I take that back. My kids, I can sit I can talk to them and just chill with them like while they're driving or whatever, but I don't know. It has to be them.
But because I think it serves a different purpose. I mean, it's like it's an exchange. Like it's a person you have a relationship with. Like I love just shooting the shit with Justin. Like if we're not talking about anything in particular or, just random shit comes up, he's on his phone or I'm on my phone, he'll show me something, we'll start talking. Like that is fine. But this like stilted, awkward, oh, well, how was your weekend, Bob? Like I was high, Bob. I really don't care how your weekend was over the weekend or now. So why are we doing this?
Yeah. All right, y'all. Where y'all at? I know y'all ain't done at 7:30. I don't like small talk. No. Where y'all at?
Anyways, the weather's lovely today. How's it over there?
Really upset.
It's so funny how my brain turns off when shit when stuff like that happens because I literally my brain was getting ready to shut down. Like, don't ask me about
That's
no fucking
crazy.
weather.
That's crazy. I used to be very anti-weather as a topic of conversation, because I thought it was just the most useless conversation. But I've grown to really enjoy weather. I like it a lot, so I do talk about it a lot.
He's such a liar.
I ain't he is straight line, and then I think he
I do
putting
talk
the
about it a
phone.
lot.
Also, is holding the phone up to the
In
wind
the
right
wind.
now, so that the
No, I'm
wind
just outside.
hit me in
I'm
the
outside.
microphone.
Oh my god! I just bought food for my dog. I'm at Walmart. God,
What's up, Stoic?
Good morning, everyone.
Good
Hey,
morning. How are
Stuart.
you?
outside like a
Look at
motherfucker.
him.
I'm just trying to get through the adrenaline dump here that I get every time getting on this stage. So, just real quick, still deconstructing, always deconstructing. Um, like I wrote this on, I think Wednesday because I wanted to come up and just kind of shout out some thanks real quick. So that's really all I'm looking to do here. But like every morning I come in here is like, and I'm just listening. I don't have anything really to say, but I just learn so much, and I can't express how grateful I am for this space, for the fact that, people are always after Fee to write a book or do her own thing. And I just love that she does this, right? Like, I'm so grateful that she sees value in showing up to what Thinker sees valuable in this space, that Selena comes in here and wrecks people that are disrespectful, that Oso lights people up for wasting people's time, for being dishonest. Everybody's great at that. Thinker, I know that you think the world of Fee, and she just drops so much knowledge every day that connects with my brain. 2 things she said yesterday, and this was, she said, our parents can't always be who we want them to be. They are who they are. And that is something I needed to hear. And it's something now I've written down and I can repeat back to myself over and over. And that she talked about modeling authenticity, and that's what I think I'm trying to do every day. I guess like one thing, and I'm sorry, I'm not like on topic at all, but I mean, it can go to Jezebel here, but back in August.
You don't have to stay on topic. You're
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you're a nerd.
I hate that I'm so damn emotional and on the edge of this stuff with you guys. But I'm gonna try to get through it. I opened up to my mom about my atheism in August, and she was so accommodating and loving and just listened. And it was, and I've had a couple conversations with her since, and she's so good. And I'm easily overwhelmed at how fucking good I have it. And how, Fee was talking yesterday about just sticking with green, and I'm with her, right? Like, I want to keep this brain good. And I hear so many bad brains in here every day, and I just think, like, there's no way to connect. But Thinker, I mean, you do connect with people. It's not going to be everybody, but you're not for everybody. And the truth is that has to be enough. That's what I tell myself every day. This has to be enough. Me showing up for my people every day. Me listening. I'm trying to get better at listening. I've learned so much about listening in the 9 months I've been here. And so, again, like, a thing I learned about 5 years ago is that you're not going to please everybody, but you're going to please, when you can please a lot of people, I mean, that has to be enough. And so my aunt is starting to, I think she's starting to wake up and ask questions. And I've been able to, I know she's asking questions. I've been able to drop a little knowledge on her that I've certainly learned from these spaces. And she's been receptive, just like my mother. And this is also in the same group chat that my wife is in. And, my wife still doesn't know. We haven't had a full-on conversation about my deconstruction, but I repost stuff all the time. I know she follows me on TikTok, and I don't think she's a dummy. So I think I've said it before, I'm not trying to bring that to a head right now while my kids are still at home. My son turns 18 on Friday, and my daughter is 14 and a half. She's doing really great, by the way. And I talked to my daughter about this last night, and it was just a normal conversation because religion came up from her side, and she said she'd felt judged by her first cousins when she told them a couple of years ago, she just wasn't that religious. And she told me about how she felt judged by them from that point on, and then by their mother, her aunt, and just like, that sucks for her. But I just opened up to her, and I'm just so fucking lucky. And again, just in a world where everybody on this panel makes me laugh on daily, teaches me something on the daily. And I'm very close to rambling, Thinker, but I'm going to look through my notes and just make sure I don't have anything else. I think, I don't remember who said this, but somebody said it the other day, and I really do think that this is life in a nutshell and what we're doing here. And it's all about the connections we have, maintaining the valuable ones, and growing respectfully with one another.
Now you know that was theology.
I
That
know,
sound
and
like
I'm.
theology.
I think one of the things I've been saying to myself for a year now, and I don't know if I stole it from somebody, but it's that we're all perfectly imperfect, and we have opportunities every day to show up and get better.
That's again
And
theology.
so,
If it ain't shut the
again,
fuck up, motherfucker, it ain't me. That's theology. Like, if it don't got a fuck in it, it ain't me.
yeah, I get that. I get that. But again, I'm just so grateful for countless things. This is the gratitude journaling, and uh, I don't know. I will stop, thinker. I appreciate all of you so much. I'm so grateful. I love you all, and I can say that and give you countless reasons for each of you. Unlike, was it Paul earlier? We won't go there. But anyway, I will step down, and I just wanted to express that things are changing ever so slowly in my life towards better conversations, and I'm really just after people critically thinking too, you know.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Stoic. I know that that's been something that you've been working on with your family for, quite some time, and then I'm glad to hear the forward moving progress. And I appreciate you for coming up and sharing that. And we love having you here. And thank you for all you share the songs with the videos of your birds and stuff is pretty cool. And thank you for that for supporting that as well.
Of course, I'll keep looking
And
for opportunities to insert those.
I'll echo what Thinker said. And I appreciate all the kind things you said as well. And I want to make sure you put yourself on that list because you're doing the work, right? So sometimes when we think about like being thankful and appreciative, Bash was talking about this yesterday with a young man about the difference between being thankful and being appreciative. I think thankful, like Bash was saying, it just praises the person who did a good thing for you. But when you appreciate something, you increase its value. So you're increasing the value not only of your life, but of your children's lives by walking in your truth and by figuring this out. You're modeling for them how to do it. So add you to that list too, of things to be thankful for because you're doing the hard work. And that's honestly what it's all about. Like I think religion tries to tell us that it has the answers to the challenging things of life. But I think the only answer that we can really ever find is going to be acceptance and growth. Like accepting the realities that we experience are the realities that we experience. And if our goal is to try to be better people, to create a better world, the only thing we can do is the best that we can with the knowledge that we have and figure out how we can discover those nuggets of benefit for ourselves and our communities and our families. And that's exactly what this community is. So I appreciate you coming up and sharing that.
Oh, thank you, Fee. Yeah, and it doesn't happen quick. That's the thing I've learned is it doesn't happen quick, and um, I am again like the again it's about showing up and recognizing you can start fresh each day. And I know that historically I have had a tendency to wallow and be distracted by thoughts and things that are truly just illusions of the mind. That it can be with my anxiety disorder, it can be with seasonal depression, which I've suffered from in the past, and I like it's still there. But the point being, like it's just an example here. Over the course of 2 years, I've been able to really pick up patterns in my journaling with like this time of year. And so 2 years ago, I took a couple weeks off at the end of the year to try to recharge, and I did not prepare my mind for that. That isolation, just like the imposter syndrome, is at an all-time high. Last year, it was so much better because I went in conscious of it and I went in intentional. And this year, I just took off the same amount of time, put it in last night. It's going to get approved, and I'm going to go in and just enjoy that time with my kids, right? And not mortgage that away because, again, all we have are these present moments, and I'm not looking to be like Paul and not have my kids even want to be around me, let alone talk to me and all that.
Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy and have a lot of fun. What are y'all? You got stuff planned?
I think this is ridiculous. No, I don't have anything planned, and but I think that I'm like 2 or 3 seasons behind on Stranger Things, and I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
catch up on that so I can watch the final episodes with my kids when those run, either on New Year's Eve or New Year's Day. I'm not sure which one, but my goal is to. I gotta really push myself, Thinker, to power through and catch up on Stranger Things for my kids.
So get ready. And if you got
Okay.
some green, do it first, because me and my kid just finished the first 4 episodes. It's good.
Well, I will. Thank you.
We had to do a recap of season 4 though, because I can't remember shit. I was like, oh, I forgot Vecna did that, but it's really really good.
I've only seen through season 3 with them all, and so I've got. But I think I don't know. I think I might start over, but I also don't know that I will. That's a lot of TV in like 10 days. So
I've never seen it. Is it that damn good? I've never seen Stranger Things.
it's fun. It
It's
reminds you of kind of like an '80s Goonies style.
Mm.
It's
yeah,
fun.
Mm.
it's very nostalgic with like the outfits
Mm-hmm.
and the bikes, and I like it. We started watching it years ago. I didn't even know anything about it. Justin told me about it, but it's been since 2019. How long has it been out? Like it's been
It's
in
been a
production
while,
for a
yeah.
while.
What
Yeah,
is it
it's
about? Is it like
Stranger Things.
like a horror?
yeah,
Is it horror or?
it's
No,
It's
horror-ish.
horror
I mean,
adjacent.
it's horror adjacent. That's a good way to put it. No, like it's these kids in the 80s, and this one kid gets abducted or disappears and they don't know where it is. It's supernatural. It's definitely supernatural, but not in the like it's
religious
government
way.
conspiracy. Yeah, it's not in the religious way.
Like
It's
alien type
funny
stuff.
Yeah, type shit.
ish. Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
I might check it out.
It's pretty good. You get invested in the children's lives.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, it's pretty decent.
Thinker is definitely Erica though. The character. That's Thinker all day long. There's
When
this,
you
there's
watch the
this
show,
young,
you'll
there's
get
this
it.
little girl. Yep, there's this little girl in the show. Her name is she's the little sister of one of the main characters. And when I tell you that little girl don't take no shit, she is like, she's the youngest of them all and will run every single one of them. That is you, hands down.
That is so funny, Fee. When
Hmm.
you said that, I was like, "Whoa, what is Fee
I
doing?"
know
I was
you're
like,
like,
"What?"
what the fuck?
I was like, "Wait, what?"
No, I got you,
Thinker
fam.
lives at.
I can only imagine your face, right?
Yeah, I was like, "What?" I was like, "Whoa."
Like, traitor. No. No, but her personality, she's smart. Like she knows she's smart. She's unapologetically smart. That is you. I love it.
Now I definitely gotta watch it. See,
Oh yeah, you'll enjoy it. It's good. It's not crazy, scary or nothing.
Mm-mm.
And it's also kind of a thinker because at some points in the story you're just like, what the fuck? Like, how did that? It pieces it, or at least from what I've seen. I think I gave up after season 3.
Stoic, did you have anything else?
I have nothing else, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate everyone's time. Yeah, so I was talking to Pressure. So I'm
Jason
not
said,
sure I'm not sure what you were doing earlier, but I mean Pressure was coming through loud and clear, and it was getting me through my high intensity workout with my wife this morning. So it was better than listening to Paul say dumb stuff. But
there you go.
nope, I will step down, and I greatly appreciate everybody, and I'm gonna keep listening.
All right, have a good one, Stoic.
All right, bye bye.
Bye.
Y'all hear Pressure so clearly because he likes to pull up right beside me and then growl.
Oh, he
Get
loves
right up
you.
in my ear and just kind of make noises. Yeah, it's my baby. You just happy I bought you some food, huh? He said, yeah. Wait, what was Jason talking about?
You.
high intensity workout with his wife. What does he mean by that?
Oh my gosh, also. Okay, Sherman Kelly, are you there?
Pressure's a bully.
All right, y'all. Are we? Do we have anybody else that want to come up? Believer, deconstructing, or atheist, 21 and up. Don't get quiet on us. I just lean back in this chair. This heating pad on my back. I sound like I could be high, but I'm not. Like I'm just chilling.
It could be.
Yeah,
Have you had
I could
any?
go to sleep in this chair.
I'm talking about high. Have you had any women come up today?
Any women? No. No, did we? I don't know. You know damn well I don't remember that shit. I don't know. Did we, Selena? Was it? Did any women come up? Selena,
There hasn't been any
I
since I
remember.
came up. I don't know about overnight though.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think we did. We had, oh, the French lady. Yeah, we had one. I told you like I can't remember. Augie, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Yeah, we had the French lady come up, Shy. We did have one lady come up.
Thinker,
Interesting.
how long was the conversation that you were saying
Oh, it was
you
long.
were in? Oh, it's on. Okay.
It's the very first conversation of the night. His name is Mac Buster. No, Mac. His name is Mac Baker. No,
That guy.
is that his name? Mac.
Yeah, Mac
Yeah,
Baker.
Mac Baker. Yeah, that was his name.
We just call him Baker because he can't get Mac.
What do you mean he can't get Mac? He can't say
Mac
his
is
own
already
fucking
spoken
name.
for. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying he can't get Mac. I thought I was like he can't say his own name, which I shouldn't be surprised because the shit he was saying, it should make sense
Mm.
that he wouldn't be able like because yeah, that was a crazy ass conversation. Y'all have talked to him before?
Yeah. He was up on. It was a while ago. He was on Christina's panel with Mac, and yeah, we just had to call him motherfucker Baker because ain't no way I'm gonna say Mac and you say huh? Fuck no, absolutely not.
And the fact that I did call his ass Mac Buster, that's because I do remember the B. Yeah, but he in my mind he does remind me of a Buster because he was saying some
Mm,
crazy ass shit.
I agree,
He
but it
he
also
viewed
sounds like
your
he bust
profile.
Mac.
What?
Interesting.
Right? He viewed your profile. Was he in here yesterday?
Yeah, probably. Oh, yeah, he was in here because he was in the comments yapping and shit.
Mac Buster was.
Yeah, he'd be around. Like he might not talk or be vocal all the time, but he definitely be around. And like that's the thing that I think is kind of weird, especially with this space because it is predominantly women. Especially right now, the topics are focused on women, and it's so many fucking dudes that come. Like I guess I'm not genuinely surprised that there aren't a ton of women that come up to talk about it. But I guess I assumed that there would be more, at least, even more that would just be like defending the indefensible in the book. But I don't know, even there being just the one tonight compared to, I mean, we have motherfucking dudes pulling up that are signed up to a whole different religion to talk about this shit. So I don't know, like it's interesting to me.
Yeah, for some reason they definitely don't want to address it from a biblical standpoint, and I think it's because we do address it from a biblical standpoint that we don't get them coming up talking about it. But if it was all red pilled, they wouldn't have a problem. Like if it's all emotion and I feel this, I feel it should be this way, and then not have to back up their point, like why they think it is that way, they would be up here.
Yeah.
It's like not wanting to do homework or not, not wanting to show your work.
Oh, I hated that. I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah.
Like, I just know the answer, okay? I
Right.
agree. Like the moment that you hold their feet to the fire and say, "Hey, like what this is," like the guy when I first came up, the one that ended up crashing out when we were saying, "Show us where the book says that." Like this is not what the story says. Why were the judges and the elders not held accountable in the same, because they played more of a role than Jezebel did. But they don't want to deal with what the book says. They want to only regurgitate what they already believe to be true.
Hmm.
You said yeah, like if you read your grades to the rest of the class, you'll be embarrassed. You say I agree. It's like homework, and if they read your grades to the rest of the class, you'll be embarrassed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it doesn't
yeah,
inspire them to do better. It makes them shy away from doing it more. You know what I mean? Like it's a weird loop that they're stuck in. They aren't proud of where they are, and they don't use that to motivate them to do better.
And I think Demi's right about women not coming up. They just don't want to, he's a good man, Savannah, their God. And they know with these stories, they're going to have to. There's no way around reading through the particulars of these stories, specifically the ones that are highlighted on Thinker's Prompt, and not walking away with, oh my goodness, like that was kind of fucked up for those women to be treated that way. But as a woman, you have to do that. You have to figure out a way to make it okay. And in doing so, you're ultimately propping up your own subjugation.
yeah. Bash Fee told us about that, about you reading
Hmm.
that. Yeah.
Dude was shook. I'm not gonna lie. I had like at the conversation started out really rocky. He was doing the typical, "That's not true. Slavery was different. They were servants. God doesn't do this. My God wouldn't do that." But then when Bash had him read it directly himself from Judges, dude was like, "Wait, what?" Even when he was reading, like that's fucked up. He was like, man, it was moving crazy. Like you could hear, like his inner monologue and commentary was coming out. Bash was on fire last night. I'm not gonna lie.
You a man. You a man.
He was saying that to him.
Oh my God, Bachelor
Yeah.
going in.
Oh,
Why was Bash
no,
doing the alpha male scream?
You
no,
a
not it wasn't
man.
even. It wasn't even the alpha male scream figure. Like, oh, so why do you act like that?
That's what he was doing. Say I'm wrong.
You're not wrong, but context, my friend, context. No, it was a great conversation. I'm not gonna lie. It was on Javarius's live last night.
What was the context of the
It
alpha?
was
I want to know the context of the alpha male scream. I am a man,
basically
damn it.
not because basically Bash had walked him through the how like this isn't your God. Like you have higher morals than this God. Like this is not your God. Your people don't come from the same land as this God. Like all that good stuff. And the guy was like, "Well, then where is my God or where is my God or something to that effect?" And Bash was like, "Dude, you're a fucking man. Like I shouldn't have to tell you that. Like you know that this shit
Oh,
isn't
okay.
you. You know what I mean? Like I shouldn't have to be responsible for that." But he is planning on having a conversation with. Oh, well, let me let him tell it.
Hey, Bash.
Not the pre-dash. Come back.
I had to get off my Bluetooth. Yeah, I was trying to remind him that he is a man. Like, you don't need a God. Like, what do you need a God for? You're a grown man. Like, you know what's right and wrong. You know, like, so then he moved to, I'm supposed to do a thing today about where life comes from. Because, of course, you got to move the goalpost. But I think he caught that part very well, that, like, you're a grown man. You don't need that. Like, you don't need to worship something. Like, what do you need to worship something for? You know, and then,
I think
so
because
I
they
was,
scared to have to
walking
do
through that judge's story, and that judge's story, it gets so bad. It's just, I mean, it's not funny, but it's comical as to just how horrible that story is, and that story can exist Like, and people just have never read it. They've just never read it. And it's like, if you want to highlight all the horridness of misogyny and slavery and murder and like all the bad things you can think, it's right there in that one story. And he was just so fucked up about it. I felt kind of bad for him.
He got all of that at one time. That's crazy. But like I think they're afraid of being without a God because the they've been indoctrinated into women having to take accountability, or they've been able to blame women, blame the God, blame the devil, blame society. They don't necessarily have to have accountability. So if you take away the God, he has to stand on his own, and that's scary for, I
Well,
think, a lot of.
that young man really caught the brunt of how pissed off I was at Jimmy earlier. I'm sorry.
Oh, y'all talked to
Jimmy had
Jimmy
pissed me off
yesterday?
really bad.
Y'all talked
He
to
was on
Jimmy
real
yesterday?
live for like 4 hours. No
Oh,
bullshit.
thinker. It was terrible. It was so Jimmy
What?
like. Yeah. He really called Jimmy's ass whipping that. but yeah, but he was such a nice guy. He was a good guy. But I wanted to punch the fuck out of Jimmy.
Wait, is that why Jimmy hasn't been in here all night?
Probably
Has he
so.
been?
Probably so.
Damn,
I
Bash,
hope
you
he's.
scared the shit out of him.
He needs to be scared. That man is incapable of admitting he doesn't know something. He is literally incapable of saying the words "I don't know." He has to make it collective. Like, and he swore Bash up and down that there were no Greek mysticists. And Bash was like, yes, there were. He pulled up the resource. He still denied it. Like, dude he's the absolute worst. He's the worst.
While telling us we have to die to our ego the whole time.
That part. Holding his ego up high as ever, right? Just being objectively wrong, like just wrong in every turn. It's just wrong in every turn. All because he wants to sell mushrooms, and you can just say, "I want to sell mushrooms." You know what I'm saying? Like,
Wait, is that what he do for real?
yes, he's a shroom head. He's a shroom head. He tried to get his kids on it, but his wife won't let him. He's a
What?
shroomy. Yes.
Yeah. He was like, I haven't done it in years, but if you guys need some, I can definitely hook you up with. It's like, bro,
I
get
can
the
send you
fuck
the
out of
spores
here.
right now because there's a loophole. Because if I send it to you in the spore state, it doesn't have psilocybin. Bruh, you're a shroomie. You had a really hard shroom trip, and you thought you met God when you was shrooming. Okay, bro. Like,
I don't think
I
he
never even.
realizes. Go ahead, Fee.
Oh, I was just gonna say I never even heard of a hero's dose until yesterday. Like, never even heard of it. But apparently, it is effective because it has factory reset Jimmy in a way I've never seen him before in my life.
What's a
Bro, you
hero's
Yeah,
dose?
took too many
it's a
shrooms.
lot.
Yeah,
And it was his first time doing it.
his
And
first
I don't
time
think
doing
that he
something. Yeah.
realizes people who like actually do the shits, like people who really do the shit, they are not impressed by the fact that your first time ever doing the shit, you know what I'm saying? Like you feel like you got this like a super crazy realization. Like, nigga, do some more, or maybe even don't do any at all. But like for you to say that you went to like the highest dose possible for your first time, and that's how you know that all this shit is real, bro. You realize what you just said to me is that you ingested a lot of drugs, and now your perception of reality is different. Congratulations, it broke you. Like,
Congratulations, you got high. You know?
right? Like, nigga, your brain is broken now. Good job. Awesome, Jimmy.
Way to go. This man said hallucinogens don't induce hallucinations. Friend,
What? Who said that?
it is
Jimmy?
Jimmy,
Jimmy.
yes.
Yes. Like, it's quite literally in the word. What are we It was the doing? worst, man. It was the worst.
Y'all know English is Rhea's second language. And he had her reading all these goddamn uh studies that have these overly complicated words for no reason. Which she was killing, by the way. But
Yeah.
she
She
would sit
was.
there and read that whole motherfucker just for him to be like, nah, that's not
Nah.
what I mean.
Oh
Like,
my
Rhea did not
god.
just struggle to say these goddamn words for you to say no, nigga.
It was
Oh my
so
gosh.
bad. It was so bad. All because he likes mushrooms. And I wish he would just say, hey man, I took some shrooms one time and I had a really good time and I feel like I met God. Like I would be okay with that. Like, cause that's even
Did he tell y'all
everything.
what God looked like?
No, okay. See, in
Everything.
his, yeah, he became one with all. Like, he kind of like melted into the all. And that's the thing that happens when you take a hero's dose. You lose your perception of like what's real and what isn't real, where you are, where you aren't. You feel what they call it, macroscopia, I think is what it's called. Like where like like if you take them eat that little mushroom in Mario where you get big. Like remember the Mario Brothers?
Yeah.
I think it's called
Is that
macroscopia.
what Mario Brothers is about? Was the
That's
shrimp?
all about taking drugs. That's what the whole game about. It's
Shut
LSD,
up,
mushrooms, and
Bash.
weed. I promise you,
Yeah.
LSD, mushrooms, and weed. You take Yeah. The leaf, you fly. You take the LSD is the star, makes you feel invincible. The
Shut
mushroom make you feel big. It's all about taking drugs.
Yeah.
I wonder if I tell my Christian mama that I can't tell my Christian daddy, but if I tell my Christian mama, like you was buying video games that was indoctrinating us into doing drugs, and so
Yeah.
y'all shouldn't have been mad at us because
You
we
hitting the
couldn't eat.
pipes, right? Never mind. It's all about,
Mm-hmm.
it's all about drug use. It's all about drug use.
We there?
Getting
I'm just
sucked up. Oh wait, that might be different.
Hold on, bro.
Why is he like that? Until he
Oh my god. Cat mom, are
chemo
you up
got
here
him
on
dead.
accident? Cat mom, cat mom. No, I don't think she up here on purpose. Hold on, let me get you down. That is crazy. I had no idea that was for that. That's insane.
Drug references. But the point is, he got too high, and he think he met God. And I told him about a story where I did the same thing. Right, like, but I know
Wait,
I
you
was
met God?
yes. Well, I
Oh,
didn't.
can you?
Well,
Well, tell us about it.
okay. I took a strong dose of mushrooms, and really two of the most important days of my life happened on mushrooms. I learned something very important. But one time I took a whole lot of mushrooms, these Amazonians, and I was sitting in my house and I thought I should go lay down. Now keep in mind I'm at the house by myself. Okay, I'm at the house by myself. I said I should go lay down, and then I go sit on the edge of my bed. And as I'm sitting down on the bed, like you know how you sit on your bed and you hear the springs in the bed go, zzz, like you can just kind of hear the springs and mattress moves.
Yeah.
They sounded like violins. So it was like, when I sat down, right? And I was like, so this white man sat beside me and he said, hey man, you should go get something to eat. And I said, yeah, you right. Now keep in mind, I'm at the house by myself. Okay. White man said, you should go get something to eat. I said, yeah, man, you right. So I stood up and the violin said, yee, 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 right? So then this black lady said, baby, you can't go out there. You high. You need to lay down. And I said, yes, ma'am, you're right. So I sat back down. Then the black lady said, it's okay. He ain't gonna go. He's smarter than that. So I laid down. This happened. I swear. So I laid down, right? I laid down. Now I have sleep apnea. Okay, so I really do need a CPAP. And which means you stop breathing in your sleep. Right. So I lay down, but normally you don't notice when you stop breathing. Because if you knew you stopped breathing, you would wake back up. This time I specifically felt myself take my last breath. Right. So I just felt myself like just kind of blew out breath and not breathe back in. Okay. So I died. Well, of course, in my trip I died. Right. In my trip I died. And this guy came and picked me up. And he was like, come with me. And he walked me out to the edge of the universe. Right. And out in the edge of the universe, there's like this, it kind of looked like Saturn's rings, like if you can imagine, like if you got really close to the rings of Saturn, you know how big they are. But instead of there being rocks and like rocks and dust, it was literally just people, right? So a bunch of people just kind of laying around in this huge ring. But that you couldn't really, I say they were people, it's more like faces. It's hard to really describe, but I was high, okay? So it seemed like they were people, but it looked like just a bunch of faces, not bodies. And I was out there and I was like, where is this? Like, where am I? And one of the guys that was closest to me said, well, one of the faces that was closest to me said, "Oh, you're here." And I said, "Yeah, I understand that I'm here, but where is here?" And the whole ring just laughed at me. And they're like, "He don't get it yet. He don't get it yet." And I was like, "Yo, this isn't funny. Like, where is this?" And I thought I should call my mama and tell her that I'm high. and one of the guys said, "First of all, you're dead. You can't call your mom. Like, you're dead. You're here now." And I was like, "Oh God, I fucked up. I'm dead."
Oh my God.
and then the guy,
Wait, that was your response? Like, oh
yes, I
God.
said, "Oh God, I fucked up. I died."
Too close to the sun.
Oh
I
my
was fine with
It get
that.
you
I was
every
like,
time.
then another lady said, "Oh, it's okay, baby." Because I was getting a little worried, like I was scared because I was dead. She was like, "Oh, he's still worried, guys." And so I was like, "Wait, like I can't be dead. I got stuff to do." It's like, it's too late to do it now. You're dead. So I was like, "Well, did I go to heaven? Did I go to hell?" And they laughed at me again, right? And I was like, "Yo, this isn't fucking funny. Like what's going on here?" And one of the faces said, "You see that over there?" And I looked over into like the corner of nothingness, and there's what looked like a swarm of gnats, like about a huge swarm of gnats, and they were gold, like these like shimmering gold nets. But a huge, when I say huge, like think as big as like biggest thing you can imagine. Just but all these gold swarming gnats, right? And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And one of the faces said, "Oh, those are the questions and answers." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Out here, we just understand. We don't ask questions because for every question, there is an answer. And for every answer, there is a question. It's all one and the same." And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, what are we on? Like, blah, blah, blah." And what the lady said, "Yeah, we've been trying to tell y'all this on earth, but every time we try to explain it to y'all, y'all make a new religion out of it and fuck it up."
Mm.
And I was like, "Oh my God." And that's when I like, I finally caught my breath and woke up like, and I sat there in the bed like, "What the fuck?" For like 30 minutes. I just sat there like, "What the fuck?" Anyway, it's just because I had too many mushrooms.
That shit is hilarious that you was
Yeah.
making music going back and forth sitting on the bed. Like that shit is hilarious. But is that where the questions are the gods to the answers
hmm
come from?
hmm
Okay, okay. Like and your trip, it sounds so you because you're such a lyricist. Like the talent that you have, like with your
Yeah.
singing, and yeah, like it sounds like you would have a trip that deals with music and words and understanding and like how intelligent you are and how you're able to help people see life in a like a different way, a different perspective. Your trip matches your personality.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
did. But it was really helpful to me. Like I woke up, because that was like early in my deconstruction. Well, not early, but like before I was officially an atheist. And it really helped me understand, oh, it's okay to die. Not like, you know what I'm saying? Like I would like, oh, let me go die. But it was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be all right. Like, don't worry about that. It changed my life in a lot of ways. But I was just high. And I know that. You know what I'm saying? Jimmy doesn't know that. He thinks he really met God.
Tell what was the other time? What
Oh,
happened the other
I know
time?
I told you this story. I I was down in Menifee, which is close to San Diego, but I was down there and we go down there to write songs a lot. And I was writing songs for this guy, and we take shrooms when we go out to the desert. And so, boom, we was watching The Harder They Fall. You ever seen The Harder They Fall? Anyway,
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
yeah.
Yes.
You know how bright and colorful that movie is? Like it's very like the color in that movie is super bright. And taking shrooms, them bitches going like the wall gonna run. You know what I'm saying? Like the wall get to moving. It's a trip, right? So boom, we down there watching How Do They Fall. It's about 1 in the morning, maybe 1:30, something like that. My phone ring and it's my homegirl that live in Charlotte. And so I answer the phone and she says, I was like, "You okay?" She's like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Bash, what you think happened when you die?" And I say, oh God, this is really the bad time to ask me that. You know what I'm saying? Like, not that I mind having a discussion, but I'm fried right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. I just assume we go back to where we were before we got here. Do you remember where you were before you got here? And she said, no. I said, well, I just assume we go back there. She said, oh, okay. And I said, you okay? She said, yeah. I said, you sure you okay? She said, yeah. I said, all right. Well, she said, I'm just tired. I said, okay, cool. Well, call me if you need me. So she hung up the phone. About 30 minutes later, she texted me and said, I was always scared to die. Thank you for having that conversation with me. I don't think I want to be here anymore. I just dropped my daughter off at my mama's house. I love you and I'll see you next lifetime.
What?
Yes. And again, if you on shrooms, you know, whatever you feel, you fucking feel. You know what I'm saying? And so I broke down, like I'm in tears. I can't get words to come out. I'm torn up, like just, I'm trying to call her back. It's going straight to her answer machine. I'm on Facebook trying to find her mama. I can't, because I know her mama, but I didn't have her number. I was trying to see if I could call on Messenger. I'm trying to find her brother. I can't reach nobody. I'm crying. My friends keep trying to talk to me, and I can't get the words out of my mouth. Like I just can't. I can't make it make sense. I kept going. I kept saying to them, "Why did she ask me that?" But I couldn't. They kept asking, "What did she ask?" And I couldn't put into words what she asked me. Anyway, I'm losing my mind, and my high brain says, "Hey, there's this little song that you sing when you scared. You don't know the words. You can't write it down. But if you sing it to them right now, I bet they'll sing it with you." And I said, "Shut up, high brain. I'm trying to find my friend. Like, this is not the time. I'm not writing a song right now." So I keep going. I keep trying to find it, and my brain says it again. "Hey, there's this little song you sing when you're scared. You don't know the words. You can't write it down. But if you sing it for them right now, I bet they'll sing it with you." And I'm like, "Shut up, high brain." Now keep in mind, I'm crying, and everybody's like trying to take care of me, but like because I can't get the words out. They kind of like they start crying with me. Okay, anyway, point being, I'm third time, my head says that. I grab my phone. I say, okay, I got it. There's this little song you sing when you're scared. You don't know the words, can't write it down. If you sing it right now, they'll sing it with you. Got it. Boom, boom, boom. I recorded it. I still got the recording on my phone. I put my phone down. I end up crying myself to sleep that night. Can't find her, right? I wake up the next morning and she had texted me, and she had taken a medication the night before that had given her those kinds of ideations. And she really did drop her daughter off at her mama's house. But on her way home, she got sick in the car, threw up on the side of the road. So the ambulance came, it took her to the hospital, pumped her stomach. She's alive to this day. Like, she's still alive. Now, I talked to her maybe about 2 weeks ago. But so once I knew she was okay, I went and grabbed my phone and I was like, what was I talking about? This little song that you sing when you're scared, you don't know the words, you can't write it down. But if you sing it for them right now, they'll sing it with you. And my head said, oh, yeah. I was talking about crying. This is this little song that we all sing when we get scared. We don't know the words. We can't write it down. But if I sang it for you right now, you would probably sing it with me. And then there's another one that we sing when we're happy. We don't know the words. We can't write it down. But if I sang it for you right now, you'd probably sing it with me. And it's called laughing. What I learned from that is write songs as close to those songs as possible without letting the words get in the way. Changed my life. Changed the way I write songs.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. But You I know was what? high. But that's a beautiful, beautiful experience. And you're right. My dad used to always say that every single human cries and laughs in the same language, which is crazy because that shared language, which is ultimately emotion and the experience of being human, is the thing that religion tells you is problematic. So Yes. the thing that language or that shared understanding is the very thing that's being cut off from humanity, or the thing that people push away, that connectivity, that if I see somebody crying, I see somebody hurting, the humanity in me is not going to just make me feel apathetic about that. Like, it's the language that we speak. But all of these shoulds and systems just pervert that. That's such a great story, Beth. Yeah. But you could drop somebody off in the middle of Cantonese speaking China. You don't have to know a word of what they saying, but you know that they're alive and they are living, breathing creatures when they cry or laugh. Right? Yep. Like, because they sing that same song you sing. You know that song. And you know that song. And every hit record is just a song you already know. I swear, any songwriter that writes songs know that. There's no such thing as a new hit record. Every hit record is a song you already know. That's what makes it a hit, because you feel like you know it already. Because it's close to that song that you've been singing your whole life. Thinker, that's why your music hits the way that it does. Like, for people that are deconstructing, because it's the questions we've been asking. It's the feelings we already have, and it's just giving life to them in a musical way. Yep. It's just a song you already been singing. And you might not have known you were singing that song. But sometimes the words go to a cry you already had. And it's like, oh, that's what I was crying about. That's that feeling I couldn't explain. I just cried about. And you put words to it, but you don't want to let the words get in the way. You don't want to overthink it. You just sing the cry. That's it. Sing the laughter. That's it. Changed the way I write songs. Really did. Yeah, changed the way more than likely, one of the reasons that I went into country music is because I was watching The Harder They Fall when the first one hit me. And it's about black cowboys. Full circle moment. I felt like, oh yeah, that's calling me. And I was crying. And I should cry like that. All right.
That makes sense.
I think that's why my your songs are so good. It's because it's really just speaking the laughter language.
Speak the laughter language or the cry language. Like, one of the two. You know what I'm saying? There's another one that we do when we win.
I'm shaking ass for my lasses. That's
I
laughter
didn't
language.
say that, bro. I never said that. But like, you ever notice that like when you win something or like there is this yell that everybody and we no one taught us to do it, but there's like yeah, and, and as close as you can get to that, those are like these just songs we just know. Nobody taught us them songs. Like, and you don't have to be American to say yeah or to scream like that. It's not like an English thing. It's not like it's just a human thing to yell when you win. Right. And so I put those kinds of yells in my songs. Right. I put a bunch of oohs in my song to simulate crying. Like that really changed the way I write songs. But it's cause I was high. Yeah, it was just mushrooms doing what mushrooms do, man.
Yeah. So I heard that because mushrooms are natural, that they, are a very safe thing to do, but also on the another end, they could be dangerous because you could like overdose on them.
You can, because you have psilocybin receptors in your brain already, right? Mushrooms, this kind of, evolution, blah 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 blah. The fungus they broke off from the rest of the animal kingdom a long time ago, but they sit in a really weird place in evolution because they are damn near smart. Mushrooms are damn near smart. Like it's hard for us to really differentiate. Like, how do y'all do this? Like mushrooms will make a perfect circle sometimes that looks like somebody planted them, but they make this
Yep.
psilocybin network.
I can't stand that. Like, if I see that shit, I'm gonna flip the fuck out.
Yeah, and they,
Like, even just thinking about it right now has my ugh. I can't.
but they make that circle to make this little network under it, to like share
Gross.
resources and like, it's the weirdest thing. Like they are
The mycelium.
mycelium. I said psilocybin. Yeah,
You
mycelium.
gotta switch topics. You gotta switch topics. You gotta switch. Say something else.
Oh, I love TikTok shop.
Yeah. They are cool though. But yeah.
But not even the magic ones. I'm talking about just regular like portobellos, right? They will do that. Like they're damn near smart. It's weird, and we have
Bash,
those.
please.
Huh?
I can't. Please.
Oh no no
I
no!
don't want to. I can't.
I'm off that. I'm off that.
Okay.
I was just talking about how we have those receptors in our brains, to like basically process like they process, right? Like part of us processes like them. And so basically, when you take one, the psilocybin in them kind of links up with your receptors, and y'all just go crazy. You and the mushroom just go crazy together.
Takina, I do have tryphobia. That's why I'm trying my best not to even picture the fucking.
Don't think about it. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
think about it. Yeah, but don't overdose on the music.
He said that like, by the way.
And by the way, stay alive.
I'm saying that there should be a group of us that take a group poop to a nice place and we just have a great time.
Bro, I know the place. There's a patch of
I'm
desert
just
out in
saying.
California called the Joshua Tree. But don't go to Joshua Tree. Go across the road to Pioneer Town. You have never seen the sky until you go to Pioneer Town. You have never seen the sky. Go out there and have your little bite. Oh my God. Oh goodness. Trippy. You're gonna feel so big and so small at the same time. That's what she said at least.
I'm still over here trying to get
Nice.
over being mad at the motherfuckers making a perfect circle. I can't stop thinking about it. I am so
God
mad. I
damn.
want to scream and I want to like. I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah, I love go out to Justice Tree. It's a good time. You have to go out somewhere that's just real nice and calm and quiet. I called my mama one time. I was at the Joshua Tree, high as the price of pussy in prison. I called my mama. I said, Mom, do you realize we're on a rock spinning in the middle of nowhere? And my mama was so calm. She was like, yeah, baby, I know. I was like, no, really? We're on a rock spinning in a circle in another circle that's going around another circle in the middle of motherfucking nowhere. And she was like, I know, baby. I was like, that just helped me put a real like lens on all my problems. And from then on, I've been a happy person. Mushrooms are great. You know, kind of help you put things in
That's
perspective
why
sometimes.
I think that's why I get so pissed off at the fact that like a lot of the problems that people have are just so solvable if we just stop letting dickheads dictate things. You know what I mean? Like it's so much stressing and horrible things that people have to go to because like they don't understand that people like you're allowing people to have these kind of controls over you. Like we shouldn't have to fucking be scrapping for the shit that we have and having all these fucking problems that are plague our everyday society. We shouldn't have to have that shit, but because of things like religion, things like patriarchy, misogyny, all that shit,
Yeah,
like you know what I mean. Like if people should just fucking learn how to coexist, but we can't do that because of the fucking systems that you guys fucking worship all the goddamn time. And it's like, dude, you don't have to be like that.
you don't have to do it that way. You don't have to live that way. Nobody. It doesn't have to be like this. It just ain't got to be like this. And we refuse to be happy. And that's the part. We refuse to be happy. The men that come up here and defend this shit be the most unhappy people. Like they be the most unhappy folk. And it's like, baby, you hadn't smiled all day. You you don't even know how to take a compliment. You can't be happy. Life has to be hard for you. But it don't have to be like that. We could just be happy. We could get along with people. One, one time when Praise was little, my mom and dad had got into this little argument. And my Praise had to be like 4 or something like that. And she knew my mama was mad about something. So she got to call my mama. And she said, Mom, what's wrong? She said, oh, nothing. Your daddy just silly. And Praise said, silly like funny? And she said, no, Praise, not like that, but, kind of. And Praise said it, thought about it. And she said, Mama, God want us to like girls and boys. And then Mama said, yeah, that's true. And then she said, and daddies. Ain't her ass up. Ain't my mama ass up. Well, I was like, well, she got your number. Oh boy. Being gentle parented by a 4-year-old is diabolical. I'm just saying, like,
That is crazy.
Oh, that is hard, but
I can't get the box open, y'all. I see 3 people in there, but I'm trying to open it and it ain't opening. So I don't know if one of the
I
mods
can
can.
open it.
Thank you.
You want me to bring up the first person? Let's see,
Yeah.
Karina. I think they dropped down. 1 minute. No, it's Varen.
Say Veronica.
Yes. Hey.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hey. I don't. I came because another shroom story. However, I don't want to change your subject. I'm like, it's too might be too
Uh,
much.
no, go
So
ahead.
I don't have to. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to speak because I
No,
actually
go
grew up.
ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
My experience with the shrooms, and when I went in with them, my point for doing them, they said you can set your intentions, and my intentions was, I'm looking for wisdom and knowledge. And when the shrooms took over my world, it was a snake that appeared. And the snake appeared, and it was absolutely beautiful, a beautiful snake. And he was just talking to me. I was like, it was kind of weird because the perception we have of the snake is fearful. And for whatever reason, I was drawn to the snake. And the snake was telling me that I'm here to give you knowledge, just like I did with Adam and Eve. I was like, what? So to me, the snake represents knowledge. And he said, we just gotta, yeah, we're on the wrong page here. For me, we think we've been taught these things that are, obviously not true, but I don't know. But I'm very fond of the snake now because it did bring me knowledge and wisdom of self. Really, everything was about me, nobody else.
I
And it
think
was
that's how
beautiful.
the ancient, how they used to look at the snakes in antiquity.
Right.
Um, yeah, but I wonder if like when people have these trips, if it's like already just information that's in your mind and it's just formulating these images, or maybe giving you a higher sense of understanding of what's already in
In
your
you.
brain. Yeah.
Right. I think all of the knowledge of the universe is within us, and we have to go in and pull it out. Nothing new is under the sun. So therefore, the knowledge is already here. You got to seek it. It's in us.
What knowledge, though?
Knowledge of self, knowledge of your history, knowing how many lives you've been here. Because I've also learned that I've been here a couple times, like I'm 5 times already. I've lived this
She
thing
got a
about
comment.
5 times.
How do you falsify that, though?
You said falsify?
Yeah, how would you falsify that claim?
I don't know. Um, when you use the word falsify for whatever reason, maybe I don't know what that means, because that means like something is not true.
Yeah, like to check for accuracy, to determine whether, like from a scientific perspective, what would be your control to determine whether or not the conclusion that you reached is true?
I don't know. I haven't. I just feel it. I don't know. I don't know. I did nothing to research it. I just feel like
Yeah, this is. Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
just
Go
feel
ahead.
like I just feel like knowledge is within us. It's within our brain, and we do stuff, whether we eating the food or whatever they're doing to us, trying to um, get us to forget the knowledge. And whatever they're doing is working, and we're slowly regaining our memories. We as a people, and I don't have anything to prove it, so no, I'm not that deep of a researcher. I just know that's what
Yeah.
happened to me in the snake rock. It was calm, it was nurturing, it was very comforting to me. So I wasn't afraid, and I knew I was supposed to be afraid because I don't do snakes. Like, why am I not afraid of you? So that was different for me. And then I was like, well, we got the wrong perception of the snake. I was like, we're gonna have to revamp that, but I have not really done any research.
I was just sharing with folks the other day. A friend of my good friend of mine is she has a concept, not necessarily. Well, guess it's similar to yours because she does think that she's lived several lives. She thinks that we are orbs of light that make decisions about the experiences we're going to have on Earth before we come here. And while that's a cool story, like you guys show me how you know it. Like I don't. I think it's great to have ideas and different hypothesis about what things could be, but before I accept it as actually being true, you got to show me how you know what you know. Because I mean, think about it. Like you would be primed to see the snake as a deliverer of information based on the culture that you've been raised in. If you had been raised over in India somewhere or across the globe, you likely have had a different mental experience, and that message bearer would have not been a snake because it may not necessarily be a snake in that culture. I just know that the way our brains are wired, the way what we do know about neuroscience and the way the brain functions, it's a pattern seeking machine. Like it uses information that sometimes we don't even realize on a conscious level that we've synthesized subconsciously. So for me, I need to know how you know it before I just accept that it's true.
Well, from that particular experience, it was my intuition. Everything in me was saying that it was okay within me. You know how you get these your intuition start to work, and when you're in fear, and your body be like, oh, like you feel some type of way on the inside. I didn't feel that. I didn't feel nervous. I didn't feel fear. I didn't feel. I was very comforted by the snake, and the snake was huge. It was covering my walls. It was all over the walls. It was just crawling, and I was not afraid. So my spider senses didn't attack. So that's what made me think that it's possible. I didn't want to rule it out.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, and I'm glad it wasn't a negative experience for you because a lot of people, like
Yeah.
Osa was saying, that when you take shrooms, it kind of amplifies the current mental state that you have. For some reason, the shit just doesn't work on me. I don't know if my brain is broken. I'm not sure what it is, but I've tried it twice. I get absolutely nothing. So
Smoke, weed.
I do that on a regular basis, but mushrooms
That's
don't do anything.
right, because the weed is a downer and the mushrooms is an upper.
You can't say that word on TikTok. You have
Let
to
me
say.
make you some tea one time for you.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say, Bash?
Let me make you some tea one time. Get you
Okay.
there.
Are we gonna go? What's the name of the town?
Joshua Tree,
Pioneer Town?
Pioneer Town, right across from Joshua Tree. But I made some tea. Get you there.
Yeah, but the weed is a counter because I smoke too. So that's why I was like,
You
That's
gotta
the
but
word
say.
you can't
You
say.
can't. Yeah, you can't say
that's
that
the word.
word.
Gotta
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
trees.
Okay. Yeah, prior to I did it that morning because you got to go so many hours without it. So like, you know how you go overnight sleeping, no nothing, and then hours, and then when you wake up is when I actually did it because yeah, you gotta let that go for a while in order to get an experience. From what I heard, that's how I got mine. I've had a couple experiences.
As a former pusher,
Okay.
you got the right shit. It don't matter. I will say, Fee, I do like how you put that though, because when I do it, I think that I like to think of it as like interrogating my subconscious mind, because like I like to have conversations with myself, even when I'm not like tripping, but like it feels like a more um like I don't know, like a more real conversation between me and myself, and like the I don't know, I feel like a lot of the ways that I think now, the things that I think about, different things are framed from having those like interrogation moments. And I do think that there is a lot of knowledge that you can attain in terms of like self knowledge, and sometimes it's applicable to the outside world, like examining how you think about things, like how you see interactions between different people, how you see how certain systems affect certain people. Like, you can see those things and come to a better realization of it, because like you're taking information in all the time, and whether or not you actually sift through it, I think that's the difference maker in it. But I do think that even in all the information that we take in, not all information is good information, and that does color some of the things that we experience. Um, so I think that I do like the way that you, like I said, that you phrase it, Fee, because I think that it's good to recognize that we're having a conversation with ourselves, and even the self that um, technically takes in more and like perceives more, even that has a bias to it, and we have to be able to kind of sift through that.
Yeah, because if I'm intentionally altering the chemistry of my brain to have me or my mind access something that I cannot see, touch, test, or replicate, I'm personally not going to trust it. Like I'm cool experience, but I think that it has to, for me, it would have to be framed within some logical confines, if that makes sense.
I'm curious, the reincarnation, like I think what you were asking is like how she's able to verify that she's reincarnated 5 times, and was her answer, were you saying that you just feel that you were reincarnated 5 times?
Okay, no. I'm sorry. No, that was some spiritual person gave me a some type of timetable thing and told me put your birth date in.
Oh,
So
okay.
maybe.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I think it's called a star chart or something like that, a
Yeah,
birth chart or something. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And she told me that.
Yeah.
However, even the experiences that I have, they're all different. And one of them does say that I was an empress in one of my past lives. So my trips have been pleasant. It was more weird. I haven't had any. I do know people that, had some trips that, but like you said, it's based on what you got going on. And I saw that in one of my, it will show me in one of my visions or whatever it was, the world that I came in. I was like, oh, I never been here before, or have I? But they were telling me that I had been here before, that this was mine. So it was weird. But I mean, that was just that experience.
That's interesting. Did anybody else have any other questions? I don't know.
Thank you. You can drop me down. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Veronica. You have a good day, okay?
You too. Thanks. I'm
All
glad
right.
to be here, thinker.
Well, I'm glad that you're here too.
Yeah. All right.
All
Okay.
right. Bye bye.
Have a good one.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
I'm scared um to try it, like the trees. I did when I was younger. But I'm scared to try it, that or the shrooms, because like I already think a lot, and like I ain't no telling what type of trip my ass would have.
I don't even think like when the trees, I don't even think I trip per se. Like I feel like my mind is just quieted. Like keeping it a being, like in the afternoons, half of the time when I'm on these panels, like I am giraffe ass high. Like, but I just talk to y'all. Like I don't feel like I go to a different place or see things or any of that. I think it just brings like mental clarity for me. It's not, that's why I don't call it a trip.
Why is Jimmy
Yeah,
in
I
the
feel like it would do it
comments?
right. Like just start, as soon as we start talking about shrooms, Jimmy come up. But I think it would have the opposite effect on me. Like I feel like it would do the opposite for me, because I told y'all when I was younger, and I did smoke uh, a, a blunt. Like I ended up locking myself in the bathroom and would not come out. Like what I was seeing, it was freaking me the fuck out, and I did not want to ever experience that again. Like I was laughing at fucking crystal burgers. Like I couldn't even eat. Like every time, like I would take a bite, I would look at the bite in the burger, and it would look so weird to me that I'm sitting there like cracking up, laughing at the fucking crystal burger. Like, and then my brother said he was so high one time he thought he had died. He said he was driving home, and he is at he stopped at a stop sign, and he said he had cotton mouth, and he said he got stuck there. He thought he was dead. He said he thought they was sewing his mouth up, and he was like, I'm dead. They sewing my mouth up. Because he said at first he just kept saying, I've already passed that spot. Then he realized that he had just been sitting at the damn stop sign, high as hell, and he thought he was in the casket getting his mouth sewed up because he had cotton mouth. His mouth was so dry.
I don't know what is in the stuff that y'all got over there, but send it to me. Cause what in the fuck is y'all hitting?
I don't know.
Send
Well,
me some. I need that.
one of
Y'all
my
got
brothers,
prescription strength.
and one of my brothers, his boss had to call my mama because he was working at KFC. He flipped out at work, started throwing fried chicken at people. Like,
What?
yes, like no.
No, the
Mm-mm.
most damage I'm gonna do is on some Doritos. Like I literally, it doesn't do any of that for me. Like it really feels like I have a weighted blanket on my entire body, and I'm just chilling. Like I've only had what I would call a bad high once, and I think it was just that I wasn't my mind was already on a million other things anyway. So like also was saying, I think sometimes it amplifies the mental state you're already in. But other than that, I've never had those type of experiences. I just get crazy relaxed.
Hmm. I don't know. It sound interesting or fun to hear the bed making violin sounds.
Right?
That was wild. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Kalu, are you in the box on purpose? Ted, Auntie Charlene, what's up, Kalu?
How's everybody doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
You're
What's good, Oso? Thinker, I got two more for you.
Two more what? Stories?
Poems.
Oh, yay.
Let me know if you. I'm assuming
Yeah.
that's a yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the first one is like I was like, yeah, Bash is talking about it, so I might as well. It's about life. Um, it's called Still Life. Does it start at conception or maybe before that? Wait, please, don't ignore that. Two single cells form a zygote. See, some folks go to the polls to vote on whether or not the unborn is still life. See, my mind is funny. On sunny days, I decide to sit under the shade. Underneath trees of green, I enjoy smelling red roses too. And then a branch of thought with no intentions to leave reminds me of a time when ancestors of mine hung like vines, burned and lynched. I just learned the other day that Nat Turner was skinned. They got his bones in their homes. And then it got me to think about this life. Who is meant to live? Who is really meant to see life? Who are the ones that were really displaced? We all know who is actually actively currently being replaced. Because fuck that whitewashed theory. Fuck that whitewashed history. Lives and resources stolen. Homes broken. Families torn. Families mourn. Families scorned. And yet you still question their anger. You ignore their pain. You don't even make an effort to learn their fucking names. Who is meant to live? Like, I just want to see life and all of its beauty. I want to create memories where each experience feels like a movie. I want to experience romance again, to dance again and again and again. See, I've done things that make me smile, but every once in a while, I still recall that this is all still life. Thank you.
I love it.
Beautiful.
Wow.
I'm so pleased.
respectful golf clap, my brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
This next one is it's like a deconstruction thing. Um, it's called Stigmata. Um, I'll get right into it. There's a void. Something's missing. It's like an unavoidable sense of emptiness. These open wounds, leaking, bleeding. I've suffered for you, and you left me by my lonesome. So alone I must be, deep within this cavern. But I won't go back to hiding. Back to my cave. Roll the stone away. Delay the decay. See, I'm sensitive on surface level. My internal infected, emotionally neglected. It's like there's a cavity the size of an arc in each chamber of my heart, and this is just from 3 days of us being apart. I want to hold on to you, but with these holes in my hands, you'll slip right through. I must let you go. Unbind your feet, pick up your cross, toss away your pity, Your tears are self-inflicting. You cried, wept, as if it was you that was crucified. You made me your sacrifice, an unholy scapegoat, a lamb for slaughter, as if an angel made you a better offer. You ain't no saint. There's blood on your hands, stained, a mark of your disgrace. Thank you.
Whew.
That nigga snapping. Speaking of.
Damn.
Hey, yo. Appreciate that.
That's what's up. I love it.
Yeah, this is a good space to share. So I just figured let me share.
This is that
Yeah.
everyone's so creative, but in a really good way, right? Like the talent in this community is amazing.
He said, "You ain't no sacrifice. You got
This
stains
is
on your
rebel.
hands,
Like,
homie."
really, brother.
You know, fucking saint. I picture the moment in ATL where T.I. smashed You ain't no saint.
Yeah, initially, like I requested up to get your mind off what Bash was talking about.
He was on bullshit for real.
Man, it took a minute. I went into a whole fucking daydream. Like no lie. Like it took a minute for me to come up out of that damn trance.
No worries.
But I appreciate you.
Sure, thank
Bring
you.
it back up,
Thank
man. Way to bring it back up.
Wow, like it's not your fault. That's crazy.
you. It's actually Jen's fault. I'm not going with you.
You know what? You got a point.
Jen's fault. But yeah, let me down. I just wanted to share that, and that's it.
I got you. Thank you so
Appreciate
much,
y'all.
Kalu.
For sure.
Which
Shit, man.
poem is going in the magazine?
Oh,
The first one you read?
it's yeah that for God so loved the world.
Okay.
That's the one that's going in there.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thank
All
you.
right. Have a good
Bye
one.
bye.
Peace out. Good shit.
Bye, Kylie.
There go your boy.
Oh my God, that motherfucker is crazy. He said he is reincarnated Isaac or Isaiah, one of them.
Damn.
That Eon motherfucker in the comments. He's reincarnated Isaac or Isaiah, one of them. Hey, Auntie.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Hey,
Don't I
Auntie.
feel
Yeah.
like a
Morning.
left shoe on a right foot coming up after that? I'll, I'll coming up here to be silly with y'all, and he gonna come dropping some serious shit. Now I feel like I need to go home and do something else. I I wanted to share with y'all my experience, my first experience of getting happy, because it took me till I was in my 40s before I would even try it. Because I always felt like I didn't need it because I have a natural high. You know, I'm always happy. But my husband at the time was an entrepreneur of that, if you get my drill. And so one day he came home and I said, you know what? I want to try that because I want to see what all the hype is about all this, shit. So he said, you sure? I said, yeah. So he obliged and rolled me one, and then I was smoking and I'm smoking. I'm like, I don't get it. I ain't nothing happening. I'm thinking because I thought I was going to just instantly he says, he said, okay, just keep on. I said, okay. And I'm puffing away and puffing. I said, this about a bunch of bull. Ain't nothing happening. He said, okay. He said, keep on. I kept on. Then I started getting hungry. So I said, I'm going in the kitchen to get something to snack on. I went in there and had some Oreo cookies. I grabbed an unopened bag of Oreo, thing of Oreo cookies. So we were sitting on the bed and I'm still smoking and I didn't realize how I was eating those cookies, obviously. But apparently I was just like shoving them down my throat, not necessarily doing a lot of chewing. And I got to where I couldn't breathe. And of course, I was in the church at this time. So when that happened, I immediately thought God was trying to kill me because I had sinned. I had did something I ain't had no business doing, and God was trying to take me out, and he was suffocating me. I'm laying in there on the bed. I'm hollering and screaming, I'm down, oh God, please don't take me, Lord, forgive me, I ain't gonna never do it. I'm just carrying on. And my husband, he just sitting there, he just laughing. And I'm literally thinking I'm dying because I have offended God. I did something I know I didn't have no business. He just finna take me out. And he sitting here laughing. He think it's funny. And I can't breathe. And oh God, please don't take me, Lord. I'm so sorry, Lord. And I get the spirit to her. I'm gone, honey. I'm gone. And my husband looked at me. He said, Charlene, if you try chewing them cookies instead of stuffing them down your throat, you may be all right. I didn't realize how the munchies was gonna get me, right? Because I had never experienced that. I really thought I was chewing the damn thing, but apparently I wasn't. So I had a hunk of Oreo stuck in my throat. That's why I couldn't breathe.
Oh my gosh.
He said, if you try chewing them damn cookies instead of just shoving them down your throat, you may be okay. Then I stopped and I looked at them and I chewed. I said, oh yeah. And that was my first experience, and I should have stopped then. Because I just know God was trying to take me out. It had to be. Because I had did something I had no been doing. I'm a good sanctified Holy Ghost filled. Let me prove it to you. Hold up, Shandaria Sala. Ooh, I want you no more them cookies no more, Lord. I won't smoke no more. I was gone, honey. I was gone. My husband thought that was just so funny.
Speaking in
And
tongues while you're high is kind of
I,
crazy. I ain't gonna.
I was speaking in tongues. I was gonna look. I was gonna have a conversation. If I'm gonna go out, I'm going out fighting. So I was speaking in tongue and high. And then, after the munchies go, you know what come next, right?
What?
Child, I was trying to screw the doorknob. I didn't know what was
Oh
going
my
on.
gosh.
I didn't know what was going on. So that was my first experience. I went from hungry to horny in a quick succession. But I really thought I would die. I didn't know that I wasn't chewing them cookies. I didn't even realize it. Cause I was just, in the groove. Yum, 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 yum. I thought I was chewing the damn thing. Said, no, you just basically swallowing, baby. You got to chew. So, okay. But that was my experience. Now it sounds shallow after the deep son of Kalu come up here and put us all in the spirit of, I can't even know what I'm trying to say. I could be a little happy this morning, but we ain't gonna tell nobody about
I
it.
think you just did.
Did I? I said happy. Don't nobody know what that means, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
So I want to try. I want us to try these shrooms though. Yeah, I got me curious.
But I think Barry said he gonna make a tea.
Ooh, I'll be your first customer. Can we say that? Okay, well I didn't say it. You didn't hear it. So I solved that problem. But that was all. I just was listening to y'all's story. It made me think about my first experience and how I thought I would die, and He was trying to take me out because I was being disobedient.
And that's funny.
And it was the Oreo cookies. I was being done in by the cookie.
That's crazy. Like, why did we think that we would get killed for sinning?
Well, because that's what we were taught, pretty much. And I can't say we. I was.
Yeah, I
I
would
mean,
never taught that, but I was still scared of that. I wouldn't thought that we would get killed, but
well,
the God gonna get you is what I was told. But it wasn't ever God gonna he gonna strike you down. Like,
oh, honey,
yeah.
I thought I was gone. I was serious about that thing. I thought I was dying because I could not breathe. I couldn't catch no air. I said, oh, he's taking me out. Because I had never, I have been surrounded by that all my life, but I never tried it, never wanted it, you know. But I don't know what that, I was just curious that day. I said, okay. And I'm a, you know, Sister Charlene in the church, singing in the choir, tearing the church up. Folk running around shouting and falling out, speaking in tongues, and I'm up here getting high. Because I got high. Because I got high. So, but now, it's just part of my routine. It's part of my repertoire. Part of my repertoire. But Bash, you make that tea. I be put me on the list, the tea list.
Bash, you there?
Bash, oh, he done did his dash, honey. Bash done got the
Yeah.
hell on.
Right
Bash and
as you talking to him.
on.
Bash like you ain't getting me in trouble.
I know that's right.
Mhm.
I know that's right. But that was all I wanted, y'all. I was listening, and I thought it was funny.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Auntie.
All right. See y'all later.
All right.
Have a good one, Auntie.
You too. Love y'all. Every last one of you.
Love you
Love you
too.
too.
Yeah, my ass is sleepy. I know y'all can hear. I can barely
Take,
even think right now. Huh?
take me down.
I think Bash is going live at 11, so that'll give us a hour between, so you can get some
Don't.
sleep.
Okay. Ain't Zena live
It's
right now?
11 Central.
Zena goes live in what, 3 minutes?
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bash don't go live till 12 Eastern.
Oh, that's right. Thanks, so simple.
Okay. And then today's Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Xena definitely goes before that.
Okay. So Zena, she should be getting ready to go live in like 3 minutes, right? She goes live at 10, right?
Let me
Can't
see.
remember.
10:30.
Uh,
Okay. 10:30. So
Sometimes she goes earlier, though, right?
I think on Monday she was live at right at 10.
That's what I'm saying. I thought she was going earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I just messaged her to see if she responds, I guess.
Yeah, she should be getting ready to go live. I'm so tired. What? Rule respond or be eliminated like rest. Be right back soon.
These people
Be
know
right
what.
back soon. Huh?
What is Rue respond? What's that even? What?
I don't
I
think
think
they know
so
what they
too.
talking about. Yeah. JJ off
I
one.
think so
For
too.
real? I was
All
telling you.
right, y'all. I will see y'all on Thursday. We're gonna do Maddie's hour on Thursday. I appreciate y'all so much. I got to get at least an hour and a half of sleep. Really quickly.
Get some
Um,
rest, man.
Thank you. I'll see y'all Thursday night. Love y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes and shares and the comments. I can't even. I'm so damn tired. I can't even give the spiel at the end. But I appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all Thursday.
Love y'all.
Finna fall the
Good
fuck
night.
asleep like now. All right. I'll see y'all.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
But this room is perfect, so I thought.